Just in case, you can also ping me if I start to move around, because that's one of my biggest issues.
Jeffrey, did you watch the Dallas game yesterday?
Oh, Mavs played?
Wait, sorry, I can't hear you. Is that on my end?
I probably
Paula, can you
because
say something? Shit. Paula, are you speaking? Let me message Paula on Slack. Okay, wait, let me replace.
So, Donna, you can't hear me right now? Okay.
Okay, now my audio is definitely working.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Frickin' Bose headphones are annoying.
They changed like the audio all the time for no apparent reason. But yeah, I did not. I assume you were asking about the Mavs game.
A storm is brewing.
Dmitry Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
6-0!
Oh! That was a sick tactic!
The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen!
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Another day, another very exciting match for you today, and it is a pleasure bringing you this match. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, the one and only Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, my good friend. JX, how you feeling?
Hello, good morning, Dania. Good morning, chat. I'm feeling excited for today's match. I think it's going to be fireworks from the very start. Expect a much closer one than yesterday's match, so yeah, just looking forward.
Yeah, yesterday involved some guy named Magnus Carlsen. It was slightly lopsided, but let's start from the beginning. What is at stake? The main event prize pool, folks, is a mouth-watering $100,000, and most importantly, the very innovative aspect of the prize fund is that a large portion of it is split based on win percentage. So even if the result of the match is decided, which I don't think it will be today up until the very end, but quite a large amount is split based on who wins how many games. Jeffrey, do you think that partially stands behind the SCC's success?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know myself from playing these events that the prizes also just increase as you go along. So I see 4K already for the first match, which is a hefty sum. But imagine if you get all the way to the finals, like this is life-changing money already.
It most certainly is. A lot of cars can be bought with that kind of money. And speaking of cars, or not speaking of cars, let's review the bracket and let's see what damage has been done so far. It's really a feast for the eyes as you see Magnus Carlsen, top right, doing away with Gukesh. That was yesterday, 23-7. Yeah, 23-7. You can just say that to yourself a couple of times. Aronian beats Andraken. That was our first overtime. That went all the way to Armageddon. And of course, Liren Grishuk, another very close match on the bottom left. Jeffrey, it doesn't even matter where you go. You've got fascinating matches all around.
Yeah, what a thriller that was. Drake and Aronian went down to the wire. The Arjun match as well was incredible. But right now I want to say, like, a lot of people feel like this is a collision course where Hikaru is going to beat Magnus. But I just want to bring the attention to all the other guys here. I mean, MVL, how impressive was he, first of all, against Nepo? Mm-hmm. And Ding, he says he wants to say hello in the corner. So, yeah, I mean, just to mention a couple guys, a lot of players could make noise here.
Oh, they most certainly can. And yeah, Ding is, by the way, playing for a world championship. So he ain't just going to go gentle into that good night. But neither are the players today. We have Grandmaster Nihal Sarin, the phenom from India, in an CGC rematch against Anish Giri. And if you have anything except a short memory, you will remember that Nihal Sarin defeated Anish in their fascinating CGC match that went all the way to overtime and all the way to an Armageddon. So, JX, these players are fascinating to watch on their own. But add to that the fact that they've just had a hotly contested match for a ton of money. Anish is definitely going to have a chip on his shoulder. Nihal always has a chip on his shoulder. How can this be anything but fascinating?
Oh my god, yeah, you bring up that GCC match. It was an absolute nail-biter. Could not have been closer, honestly. I remember following it. And as you said, Giri, he might have some revenge in mind today. I'm sure he'll use that as motivation. But yeah, as you said, like in general, this match, any match that pits, the old guard against sort of the new generation piques my interest. I think we've already seen a couple of peers of Nihal go down, so he's gonna try to bring some glory to the young Indian prodigies over there.
Yeah, and Nihal's compatriot Arjun Erigaisi losing his first round matchup against Fabiano Caruana. So you mentioned old guard against new guard. That might necessitate an Anish Giri tweet. That comment alone. Not sure what Anish is doing right now. Something tells me he's got Twitter open as at least one of his taps. But before we jump into the match, let's go over the format one more time. We remind you that the SCC is a 16-player knockout. A couple of players have been knocked out already. Players score points across 3 time controls until time runs out. And those 3 time controls are 90 minutes of 5+1, followed by an hour of 3+1. And the match concludes with 30 minutes of 1+1. And we've seen so many matches decided in the bullet. Jeffrey, it's an elegant format. It's a simple format. It's easy to follow, and it produces some nail-biting chess.
Absolutely. And I want to point out the psychological factor here is the bullet section, because I think a lot of players who are in the know of chess have an idea of just how dangerous Nihal is in faster time controls. And I believe Anish will also be aware of this. So when you know that in bullet, your opponent is capable of running up the score, that puts a lot of pressure on him to maybe try and compensate in blitz. So that's the one X factor I'd like to point out here.
Mm-hmm. The Anish's performance, especially in the 5+1. Well, speaking of X factors and performances, predicted performances, let's ask Smarter Chess who he thinks is going to win this match, and each individual section, you see the prediction there. It's about as close as it can possibly get. Smarter Chess is predicting a 1-point win for Nihal Sarin with a 57% win probability. I mean, that's just crazy, and I think that's incredibly accurate. I've made my name criticizing Smarter Chess. Can you criticize Smarter Chess, Jeffrey, for predicting a close match like this? I think that's what we all think is going to happen.
I absolutely agree with the final prediction, but I would favor Giri more in 5 minute, at least by 1 point, and I'd give Nihal more of an edge in that bullet section, which I already mentioned. I feel like he just has more experience there with the mouse. And yeah, I mean, I could be wrong on this, but I'd give Nihal like up to 3-point edge there in bullet.
Yeah, and he's fast to the mouse. He's ridiculously tricky. I mean, we've all seen by now the amount of totally lost positions that Nihal manages to pull out the moment things get down to a time scramble. And our community predicts a similar kind of layout, with 54% choosing Nihal Sarin to win, 46% correspondingly choosing Anish Giri, and a lot of total brackets. It's been great to see the community engagement, just how many people are filling out brackets, how many are doing so accurately. And, the community really adds that kind of magical element to the SCC and really makes this all about rooting for your favorite player. Jeffrey, again, I would say a very reasonable take here by the community. What would you say?
Yeah, I think everybody's on the same page here, with Nihal being just the slight favorite. The thing with the bracket, though, I only wish mine was doing better. I've only gotten 2 right so far, so safe to say I'm out of the contest for this year, but it is nice to see all the participation and wish everyone
I was
all
out of the
best.
contest from like minute 1. Somehow, I mean, just the concept of a bracket in general, whether it's college basketball or chess, I have had terrible luck filling in brackets. Just going to put that out there. That's why I'm remaining a commentator. Okay, before the games begin, let's take a quick look at the 2 players' Chess.com Blitz insights. We have a lot of interesting stats here. Jeffrey, help me make sense of this.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that jumps out is the games played, like the experience, the online experience. Nearly 19,000. Yes, 19,000 against just under 600 for Anish. That, I mean, it goes without saying. Like in bullet, you need the mouse experience, the interface, pre-moving, all those skills and abilities that Nihal has, and we'll see where Anish can compensate that.
Yeah, and I think you actually brought up a point that's far from obvious, which I totally agree with, which is that when you talk about overall lack of experience, that really comes in the shorter the time control. 5+1, anybody could play. I mean, even Gukesh was riding along with Magnus yesterday, at least for like 3 games. But you didn't really feel the lack of experience until the 3+1 and especially the bullet. That's where all the mechanics come in. And that's where anxiety really comes in with players who don't play online regularly. Now, some players, Jeffrey, might not realize that Anish Giri actually kind of grew up playing in the park. My friend Vladimir Fedoseev described him as a park player. He played a lot of blitz over the board in his childhood. So he's not a bad blitz player. He just might not be as familiar with the sort of mechanics of online chess. And I think that distinction has to be made. Would you agree with that?
For sure. And the one thing about Nihal is when he gets low on time, he never panics. While other guys like me, maybe Anish as well, in the time scramble, they're just focusing on not flagging, not even paying any attention to the position anymore. So it could be a big decisive factor, and perhaps problematic, which is why, again, I think the bullet section is going to be the main concern here for Anish.
Agreed, and it's also one of the big reasons Nihal is so fun to watch. He gets down to just ridiculous times on the clock in ridiculously complex positions and manages to make sense of it. It's one of the most tilting things about facing Nihal. You think you got him, you think you've got him down to 3 seconds, and sometimes he could even be losing. We saw that in his match again in the CGC against Sam Sevian, and by now, I think everybody's familiar with Nihal Sarin's antics. I mean, Jeffrey, we've both played him so many times by now online. He's just a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, you don't need to remind me on that.
Apologies. He's looking at his card there. So
And
impressive.
we should also mention that he just won the Tata Steel Rapid, so he's got an over the board resume, on top of the second place at GC, of course, and a 2-time JSCC champion. So the accolades go on and on for Nihal.
They really do. And it's so crazy in chess how you can just be 18 and you can already build up a resume like this. We could almost refer to him as a veteran, definitely of online chess, maybe not as much over the board. And that's something people have been expecting from Nihal for a while now. Nobody doubts that he's going to cross 2,700, but he's already made such a name for himself in the realm of online blitz. I mean, it's just crazy how much he's already achieved and will continue to achieve. And I agree with the pragmatic style strength. Jeffrey, for somebody who's 18, he's incredibly universal. He can basically do a little bit of everything.
And what we saw from that GCC match, I think, against Anish, which I'm sure we'll reference a few times today, he really focused on just playing real chess. His main agenda was, let me get out of Anish's opening book, just play the game and see what happens. And it did work out for him in the end. I'm expecting more of the same trend here today.
Agreed. I mean, we're probably going to see a good amount of London systems. Anish, of course, has hung his hat in many cases on some incredible opening preparation, really from the very beginning of his chess career. And our Chess.com team has decided that his biggest strength, based on his insights, as we look at his player card, is his toughness. And that's there's a lot of really underrated aspects of Anish Giri's player makeup. And Jeffrey, we like to joke, the draw thing. Let's put all that aside. Anish Giri has belonged to the world elite for well over a decade now, and you don't do that by accident.
No, you don't. And the toughness is an interesting thing. That's not the first thing I thought of when I think of Anish Giri. I would think of amazing opening prep, like innovative ideas from the get-go, and also just a tremendous understanding of the game. I've always been enamored by his positional understanding. I feel like when he gets his positions, he can turn it into an absolute masterclass, and I'm looking forward to seeing it today.
Yeah, he had some crazy CGC games. The one kind of eyesore out of this insight card, of course, is his SCC match record. I mean, 2 wins and 5 losses, something that Anish Giri is going to try to rectify. It's going to take him a while to rectify it, but if he does well this time around, he could reverse that record. Do you think that actively eats at him, Jeffrey, or do you think these players, they play so many different types of tournaments that they don't really care about their record in one particular event? Where do you think he stands?
Yeah, I think his SCC record is somewhere in the back of his mind. Like he's not gonna lose sleep over that. But on the other hand, it does get in your head a little bit, like when you know there's a certain event that you just never seem to do well at. And his opponent today, not necessarily a cakewalk. So hopefully it doesn't eat away at him, but it should be a good match nonetheless.
It really should. Interestingly, the chat is picking Anish Giri by a healthy margin in our chat poll to win the 5+1 section. And if we bring this back to what we started the discussion with, and by the way, we are getting ready to start the games. Nihal having some difficulties with his computer, but he's rebooting. We'll get this match on the road very shortly. But Anish Giri has to put through a really powerful performance in the 5+1. I think he's got to build that 3 or 4 point cushion. If they get into the bullet and the match is tied, Jeffrey, I said the same thing in the Aronian Andrakin match. Andrakin ended up being up 3 points, and he ends up losing that match. That was just crazy. So what do you know? But I think Nihal is more stable in bullet than even Dmitry Andrakin.
Yeah, this reminds me, back in the day, there was a JSCC match between Wei Yi and Fallujah, and everyone was making the same take, more or less, that Wei Yi needed a huge lead going into the bullet, but as it turned out, he ended up winning that bullet second by like 4 or 5. Ali Reza tilted in that match. So the truth is, you never really know when it comes to SCC, and you might want to expect the unexpected in a sense.
And I think part of the reason that is because of the increment. I think a lot of people really vastly underestimate the role that the increment plays. When I was trying to get into the SCC, I had a match against Daniel Dubov. I was leading by like 4 points going into the mini bullet segment, and I lost the first 4 games. And Jeffrey, I felt like I was playing a completely different game. It felt totally different from 1+0. When you get down to low time controls, that 1 second increment, I'm sure you could co-sign this point, really turns it into a bit of a different game.
It's night and day for 1+0, honestly. Like it's even confusing in a way because it doesn't feel like bullet. Like you can even play slow at times just to keep your position stable, and then at some point, as long as you turn on the jets, you're never ever gonna flag. So yeah, and I know how you feel when you say that you're just shell shocked in a certain time control where you feel advantageous, and all of a sudden that's not the way it's going. So yeah, I mean, just confusing time control to say the least.
Why is he playing so fast? Why is he playing so well? And I've also played Nihal a lot in this weird time control, 10 seconds to start the game plus a 1 second increment. That's actually a good time control to practice for the SCC. And he is an absolute force to be reckoned with in that time control. So I think Nihal is going to try to play long games. He's going to try to bring as many games as possible down to a time scramble. And we're going to see a lot of vintage Nihal Sarin comebacks today. But Anish, I mean, he's so solid. He's so well prepared in the opening. And the opening is a phase of the game, Jeffrey, that Nihal did have his share of struggles with, again, in the CGC. And the reason I keep mentioning the CGC is that is Nihal Sarin's last big event. So, you know, that's what's going to be circulating around his mind. He got some bad positions with the white pieces. He played a lot of London systems. Do you think we're going to see any drastic changes from Nihal, or will there be more of the same with the white pieces?
I envision him mixing it up a lot. I think he will. This is what he generally likes to do. As far as I remember, when I commentated on his JSCC matches, at least, he'll open with, as you said, a lot of Londons. He'll go with the, I think, knight f3, b3 setup as well. Just poke and prod everywhere and try and find something that works eventually.
Yeah, knight f3, b3 is kind of the Hikaru approach. Just kind of, I mean, I would say the London used to fulfill that role, but now it's gotten so theoretical that you can't really play the London anymore to avoid theory. But we saw Nihal putting together some really weird setups. He had a bishop on e3 at one point. He was grabbing that pawn on c5 and then trying to cling to it. So I'm always excited what the players bring to the table in their SCC matches. And Jeffrey, they vary wildly on whether they prepare. I mean, I think some players, they take the SCC as seriously as a classical event. They spend hours preparing. Others, and I have a feeling Nihal might err on that side. It's not that he doesn't take it seriously, but you just kind of want to be fresh going into it.
Yeah, honestly, that would sum me up pretty well. When you said somebody who takes this as seriously as classical, I try to come in with as much ammunition as I could, but I always found like the moment the match starts, you can throw all of that out the window. I always forget what I prepare, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to playing good moves on the board. Like there's so many factors in the game of chess that the opening is simply not going to decide the game.
And would you say, as somebody who's competed in the SCC, I sometimes get this feeling before a Title Tuesday. Speaking of Title Tuesday, I forgot who won the late Title Tuesday yesterday. It was some guy who's, I heard, is a pretty decent commentator, but we won't talk about that right now. You've also played in the SCC. Do you feel the butterflies in your stomach? Like, sometimes these big online events, I personally feel a kind of anxiety that I don't even feel over the board. Do you kind of know what I'm talking about?
Oh, totally. I remember my first JSCC, I was so worried going into the bullet that I wouldn't even be able to execute the moves. My hand was just shaking profusely. And it feels like every time you need to warm yourself up into the match. I think the nerves are spinning out of control at the very start. And this is why a lot of players take time to really get themselves into the match.
Yeah, for sure. And they spin out of control in the end as well. For those of you just joining, folks, we are working through some of Nihal's tech issues. We're making progress, so the match should be underway any second. But for now, we're just kind of hanging out, talking about these two amazing players. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship. We're still in the round of 16. And Nihal Sarin, I mean, if he wins this match, let's go back for a second to the bracket and talk about the path that these players have to take, even if they manage to win. Jeffrey, the SCC is absolutely brutal as you just look at these names. The winner has to face some guy named Ding Liren. Pretty easy match.
Yeah, you've got Ding waiting in the wings. I just look around. Okay, obviously the Carlsen Caruana is the juiciest. The rematch from World Champion. Not really, don't really need an introduction to that. But yeah, I mean, just everywhere, it's amazing matchups. Tomorrow, I think there's a double header. So tons of excitement coming up.
Yeah, tomorrow we have Wesley So against Norbek Abdusattorov to determine who plays MVL. That's lower right side of your screen. And then upper left side, we have some dude named Hikaru Nakamura against the qualifier, David Paravian. By the way, not the easiest match for Hikaru. I know a lot of people are thinking of this kind of like they did Carlsen Gukesh, but David Paravian is a different kettle of fish entirely. He is a lot more experienced of an online player. And Jeffrey, I think by now we know how important that is.
Yeah, it feels like the big thing now, just being experienced, and he plays in every Title Tuesday. You see him in all the RCCs in the past, all these online things. So he knows his way around online chess, and he's going to give Hikaru as big of a fight as he can.
Yeah, he most certainly is. And he's got that gritty opening preparation. And when all of the eyes are on you, everybody's expecting you to win, everybody's expecting perfection, it can produce some interesting effects. I thought it was interesting, Jeffrey, that Magnus yesterday was incredibly disappointed with his play. I mean, he was not in a good mood in the interview. And the guy wins by 16 points. What is he going to win by when he actually plays to his satisfaction? That's a pretty scary thought, isn't it?
Let me tell you, if I beat Gukesh by 16, that's definitely not my reaction. Yeah, like, I guess he said that he didn't feel like he got into form at all in any point of the match. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes against Fabiano. I think even the bitter truth, unfortunately for the rest of us, is even in Magnus's worst form, he's usually still better than us. So it can be depressing, let's say.
It's incredibly depressing. Yeah, he can miss every tactic in the book and somehow he's still winning by 1,000 points. Folks, as we continue to work through some tech issues on Nihal's end, we're doing it as quickly as we can. But we are going to go on a short break. Please don't go anywhere. You will not want to miss this match between Nihal and Anish. And once it gets underway, we are going to have nonstop entertainment. So, folks, we will be right back with the start of yet another incredible round of 16 SCC match. Stay tuned.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. We have good news, ladies and gentlemen. The match between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri is about to get underway. The issues have been fixed. Here alongside Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, 90 minutes of 5+1. We finally see the players on camera there. Keeping my fingers crossed.
Indeed, yeah. Apologies for the delay, but it's great to see both of them. Whenever I see Nihal show up, it always seems like he just woke up. I don't know if you share the same impression.
I do, and I think I'm pretty well attuned to what players look like when they've just woken up, because I remember a couple of matches, you know, maybe toward the first half of the day, maybe at 3 or 4 p.m. that I used to have my laptop right next to my bed, so it was the perfect setup. I could wake up, run to my computer, log into Chess.com in just a couple of seconds. I had the routine all worked out.
Yeah, gotcha. And Anish, I maybe not too thrilled about the wait time. Probably was wondering what's going on, but it is great that we have resolved those problems and should be getting underway shortly.
Yeah, Anish always has a very sleek setup. I think he's playing from home in Eindhoven, city in the Netherlands. Okay, seatbelts fastened, folks. Games should begin literally any second. Not sure who will have the white pieces at first. That's actually one piece of SCC lore that I should be familiar with, but I'm not. How do they decide who gets white in the very first game?
I think they always give it to the higher-rated player, if
seed.
I'm not mistaken, right?
Which in this case is Nihal, because he's the higher seed. That's important to realize. His online rating is actually higher.
Yeah, that is an interesting dynamic. Anish, clearly head and shoulders above, still in classical, but online is another story. And finally, we do have liftoff.
Here we go. You're right. Nihal has the white pieces in game one, and already a big decision from the very start. What is he going to play? What sidelines is he going to trot out? Well, there's our answer, a Trumpowski in game one from Nihal.
Yeah, and that is not something I see Nihal traditionally play. I feel like he was exclusively London, but this is going to be up his alley anyway. He's going to uncork what I think is like a Torre setup.
Yeah, and a Torre setup is basically the London with the bishop on g5 rather than f4, which does change the nature of the position in some ways. Jeffrey, the drawback is that it allows knight e4 with tempo in some cases, but the plus side is that you can take on f6 whenever you want. You're applying pressure on black's king side.
Yeah, and I would have actually considered taking it right now just to see which way black recaptures. You double the pawns, and even though you give the bishop pair, you get this sort of imbalance where maybe white would be slightly easier to navigate.
So you're saying just bishop f6 ASAP. I've often seen black recapture with the g-pawn and then try to go for e5. Anish actually encourages it.
Wow.
I would imagine that he will take on f6 now. No, he still keeps the bishop alive. Interesting. I'm a little bit surprised.
It is very curious to me which pawn did Anish intend on recapturing. Like, if you take with the e-pawn, you'd be left with the isolated d-pawn, but gf6 didn't look right there either. So a bit of a moment where I'm not sure what the players were thinking.
Because now, Jeffrey, correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like after e6, black has kind of an ideal exchange Caro-Kann setup where you've gotten the bishop outside the pawn chain. Okay, Nihal is trying to poke and prod at the queen side, but I don't feel like this is such a dangerous idea. Queen c7, maybe even queen b6 can be considered here for black.
I feel like the more standard response is queen c8, just to avoid everything. Like queen c7, maybe there could be a bishop g3 siding. So, and also, I guess queen b6 would allow the doubled b pawns. Not sure if you want to see that either. So I'm expecting queen c8, and assuming that Anish really doesn't mind the doubled pawns after bishop takes f6.
Yeah, and given that he played h6 earlier, it seems like he doesn't. He plays
Oh.
It's a very creative move, a6. And let's bring up our first analysis board of the day, folks. Do not take this pawn because of knight a5. That's the idea of a6, covering the b5 square. Wow, Nihal sees it, Jeffrey. What a surprise. Who would have thought?
Yeah, very subtle trap set there by Anish. Don't be fooled by these super GMs. They do know a thing or two about chess.
And after bishop b7, you once again cannot take on b7 for the same reason. Notice that the bishop cuts off the queen's access to f7. And it just seems like Nihal is he's playing moves that look good on the surface, but Giri is totally unperturbed. And if he can castle, we could start talking about a slight edge for black here pretty quickly.
Yeah, it does feel like this 95 jump, more of a paper tiger, as you like to say. And yeah, as you said, I'm not happy with this position for Nihal. I don't see any great ideas. Like if you go bishop e2, black is just going to castle. At some point, if black goes knight takes e5 and like knight g4, for instance, that e5 pawn could be difficult to protect.
You're absolutely right. And you often don't want to play f4 in these types of positions and weaken the king side even further. Okay, an interesting transformation. Nihal grabs the knight on c6 and follows up with queen a4. So he's basically, I think, trying to play against black's weak dark squares. On the queen side, we might see a knight b3 move. What do you make of this, Jeffrey? Wow, and he just grabs the pawn on c6. No fear.
I mean, I was just about to say...
has some fear.
Yeah, that Eva bar dropped immediately. 94, I was expecting like a queen a5 or rook b8 there, just getting quick play on the queen side potentially. But this is also an interesting approach where he swaps everything, and at some point he's going to go rook c8 and rook b8.
And I think a lot of people would hesitate to play 94 because it leads to an exchange of several minor pieces and you're pawn down. But if you think about it, after 94 bishop b4, you've got plenty of material with which to attack. And I think you called it. He wants one rook on b8, the other rook on c8. The queen is obviously on a very awkward spot. This is not how Nihal envisioned starting things off. He's in trouble here. He's in serious trouble.
And it is very important to note that bishop on f5 is controlling the b1 square. So there's no easy way for white to protect b2, which I imagine is the reason why Nihal is spending some time here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take on e4 and allow this bishop to move into an ideal spot. You certainly don't want to go f3 after that to create even more weaknesses on your king side. So what comes to mind here? He does take on e4, and he does play f3. So he kind of bites the bullet here. You waited for me to say that. Ugh.
Just to taunt you, yeah.
Nihal's all about taunting commentators.
But here's the thing. I don't think you can castle long. Like, I'm trying to understand, how does he want to protect that b2 pawn? I'm so worried about rook b8 next. And you never can play b3 because then c3 would be too weak of a point.
Ooh.
No rook b1. Long castle, I mean, that just looks like suicide. So I don't know how to deal with this threat.
No, this is really, really annoying. And one instance of it is after bishop b2, as you said. Bishop b2, rook a b8, and I mean, you can see the eval bar dropping even further. It's not an exaggeration to say that white is borderline lost here. b3, rook fc8. And Jeffrey, I think it should be pointed out that even in a scenario where white manages to castle kingside, he doesn't necessarily solve all of his problems. You still have a weakness on d4. You still have a massive initiative on the queen side. So these problems are pretty long-lasting. Nihal grabs the pawn on a6. Seriously? The man has no fear.
Kids these days, am I right?
I know. He didn't have his breakfast. He clearly just woke up.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, or maybe a late midnight snack there for Nihal. It is late. But yeah, bishop a6 basically saying that Anish doesn't have a good response to this. Like, on the bright side, you do control the c8 square, so there is no tempo gaining move on the queen. Maybe he can actually get away with this.
Yeah, the more I look at it, and I think the more Anish Giri looks at it, the more it seems like this is precisely the best way to prepare castling kingside. So maybe black should play rook a b8 anyway. What do you make of that? Or do you think Anish should maybe try queen h4 and queen h3? It's not that easy to play black here either. A lot of options and hard to evaluate. Queen a7 is his choice.
So I guess he's going to play this very concretely. Bishop is going to drop back to e2 most likely, and then he'll go for his rook c8 and rook b8 plan, I feel, and just try and eat everything on the queen side.
Or maybe rook fb8 immediately. Your old idea exploiting the fact that rook b1, of course, still not possible.
Yeah, no reason to drive the queen away, I guess, in haste. Yeah, I think at the very least, black is not at risk here. You can always regain material, but it's just a question of what is the best way to keep applying pressure.
And we have extolled Nihal Sarin thoroughly for his ability to handle complicated positions with little time. This is a complicated position, but it also could turn into a lost position pretty quickly. But let's see how Anish Giri handles this situation as he himself drops down now to 90 seconds. He continues to play fast. Your move, rook fc8, chase the queen away. And now the bishop is undefended. So rook ab8, Jeffrey, looks mighty tempting since a4 doesn't work due to rook takes b5.
Very important tactic, you pointed out. And if not for a4, then I guess I'm looking at a move like queen a6 right now, but it does. I mean, worst case, black can play the endgame there if they want. They can also even keep queens and just keep all the ideas alive.
So something like rook c7 maybe. But I like your idea. Take the queen, go rook c6. Nihal now down to 25 seconds. I don't think he sees a move. I don't see a move either. You know, what makes things even worse is that after bishop b2, rook takes b2, again, you can't castle. So queen a6 like just looked forced.
Yeah, I think this is the practical way to go. You're not going to survive that position with queens on the board, having only 20 seconds. So this is his best shot. It is, of course, unpleasant after the endgame, which we were mentioning.
Yeah, and the same problems persist in the endgame. Maybe White's going to have to bank on his a-pawn, just close his eyes and start pushing. But queen takes a6 and rook c6, followed by rook takes b2, just looks, you know, I'm foaming at the mouth just looking at that endgame. Anish, though, investing some time here. Any other candidate moves?
I think he's considering just keeping queens on the board just based on Nihal's time situation. So he wants to keep the complexity on the board. Maybe queen c7 or queen e7 could feature threats like rook b6, maybe rook a8.
Oh, rook a8 is a huge threat after queen c7. And he's played
exactly, and he plays it.
And it literally traps the queen. It forces White to give away a piece with queen c6. How does Nihal defend against that and keep his bishop protected at the same time?
Right, you still can't vacate the bishop. Queen a4, there's queen b6. There's queen b6 here.
Oh, again. Queen b6. I guess bishop d7, but then the bishop is going to get caught in the midst of black's pieces. That's game over. Isn't it?
Yeah, he goes. I mean, there's not much you can do at this.
Trap it, though?
Is there queen b7? Is queen b7?
Yeah, there is queen b7. That just wins a piece. Does Anish see it, though? He's down to 8 seconds himself. Queen c6. Wait a second.
Oh, okay.
Bishop e8, king f8, and now the bishop is gone.
Still trapped, but can Nihal keep the queen side intact? He's still got chances if he can hold on to all the pawns.
And this is where I have seen him pull out the absolute most unimaginable comebacks. But with 3 seconds, he's dropping a bunch of his queenside pawns. But he's still trying. He's got the connected passers, Jeffrey. It's not totally over.
But I love that bishop on d3, stopping the pawns dead in its tracks.
Bishop c4.
Planted on c4.
Yeah, stop the rook dead in its tracks.
And now I think he can just bring the king. Yeah. This should be pretty clean.
And he's just decided to create a passer himself. No, this is... I mean, it just hurts Nihal that his pawns aren't moving.
Yeah, this looks like flawless technique from Nish. He's keeping
wait a second.
But a bishop b5. That's a dagger. That's a dagger.
Is it? He should have tried king f5 there, maybe hoping for a pre-move. He's not going to resign just yet. He's going to make him work for it.
As a Nisher, I think you just make a bunch of random moves, not to hurt your position, but to get more time in the clock, and that's exactly what he's doing.
No, this has been clinical execution for Anish. He never dropped down below, 4 seconds. But still some work required. I mean, I would bring the king around and maybe even take on f3 at the right moment.
Right. What you don't want to allow is a trade of pawns. And suddenly, in that scenario, it would be close. King e6.
Beautiful technique. And king d5, diagonal opposition, shouldering, and a win. Oh.
Superb stuff. Wow. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Anish. Beautiful start here. A win with the black pieces, and quite convincing, might I add.
No, totally. And he did something there at the very end that you normally see from bullet veterans, right? He took his time. A lot of players kind of overcompensate by playing too quickly, but he built up a big time advantage, and then he took those last 10 seconds to calculate out the pawn endgame. As you said, superb win for Anish, and now he's got the white pieces. Got to keep trying to make that early push. Can't take the foot off the gas pedal now.
And I want to mention this A3 Nimzo that Anish is opting for here. I believe it's the move that Jordan Van Forest, his compatriot, played against him in Wijk. So it's possible that he's looked at it in depth, and he might use this as his main weapon for today's match.
Yeah, it's been a lot more popular recently. Whereas just a couple of years ago, it was totally dead in the water. So always interesting to see how opening fashions change. So, Jeffrey, in these types of positions, White builds up this massive pawn center, and he continues expanding the center. The question is, can Black chip away at that center and open things up, exploiting a lot of the weaknesses that White has created as a result?
Yeah, E5 is not a typical move in this
Oh,
position.
and F4.
Yeah, he's gonna try bolster it with F4. I don't recall this line. Like I've checked it myself for both colors actually.
Mm-hmm.
And all right, most intuitive to me is this D6 move, which you mentioned. I guess Anish will just continue developing with Knight F3. Is that his concept?
I think so. Knight F3, Bishop D3. That actually already threatens a Greek gift sacrifice, funnily enough. And
Mm-hmm.
there is the traditional idea in such positions of actually attacking the pawn on c4, and you do that by playing b6, bishop a6, knight a5. But Jeffrey, with the pawns driven as far down as they are, that just seems too slow. You could very well walk into a Greek gift in just a couple of moves.
Oh, you really could. Yeah, I mean, right out of the opening, these positions tend to lead to really interesting imbalances, like where white doubles the c pawns, they have two bishops and like a sort of initiative on the king side, which they try to take advantage of.
I think this is a fantastic choice for a blitz game, as Nihal does opt for b6, bishop a6. And I think here comes bishop d3. The additional benefit, Jeffrey, is that you could then, as to use your word, bolster the c4 pawn with queen e2 if necessary. But Nihal shuts things down with f5. That was his idea.
I really love that move. Just ridding all of the Greek gift ideas for good, first and foremost. And also that bishop on c1, not exactly shining. So I think concretely, Anish has to address some issues.
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much stock in the eval bar here. If Black can get in knight a5, rook c8, if you lose the c4 pawn, Jeffrey, you also lose your control over d5, and you can think about a knight getting to d5. That can escalate really, really quickly. So White has to continue demonstrating active play in the center and on the king side. Is there any case to be made for taking on Passant? My intuition says no, but maybe that's what Anish needs to open up the center.
Well, I would not let that knight see the light of day. I'm looking at d5 right now, and after knight a5, I consider d6. But whoa, he launches an attack here with g4. What is this?
Anish Tall with g2, g4. And his idea, f takes g4, is to meet that with knight g5 and probably just leave that knight on g5, even in response to h6.
Holy smokes. You're saying he's going to chuck a knight in that position?
Anish Giri. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's move 12, and we've already got fireworks.
I'm trying to calculate it. Yeah, it's... Do we have time to show it on the analysis board?
Yeah, we do.
Things could really heat up in that line.
Let's bring up an analysis board. So you're saying, Jeffrey, FG, knight g5, h6.
Yes.
And I'm
queen
claiming
g4.
he wants queen takes g4. So let's say
what about HG? Because I've got rook f5 at my disposal.
And that's a very important resource to meet queen h5 with rook f5. Let's say I play FG. Is this too slow?
Amazingly enough, it's hard for Black to find defensive moves. Like that knight on e8 completely stuck. You can't ever go knight f6.
He
knight
didn't
e7
go for it.
Okay, he played d5 instead. Wow. Counterattacking in the center.
He probably calculated up to this point and just didn't see a way to defend. But instead, d5 gf is on the board. Speaking of fireworks, holy smokes! What's happening here?
This is insane. I feel like... So first of all, what do you... I'm looking at bishop takes c4, you take it. Whoa, rook f5.
Rook f5. I was going to mention this is a totally legitimate positional idea, because if you can get rid of the light squared bishop, these light squares get really weak on the king side and in the center.
Yeah, Petrosian certainly smiling at this.
For sure.
What do you? I don't actually like bishop f5 because for all the reasons you mentioned, like that bishops would be a monster, and it feels like it's worth more than the rook. So the move that's catching my eye is knight g5 here to target e6.
Uh-huh. And then black could insist on the exchange sack, but it's far less effective if the bishop stays alive. Staying alive, he takes on f5. I'm with you, Jeffrey. I was very skeptical about this. Maybe he wants like something very concrete, like queen a4.
Oh, queen a4. I did not notice it. That is a clever little double attack there.
But I guess in this knight a5, it just seems like a superficial one-move threat. Rook g1, as Anish keeps his eyes trained on the king side. Knight g5 on the horizon.
So he's gonna keep his king in the middle. That's a very unique way of playing, but I like it.
Maybe park it on f2, kind of as a compromise move.
Yeah, it's not actually easy for black to get his knights in. Like, you want to plan a knight on e4 if you can, but there's simply no access.
Okay, so the position's starting to clear up a little bit. Nihal has a pawn for the exchange. Black has this very kind of straightforward idea of bringing the knight to e6, and that's a monster square, Jeffrey. That e6 square, oh.
Juicy blockade indeed. Now, Anish with bishop f2, he's playing to swing the bishop over to the king side.
Yep, he's still stubbornly trying to attack down that open g file.
But the moment black puts the knight on e6, I mean, look at how many functions it has there. You guard on g7, you attack both d4 and f4, not to mention you're blocking the pawn for good. So it's very hard for me to evaluate this position, I must say.
Well, it's all that means it's zeros. You know, that's basically the golden rule of evaluating complicated positions. And hey, look at what the evil bar is showing.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Well, and I'm surprised also why Nihal is thinking here. Oh, knight d6
contemplating knight d6. I was going to propose knight f6, but that's actually why Anish played bishop f2. Then bishop h4 eliminates the knight. He goes for the slow roll approach. He was worried clearly about Anish putting something on g5.
Yeah, I would have.
I don't know about that.
I mean, in Nihal's shoes, I would have brought the knight to e6 pronto without even thinking. But h6, does he want to keep flexibility? Maybe he's still got this knight d6 in the back of his head.
Yeah, he spent over a minute on the move. Now, knight d2 could be a nasty possibility because black now has all sorts of weaknesses on the king side. Instead, bishop h4 by Giri, but what's his follow-up going to be? Because knight c7, if it doesn't happen now, I was going to say, we need an intervention if he doesn't play it here.
Yeah, finally he does play it. Also, Anish playing that king f2 move, which you highlighted earlier. Does he want to double on the g file? It's hard to say. Yeah, and he just goes for it.
Queen d2, rook g1, and then maybe stick a rook on g6. Bishop f6 is looming in the air. So Nihal might have to put his king on h7 just to eliminate these g-file shenanigans.
Yeah, but even when you double on the g-file, I'm trying to find a way how you increase. Because it's not easy. Like, there's no way around that knight on e6.
Yeah, I think Anish might have underestimated how strong king h7 is defensively. Bishop f6 just doesn't work. You take it. Okay, rook g6 looks impressive, but what's the threat? White might be at a dead end here, and black is unrolling some serious queenside play, Jeffrey. Maybe even b5, a5, and b4.
You could really take it slow. Yeah, I don't see what queen e3 does. You could also try and start penetrating that rook via the c-file, which that seems to be where he's heading.
Precisely what he's doing. He wants to move that knight out of the way, and rook c2 is going to be a pretty devastating threat, coupled with knight c4. Ugh.
Oh,
again,
man.
That
Yeah,
knight on
I think...
e6.
Whoa, bishop f6.
Whoa!
What is this?
Whoa.
Hang on a second. If I take?
Well, we're about to find out. He simply takes back. Oh, and queen f6, rook g6 is his idea.
Oh my, that is huge. And meanwhile, there's rook g7, so rook e8, queen c3
what a move.
instantly.
Hitting the knight, and as you said, rook g7 here is a massive threat. How does Nihal defend against both?
Oh my God,
don't see
it's 7 seconds and counting. This is just insane intuition by Anish.
This is unbelievable. 1 second. No, he gives up c6, and now it's basically over.
I didn't see a defense either. He's going to try. Oh, no, but this isn't going to get it done.
The simplest is rook g6 here. but you don't even need to rush. An H move
Queen
would be
D6
Queen D6.
looks great, just
Wait.
inching in.
Maybe Queen D6, Knight F4.
Holy cow!
Wait, that might actually have worked.
Oh my god, that might have worked. So Anish is not taking any chances. Just get that queen off the board. Plays Queen D6.
And that's probably worth showing after the game. Now Knight H4 ends the game. Wow.
So sharp.
What a start.
He's so sharp. I mean, I thought Nihal was sort of getting somewhere on the queen side, but he slammed that move Bishop F6, which I didn't see coming from a mile away. And there's just so hard to defend there with no time.
Let's instant replay that. If we could bring up an analysis board really, really quickly. I promise we won't spend long. But just to remind everybody of what Anish just did, Bishop F6. So the actual idea was to meet Queen F6 with Rook G6. This is easy to miss. So Nihal goes Rook E8. Now the queen swings to C3, attacking the knight on the other side of the board. Apparently, Jeffrey, the only way to stay in the game was Bishop C4 and giving up the queen this way. But how do you find that with no time on the clock? Once he gave the knight up, the game is over. And there was another trick to avoid. If you had just made a neutral move, Black could have moved the knight away and been threatening Rook E2. Apparently, White's still winning, but the way Giri converted that was so clean. Wow.
Surgical. Absolutely surgical. And the pressure is suddenly on Nihal to sort of stop the bleeding here. I mean, Anish has come here to play. Like, maybe he saw that that Nihal was a slight favorite. He's trying to prove them wrong right now.
He's trying to prove them wrong. He is proving them wrong. And I like his position again. In game 3 here, Nihal suddenly with the white pieces has a lot of things to prove.
Well, wait a second. Oh yeah, Anish is black. I was about to say there are some tactics here, like connected with, for example, Rook B1. Maybe you can even take on B2 there, get greedy. I'm not sure if you do that. Bishop A6, though, that is, now that you point that out, I like this much more.
Yeah, and the issue is that B3 is never possible. Anish, speaking of not having had your breakfast, I would rule this out, Jeffrey, just because I don't like giving up the fianchettoed bishop in these cases. But I think what Giri's saying is that if White plays Bishop D4, he can maybe take on B2 and shut the bishop down with E5. Do you think this makes sense?
I mean, I know that as a King's Indian player yourself, you're never ever considering
This
a
is tearing my heart
transition like
out.
this. Yeah,
This is
but
tearing my heart out.
I don't know. Maybe he feels like there's not enough material for White to really benefit from the lack of that defensive bishop.
Yeah, I mean, White isn't left with that many pieces, obviously, especially if another pair of rooks gets traded. Okay, Queen C7, hitting the rook on B8. Yeah, where's that rook going?
I think it's got to go back home to B1.
back to
I don't
B1.
see. I don't actually see another square. You're not going Rook A8, obviously. You just get trapped there. So, yeah, it's got to go Rook B1. And now, guessing you take on E1 and develop the bishop. Looks very, very stable yet again for Anish here.
No, totally. He's not getting mated here. Although White could try. Queen C3 on the board. First serious threat of the game here with Bishop H6. But you could just throw an F6, and he does. Oh, and look at Nihal.
Ooh.
E5. The positional pawn sack. F takes E5. I think he wants to take on C5.
And play Rook E1. And but even there, I mean, what exactly are you playing for? I go Rook F4, for instance.
No, you're playing from your back foot here for sure. There's no way Black can be worse. He's 2 pawns up after all.
Yeah, I mean, pawns are ugly here for Black, but they are still pawns.
And if you're Giri, I think you're not playing conservatively. I think you're going for a 3-0 edge here. I mean, you can't catch Nihal reeling that many times. So this is a chance for Anish to follow your advice and run it up as early in the match as possible.
Oh, absolutely. You step on the gas here as Anish, especially considering the start. He's feeling it. Like that Bishop F6 move already shows me that Anish is in great form. And yeah, now goes Bishop F5. I guess as White, I don't think you trade bishops here. But on the other hand, where else? How do you avoid it?
Well, you can move the bishop, but that looks mighty awkward. Like you could play Bishop A4 maybe, or Bishop B3. Nihal does trade on F5. And I was going to mention G4 is a very weakening move, but you really have to try to restore the material balance here.
Yeah, you do at the end of the day. And maybe for Anish, just I was gonna suggest dropping back and then seeking activity with the queen, but this also
Don't
works.
don't
Yeah,
go
don't
rook
forget
takes
about the check.
C4. That's a check. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, but I think a simple move like queen d6 should suffice.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and still, I contend the black cannot possibly be worse. This is probably going to be a draw. Some way, somehow, the pawns are going to liquidate.
That would be my best guess as well. Although I'm looking at queen d6, maybe queen e3 is the response. And all of a sudden, white's gonna start attacking everywhere on e7, c5, f4.
Yeah, and the last thing you want is to give away the e7 pawn and allow long-term play down the e-file. You know, I think at this point, Anish has to bail out if he sees the option to do so, but I don't see a clean way to bail out here. I might even prefer white in this position. What about rook f3?
Trying to exchange rooks tactically.
Try to do
Definitely
that,
an
yeah.
option. I might even. No, queen e1. You got rook h3 maybe.
Yeah, queen d6. He goes for your move after a very long 70-second think. And what's his response to queen e3? That's the big question.
Can you go queen d4 and just force a drawish endgame?
Just say, for goodness sake, all rook endgames are drawn.
Exactly.
Wait, queen d4, rook c5. But
take it, rook e4. I feel like no, but then king f2.
Maybe rook f3.
So rook f3 in that case, yeah.
Let's bring up an analysis board really quickly. What we're discussing is queen d4, rook takes c5. You can't take the rook. Queen takes e3, f takes e3, and now not rook e4, king f2, but rook to f3, and this has to be.
But he's allowed rook e7 in
Jeffrey.
the game. I don't know if he's showing ambition or if he just didn't like that endgame.
I don't know. I feel like he might be losing the grip here a little bit. It still must be a draw. And maybe it's just a perpetual with queen d1, and wherever you go, black just gives the corresponding diagonal check.
Aha. Yeah, I can't really venture up the board. I was trying to see if I could get my king up to h4, but you've always got queen f6.
Wait a minute. Yeah, king h4, queen f6, and then queen f2 got mated.
Yeah, so this was just a very safe way to make a draw. Solid result for Anish. He keeps the 2-point edge.
And another indicator, Jeffrey, of good form, where he just took over a minute, as long as it took, and he just hammered out that draw. He didn't give Nihal any unnecessary chances. Wait a second.
Whoa, rookie.
Wait a second.
Why did I not think this was a move? Yeah, it is.
I didn't think so either, because you're pinning yourself.
Right, counterintuitive. Maybe called that draw too soon. The game goes on here.
Oh, definitely called that draw too soon. I think rook d4, he just wants to drop his king back to stop rook d3, and then the rook is free to roam about the cabin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And I feel like that caught Anish off guard, because he was taking a casual sip of water, probably expecting the game to end. But now all of a sudden, yeah, king g2.
There it is. 50 seconds now. And for the first time this match, Anish feeling the heat on the clock here.
Yes, this is what I feel like. This is the best recipe for success as Nihal to combine pressure on the clock with the board. He does this so effectively in other matches that I've seen.
He's the best in the business at that. 25 seconds for Anish. Maybe king f7 is what the doctor ordered here. Just prevent the rook infiltration. But it's such a hard move to play. He plays it. But he's now down away with 2 minutes.
If I play queen f3 again, you probably play the endgame down a pawn, maybe? Or you just
you're saying queen f6.
Or do you just
sidestep? Maybe you
sidestep?
just drop the king away.
And there's nothing there, yeah. Okay, so maybe it's still within the margins here.
I think it is, and let's not forget, black is still up a pawn, so he's got that small cushion, as weak as the queenside pawns are. I don't see a good way for Nihal to throw more kindling onto the fire.
I'm looking at a queen b3 move, trying to enter through the queenside and sort of reconfiguring my setup.
Queen b3, queen b7 shenanigans going on. I think he's going to do that.
It looks like the only attempt, But I have a feeling that even after a move like king f6, I don't really have a good follow-up.
Or maybe king f8, but not king g7, because then there's a very nasty check on b7, and the heavy piece is double on the 7th rank.
He does try it. Okay.
Oh, king f6 played.
The problem
Good
is
call.
if you move the rook, I'm instantly swapping queens with queen d5. But hold on a sec. Rook e3, rook f3?
Oh, meeting a check with a check.
That
How
does...
much?
Yeah, he plays it.
King g7, queen b7, queen d7. Black's still holding on, but he's got 10 seconds.
This is tricky. I would want to keep the queen along the pin, but can you? Like queen b7, king h6? Can I do that?
Yeah, then queen e7. You have
Queen
rook f4.
Oh wow. No,
Oh
he's
my
not gonna
gosh.
take that risk. Queen b7. Now queen b8, perhaps?
Threatening mate in 1. Oh, what a tricky move. Misdirection. And he's threatening a5 as well. I don't think Anish is surviving this.
Oh man, yeah, only 5 seconds,
And-
queen e7. He can take either pawn.
I would take a5 just for the imbalance, create the outside passer. It's not over, but for the first time, we're talking about an objective edge for white.
Yeah, he
2
does
seconds.
just that.
Oh,
Now,
c4,
I
c5,
think you start-
good move.
I think you just start pushing here though with a4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you never know when you'll get another chance to do that.
Yeah, queen
That's
c3 would be met by c5. I don't know where else to put that queen, which is why I think in general you always are going to push, but you don't know where to put the queen. That's why you want to stay flexible here.
Oh, queen c3 check. Now, rook f3.
Wait, there was rook
tossing
e4,
black
queen
around.
f3. There was rook e4, queen
Oh!
f3 in that position.
Forcing the pawn endgame. Great call.
But still, 1.7
He's gonna
seconds
win.
here for Anish.
a5, keep pushing. Or this. Oh, he's going to flag, and he gives up c6.
Oh, but c pawn,
and he's
yeah,
just
it's all.
crumbling. Yeah.
Wow.
Whew. What a win for Nihal. What a
Such
win.
an important moment. I mean, I called that too soon. I feel really bad. Like I missed the rook e5, and he just found a way to keep the game going.
I mean, he was repeating moves. Listen, I'm pretty sure Anish thought the game was over. You called it. He kind of sat back in his chair, and that psychological effect. Suddenly, you're back on the defensive. I mean, that's what Nihal does so well. He squeezes out any position. Like, doesn't matter how drawish it seems. It seemed like Anish was in charge for most of the first half of that game, and yet, using combined pressure on the clock and on the board, Nihal is now within a point. Big win. Big win right there.
Indeed, and I love that feature chat. Magnus like went. That was shades of Magnus, where no matter the position, you just play. You keep the pressure. Well deserved. Really well deserved.
A little bit of nasty there for Nihal. Now, what do we make of this opening? We have a Rui Lopez, a sideline, and Black is clearly preparing the move f5.
Yeah, this is one of Nihal's pet systems. The funny thing about it is I think he's the only serious player that plays it. It's a Roy Lopez where the knight ventures to g6, not the most typical square. And I think he's actually got a pretty favorable version. I like this f5 idea. I don't see how you stop it as white, and maybe he solved all his problems here.
I think he has. It's, reminiscent of a Philidor setup with these pawns on c6 and d6, but these pawns are actually kind of nice. They're controlling all of the squares on the 5th rank, and most importantly, they're completely restricting the mobility of White's knight, which is now 0 prospects sitting on c3. I think Black's slightly better after d5. I mean, this is as good as it gets.
But, okay, I see Anish's concept. He's going to try and get control of this diagonal. Maybe the rook on a8 will be tied down to a7. He could follow this up with a b4 potentially. But watch out. h2 might be hanging. Yeah, because g3, Black would just sack the bishop.
Bishop c5, trying to force the bishop trade. Nihal says no, no, no. And I'm worried that White's got this massive pileup on the queen side. I'm worried about the long-term prospects for White's king.
Yeah, Anish playing really fast in a position where I sense a lot of danger. There could be a bishop h2 siding, which I mentioned. Again, g3 would trap the bishop, but I could sack there. I would already have 3 pawns in a massive attack.
And that's a super instructive sequence that people can't forget about. I think a lot of people just assume that you can't take on h2, but that sack on g3 is often so powerful.
And
And
now
rook
Anish is
e4.
thinking, but I'm afraid it could be too late.
So bishop d3, I think you take and then take on h2, as you indicated. And it's on
And
the
then
board.
after g3, you take it. At the very
Yeah.
least, you're probably getting a fourth pawn in that line. I don't think you have checkmate per se, but you just intuitively sack the bishop and go.
And this is very much Nihal style. He likes these long-term sacrifices. You know, we saw the exchange sack in the first game. It didn't quite work out, but this is very much up his alley.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Anish has another response in mind. After bishop d3 cd, bishop h2, does he want... Because you can also just ignore it with a move like rook e1 and play for compensation.
Just play for the e file, basically. And the dark squares on the queen side.
Yeah, but I mean, I have trouble really buying into the compensation. It is an important h-pawn after all. Like, if you give that up down the road, black's queen could swing around queen f7. So
to take Nihal's side here, I think he has to go down that path. Because if you don't take on h2, you give white a respite, you give white a chance to play g3, and suddenly, you know, white only needs a couple moves, right? g3, rook a e1, and suddenly the flame of black's initiative is extinguished. So I think Nihal doing the right thing to take a deep think here, and he can afford to do that. It's a 5-minute time control.
Yeah, clearly calculating, very critical moment. I think bishop e4 is the other move, but yeah, he does ultimately go for this.
That's why I didn't put this on the analysis board. I had a pretty good feeling this would happen on the board. And what is white supposed to do now? Queen d2?
But then rook e5.
Queen h2, and you just want to grab on f3?
Exactly.
D3.
I was also thinking about queen g4 there. Hold on. Queen g4 might be huge.
Let's pull up an analysis board as Anish contemplates his next move. Queen d2 is what we're discussing. Here, threatening rook h5, so queen h2, and you're saying queen g4, quiet but deadly.
How do you deal? I mean, why is this not just winning?
Why is this not just winning? Apparently, queen g2
there's
on
queen
for
g2
dear
here.
life.
Queen h5, queen h2. Wow. But we might see this on the board. I think we're going to see this.
And we are. And rook e5 has been played, as, of course, was queen d2. Let's go back to the live board. And this is so hard to defend from a practical standpoint. He goes bishop g1, which I didn't see.
That's a clever defensive resource there, bringing this bishop back. And now, as Nihal, do you have time to double the rooks? Not really, because bishop h2 and like queen g2 are coming.
Yeah, it's not all, you know, peaches and cherries here for black. Give white a couple moves, he consolidates. You don't want a queen trade if you're black, even if you can get, you know, 3 pawns for the piece, which you have, right? I think an endgame will be seriously problematic for black, given the dark square weaknesses on the queen side and the inability to move the rook from a8.
Yeah, and in any endgame, those queenside pawns are going to be ultra soft for black. White can pick them off like cherries. And
nice.
But I mean, meanwhile, I was gonna say, how else do you like make an idea here for black? I'm trying to form things, but nothing seems to work.
I agree. I think you have to slow roll it, which he's doing. Bishop h2, of course, the idea is queen h3. You don't lose the rook. No, he goes rook h5. Okay. And now I guess something like queen g2, he wants to go for your old idea, just take on d3 and say, hey, I've got 4 pawns for the piece, for goodness sake.
That is true. Yeah, right now do I have like queen g... No. I was trying queen g2, queen d3, queen f3 just to force the queens off. But you would have rook e2 at the end of the line.
And the knight defends the f8 square.
Exactly, yeah. There's no rook e1 either. Their tactics connected with rook h2.
He goes knight back to c3. So Anish still in defensive mode, which makes sense. He's stopping various rook e2 related ideas.
Yes, controlling E2
Okay.
is certainly important.
The ball back
At
in Nihal's
s-
court.
Yeah, at some point, Black might want to throw in like an H6. Not sure if you do it now, but just long term, I'm worried about potential backrink ideas coming in for White.
Oh, totally. No, it's a big problem, especially when you're talking about like the rook from E8 moving. I was thinking about the move knight E5, but that opens up a major can of worms in the back rank. It might allow queen F2.
Exactly.
Huh. So maybe this is the time for H6. Just put it in, especially given your time situation. 30 seconds now for Nihal. He's feeling the heat again.
Yeah, it's role reversal from last game. He ultimately does agree with us.
It's a good thing. Pat on the back. Now, it's important that rook G1, there's this queen F3 check move, and you shouldn't rule out sacrifices on H2. White's not out of the woods on the king side.
I love rook
Uh-oh.
F2 though, preparing rook G1, I think.
Indeed. So maybe time to bring the knight into the attack.
Yeah, now that you don't have the backrink problems to worry about, I think. Oh, but 95 rook E1, could that pin be an issue?
Oh, you can't move the knight, give up E8 with check. We're about to find out. Rook E1, that is a nasty move to face with your last
It's not
seconds.
even. Yeah, you can't even vacate the pin easily. You don't want to play a move like rook G8 that looks very sad.
Maybe king H7.
Oh, avoiding the
knight
check.
F3.
Wow. That is deep. That is deep. I think Anish is going to play rook E1 though, because otherwise, I mean, there are too many threats here with knight D3, knight G4, knight F3.
Yeah, this could absolutely go either way. Another problem for white is that queen F4 is never an issue because if rook takes H2, it's actually hard to find a good anchored spot for the queen. And D3 is also hanging. And
Rook
he might
G1,
just
okay.
take on D3.
Yeah, I was not sure how to evaluate this endgame. I mean,
No.
whoa, queen H3. So all the threats still alive. You can always go back. You can divert to this rook E1. You can also go queen E2, I'm noticing.
You have to stop knight F3. Knight G4 is a secondary threat. You called it. And there's that rook E6 move threatening. Not sure exactly what. I guess knight takes D3 is a threat.
Knight D3. Knight D3 is a big threat.
Okay, so queen F1 comes to mind. But then still knight takes D3 is a problem. Rook F8 check, though.
Oh, rook F8, rook G7 would be mate.
Oh my god,
Oh my God.
What a crazy idea. We'll have to show this one way or the other. He goes D4. Knight D3?
What is the response? 5 seconds for Neo. He's got
Oh, rook F8 and rook F7. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me? Oh
no.
my goodness.
He's threatening
can't
checkmate.
Be serious. He
rook
finds
G5?
it.
No, but now
So if you
the
take
win?
on G5,
Rook takes in rook F3.
Back.
Takes in rook F3.
Oh my god. If he finds that, I'm walking away.
He's got the time.
Goodness sake.
He's got the moves.
Oh my god. Oh my
wow. God. This is unbelievable. And he wins the second piece. Dude, Anish's form is killer right now.
That is so sharp. How did he find all of that with only 10 seconds?
No, that was crazy. Before we go on a break, and there will be a halftime break, we have to pull that up and post-mortem that for those who had a hard time following. I had a hard time following. First of all, Jeffrey, rook F7, look at this move. The idea is not perpetual. It's flat out checkmate. It's flat out checkmate.
Beautiful mating pattern that everyone should familiarize themselves with. And rook G5 was the only move, but here came rook G5 and rook F3, another intermezzo counterattacking on the queen. Everything hanging here for black. No defense.
Everything is on perfect spots. Rook takes H3. It's crucial that this is check. Otherwise, knight F2 would be a fork. And white, of course, picks up the second minor piece. Unbelievable handling of the complex position for Anish Giri. He is up 3-1. But as we look at the score, Jeffrey, the good news for Anish, I mean, it's only a 2-point lead. It feels like Anish has been totally dominating, but there's an eternity left. And, Nihal had a nice win there as well.
If there's one thing I know about Nihal is he never, ever goes away. I feel like he always strikes back. I recall in the GCC match, he trailed on multiple occasions, but just always had the answers. So I'm expecting him to, exchange blow for blow with Anish, and we'll see exactly what he has in mind right after the break.
Indeed, we will. We're going to have 45 more minutes of 5+1 action. This match is already living up to the expectations. We'll give the players a breather. We'll take one ourselves, and we will be back with more Speed Chess Championship on the other side of this short break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Grandmaster Nihal Saran, Grandmaster Anish Giri duking it out in an incredible SCC match. Chopping it up for you today, GM Daniel Naroditsky and GM Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, those 45 minutes felt like 3 seconds.
Oh man, it was amazing. It was just an incredible display by both players. especially Anish, though. Over the break, I was thinking just how epic that combination was. It was even more unbelievable is the fact that I think he had to find that entire combination to not be worse. Like, he would have been on the ropes if not for all this Rook of 8, Rook of 7, and Rook of 3 at the very end. So just insane tactical vision by Anish, especially under pressure, and I want to see if he keeps it up.
Yeah, this SCC has been all about defying expectations. I mean, we had Fabiano Caruana, right? We talk, oh, he's not a good bullet player. Levon Aronian hasn't played any bullet at all. And now Anish Giri, he's not going to be able to handle it in time scrambles. Guess what? None of those narratives were true. But 45 more minutes of 5+1 action. Nihal has the white pieces. And once again, very important for him to deliver here and stop this match from getting out of control. You lose 2 more games, boom. It's a 4-point match.
And now we see a Grunfeld, which I know Anish has essayed in the past, but his normal repertoire against d4 exists of Nimzo, so this could have caught Nihal slightly off guard.
Yeah, and he kind of responds to the quiet setup, the bishop on d2. And I've seen people play this before. D takes c5, grabs a pawn. But, Jeffrey, this is supposed to be fine for black. I wonder what Nihal's going to bring to the table here. This looks... I'm skeptical about his setup.
Yeah, it's the subtle opening. I believe it was played by Alexei Dreyev. And I had the same impression when I was playing him over the board. Like, what is this? This is nothing. Just make an easy draw and go home. But it turns out that white clings onto that d5 pawn. It's not necessarily easy for black to prove full equality without knowing what you're doing here.
Oh, for sure. No, that makes sense. a6, a4, of course, to stop b5. So does black want to try b6 and bishop b7 here? I mean, maybe that weakens the c6 square a little too much.
I think, yeah, the problem with b6 might be white could go like queen e2, delaying castles just to threaten e4. That might be an idea.
No, I totally agree. But I love Anish's last move. Bishop f5. Clearly trying to prepare knight fe4, and that's very much in the spirit of the Grunfeld, playing in the center and bringing all of his pieces into the game.
Yeah, I still feel like there are games in this line. It's a blast from the past, actually. This line used to be pretty topical, I want to say back in like 2016. And it is, I believe it's either knight c4 here or there's like a bishop g4 at some point.
You're right on the money. I'm looking at Opening Explorer. There are still games in this position, and more than one of them. And even Rook FD1 has been played. Now I see that Bishop G4 was played in all 3 games to have reached this position. Is Anish going to deviate? Clearly, both players, I think, are out of book at this point. But maybe not entirely.
You never know. You really never know. Like,
yeah.
Sometimes they're just trying to recall things.
Now, Bishop G4, Jeffrey, I think is a nasty little move because it creates the positional threat of bishop takes f3. Let's not forget the bishop on c4 is under fire.
Yeah, white has to be careful. He's got a lot of hanging pieces. I could also envision like that bishop on g7 seeing the light of day and being a monster. So yeah, it's not... Whoa. Wait a second, though. Knight g4 I have not seen.
Yeah, that is quite the move, and he's trying to force the exchange on e4, and then he's saying, hey, my bishop is going to be a beast in that position. I don't know. Knight e4 and bishop c3 comes to mind.
I guess in that case, you'd be left with a weakness on c3 after the trades.
And like 15 other weaknesses.
I'm looking at... So knight e4 looks correct, and then where do you move the bishop? Maybe to b4 to attack on e7 makes sense?
And you're also opening up contact between the rook and the d5 pawn, and allowing the possibility of d6.
Exactly.
And then I guess I go queen c7.
Oh, setting up nasty attacks all over c4 and on h2. Wow, that is a nice idea.
Yeah, it's actually quite thorny. And Nihal isn't rushing to take on e4. Is there any other candidate moves? No, he takes on e4. He was thinking about his next move. And knight f3 to g5. You called it. He moves his knight.
So yeah, now
what is black supposed to do now?
Two pieces are hanging. Bishop f5 is the most obvious to protect both,
Then
but
already
then
E4?
exactly. Then like e4 and you slowly push black back. And might I add, you're still a pawn down, a central pawn. So there's something to prove here for Anish.
Yeah, and you can feast your eyes on the Smarter Chess live predictions on the lower right-hand side of your screen. I always love seeing the swings of that graph. And right now, Anish, 61% favor to win, but obviously way too early to tell. We have an eternity still left. And Jeffrey, I think e4, his idea is queen c7, still threatening checkmate on h1.
That is a very powerful idea, but you know what? I'm looking at like a d6 in that position. Queen c7, d6 counterattack.
And if queen takes d6, then you can
Well,
focus
then,
on defending h2.
but then c4 is no longer hanging. So I think I go g3. Also, I have discoveries with the bishop. f7 is a target.
d6 is a great move, and it might be the only one, and he plays it. Oh,
Beautiful spot. And now here's the second point. If you take on c4, I'll take, and then I take on e7. Then I take on f5, and at some point I'll slam down the move rook d8.
Let's bring up an analysis board to show that's a very instructive line. You're saying queen c4, there's the very important intermediate move, de, that hits the rook, and the nasty possibility of the rook appearing on d8 makes this such a nasty position to defend. Guess what? It's on the board. He's gone for it, and this position is on the board. Great call.
Yeah, we're going right down the rabbit hole. If he takes on e7, the question is, do I have a good follow-up there?
Oh my god. There's some crazy lines where if black plays h6 here and tries to throw that in, I'm thinking about the bishop moving away, sacking the knight and going rook d8. Probably too speculative. But
oh my.
To your point, Jeffrey, rook takes c7, of course, has to be assessed first. Because if that move works out, white could end up being worse here in the end.
Well, hang on a second. White is currently up 2 pawns. So I don't think...
Oh.
Am I counting it right?
One.
Yeah,
yes,
it's an optical illusion, but it is actually 2 pawns here.
No, that changes a lot. That changes a lot. I thought rook takes c7 restores the material balance. But it doesn't.
Right, but I think you still got to play it. Like, he might see if he can throw in the move h6. It looks so speculative, though.
Yeah, h6. And it might not even be the greatest thing in the world to chase the knight away from f3. White could just say, hey, okay, fine. I'm just going to stabilize my material advantage. Bishop to d4 is the approach taken by Giri as he hunts for activity, as much activity as possible to compensate for his lack of pawns.
Right, he cuts off the d file from the rook, so no more rook d8 ideas. And I guess he's saying that e7 is a dead duck anyway. So he can pick that up at his convenience.
I think a wild Eric Rosen is going to appear. You mentioned the word duck. You've played your share of duck chess, haven't you?
I have played against Eric himself. And let me just say that it was a humbling experience for me. It wasn't exactly a gym against or is he an FM or IM? But whichever he is in duck chess, it was a different story.
You fell for some quactics.
I
had a similar experience for what it's worth in Toronto.
Yeah, it was more of not seeing quactics. Like, I tried to sack for an initiative, but he always used that duck just to block all of my ideas.
It's one of the most annoying things I've ever faced. And right now, Nihal is facing some annoying threats on the board. How does he defend the pawn on f2? Because a move like knight e4 is very loose. That walks into rook takes c7. So I guess bishop e1 comes to mind to open up the d file, but that seems passive as well, Jeffrey. This one is pretty double-edged.
Right, this was a nice find by Anish. Bishop c3. So what is... Oh, does he want bishop c3, rook d8?
Oh my gosh. And then I guess that forces rook c8. No, that's out of the question, I think. What if you play bishop takes f2 check and then drop back to b6 or something?
Oh, excellent idea. Excellent idea. Because then you'd set up knight forks.
And you could do the
Think he
same thing,
sees
by
it.
the way. Bishop b6 and then knight e3 check
Yes.
is a massive threat. And you're stopping rook d8.
Most importantly, and you also got rook e7 and knight h2 on tap as well.
Apparently not the best move, but neither was Nihal's response. He allows knight e3 check, but obviously gf is a huge mate threat.
I think you can go hg here.
Oh!
Oh no, he finds rook f4.
Oh my god. And Jeffrey, knight
What's going
f3,
on?
there's like knight takes h2 check.
And rook e7, you're just collecting all the pawns with check.
And white's king is caught in the crossfire. Knight f2 is now a massive threat, and black is in charge.
Rook e1 only move to avoid
Rook
all
d7.
forks.
And knight e3.
But the time
Then the
advantage, I
king.
mean, yeah, the time situation is very favorable for Nihal. That's an important thing.
I feel like white's favored to win this game, given the time situation.
Exactly. Yeah. So do you jump knight e6? You can also throw in like an a5 at any moment.
a5. Very much a Nihal move, I think, to play a5 first. And maybe even g3 can be considered.
You called it. He plays it. And now, where do you even put the rook?
Knight e4.
Rook f5, but that allows knight e4.
And you're starting to crumble. a5, bishop a7, still holding on is Anish Giri.
I guess it's all under control for the moment.
Maybe a move like rook e2, just kind of try to keep the tension, double your rooks.
Black
I
can
feel like
always
that's a
go.
Nihal move.
Yeah. I don't see another idea other than doubling. Goes for bishop a7.
Wow, the way Nihal has managed to position his pieces here, controlling all of the key infiltration squares, but he's got 1 second. Knight d6.
Wait, this move allows him. Knight d6. Oh my god.
And there's h4 mate at the end.
Oh my
Holy
god. Will he
smokes,
find it?
he
He
found
does.
it. Ooh. Rook e7, it's mate. There's going to be h4 checkmate. What a mate.
We have been spoiled so far in this match. There have been
Oh.
so many brilliant tactics shown. We're only, what is this, like 6 games in or 5 games in? But I mean, it's been a fascinating display and another amazing illustration.
Another gem, and Nihal's wins have been so gritty, but it took him a millisecond to find knight d6. And Jeffrey, we kind of called it earlier. It's really only a matter of time. When you've got 2 seconds against Nihal in a complicated position, he is going to trick you one way or the other. Might take him 5 moves, might take him 15. It's going to happen. That was a beautiful mating combination in the endgame.
Incredible stuff we're witnessing so far.
Okay, and we have a Caro-Kann. A little bit of a toned down opening after that display of fireworks. And the
Yeah, I
short
thought-
variation.
I was thinking Nihal might actually go back to the e4, e5 because I loved his position with that unorthodox setup, knight e7, knight g6. But as I said before the match, he does like to mix things up.
Yep, and I've seen him play the Caro-Kann pretty consistently. He also likes the French. So, okay, so knight h6, very typical developing square. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeffrey. I'm not a big specialist in this line, but I've seen the knight jump into f5, kind of like in the French. I mean, there's a lot of shared ideas with the advanced French.
I feel like f6 might be his idea. Sometimes the knight retreats itself to f7, finds a home there. You fight for this very important e5.
And the position's going to get very sharp, especially if we have a trade on f6 and the center opens up. You sometimes see black castling queenside here.
Now, I was even considering taking with the pawn, but maybe it would have been too much. Queen takes f6. He just wants to go knight f7, bishop d6, and finish his development.
Yeah, knight b3. Anish paving open the diagonal for his bishop and deploying it to e3. But again, I think Nihal has handily solved all of his opening problems.
Yeah, I love this. And he's going to generate an initiative once again sooner or later with this e5 move, which you're highlighting. And as white, where exactly are you going to be playing?
Yeah, what's your knight doing? What's your bishop doing? And as you said, what are you doing against the positional threat of e5? And they're actually going to get a similar structure, Jeffrey, oddly enough, to that e4, e5 game. Like, they might get an identical pawn structure with this pawn chain in the center.
Yeah, Anish got the better of him. Like, he did win that game, but that was dangerous. Like, I thought I would have been shaking in my boots as Anish. He handled it very well. I'm not sure if he can get away with it twice in a row, though.
I think Anish is as slippers kind of guy. I don't know. Just a guess.
So I think he's ready for e5. I know rook a1 is always useful, but I still see nothing wrong with just an e5 break here.
Yeah, you don't want to overcook it because, and I think that might be what he's doing. He throws in h6, just cover g5 square. He basically says there's no hurry. But does this give Anish a chance to prepare himself better for e5? And if so, how?
Yeah, I would consider. I was gonna say was considering a maneuver like knight c1, get the knight in the center, but gonna try queen d1. Not sure exactly what the concept is, but perhaps just another useful waiting move, anticipating e5.
Yeah, maybe just moving the queen out of the line of fire of a potential knight that appears on e5, taking the sting out of knight c4. Nihal continues to prepare it, and I think he's gonna go rook a to e8 now.
Yeah, this one I quite like because I don't see any disadvantage to playing b6. So I like that he's brought his final piece into the game. Full army now participating, and e5. I mean, but knight h2 is nice. Knight h2, I think he wants. Does he? I was gonna say maybe he had bishop g4, but
I thought bishop g4 too. But he goes knight g4. Now the queen kind of sinks its teeth into this very nice square on h4. It's actually very safe there for the time being. Okay, trade on e5.
Yeah, it feels like all the black pieces are just lurking around white's king.
Yeah, this is starting to heat up seriously. And that, I think, is the drawback of b6. You've got this very tender pawn on c6 now, so you can't as easily move the knight away from e5. And if you lose that pawn, and by the way, Jeffrey, knight takes c6 is a threat here and right now, which I just realized.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I was going to suggest move like king h8 or king h7. You might still have knight c6.
Oh, because you're forking the two minors. Maybe rook f6 there at the end, but I agree, it gets super messy.
Yeah, that is quite amusing. And how else do you take care of the issue?
Yeah, like how do you defend against this very obvious threat? Oh my gosh. I don't see it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at bishop e4, but that feels loose. It can always be kicked.
Oh my god, and you can maybe still play knight takes c6 and follow up with a slow move f3. I mean, this is unbelievable. Crazy. And obviously, bishop f7 walks into knight f5. That's 1-0.
Easy to blunder such things. Is there no, there's really not. I'm trying to investigate like king h7, knight c6, knight c6, queen d5. I'm trying to investigate that because otherwise you don't want to make a move like bishop e4.
Really fast, if we could bring him an analysis board as Nihal continues to ponder. Well, actually, just as I said that, of course, he waited for me to say that and then played the move bishop e4.
He did play it.
Yeah, so I was just going to point out real fast that in this position, there is this idea of going rook to f6, but after takes, you can't take on c6, but you can play the simple move rook d1, and you're basically just skewering all of black's minor pieces. So maybe Nihal calculated this, decided that it was out of the question, and opted for your initial suggestion, bishop e4. And here I was saying that you can still take on c6 and play f3. Is there any merit to that?
It feels too weakening, though, on the diagonals, right? Like, you're weakening the squares there around the king. So I just feel intuitively I would go for something else.
Agreed. And he does go for something else.
Does he have f4 here? No, it's still f4, knight g6.
And there's this queen g3 idea that could come knocking if you play f3 at the wrong moment.
Oh my, I mean.
By the way, also queen f4, queen g3.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this could get scary.
I don't like knight takes e5. I feel like that unties black's hands.
Right. He might have needed that knight too to, engage in the defense of white's king. So now, I feel like he wanted to follow it up with f4, but he realized that would just be too weakening. Like all these queen g3, knight g6.
Oh, he plays f3. But what do you do after queen g3?
I assume bishop f2? Bishop f2.
Bishop f2. Oh my god, there are some crazy tactics there.
But there might be something. My juices are flowing. Like knight G. Whoa, knight G4
totally.
takes queen G3. Wait. Look at knight G4 here.
Oh my god, knight G4 first. What a move. Okay, analysis board, please. Knight G4.
But hang on,
F8.
FG. Yes.
So this is mate. Just to show that real fast. FG.
Queen
Here.
G3, bishop F3. What is this?
So what if you start with bishop takes G2?
Oh my god, that is lethal.
I mean, you called the main idea. This is mate. Holy smokes. Here, queen G3 and queen H2.
And he's locking in. He smells something.
He does, but will he see knight G4? And he
Oh.
does! He does!
I
It's
cannot
on the
believe
board.
this. Like, this match, you could not have asked for more tactics to start.
No, it's crazy how many combinations we've had from both players. And Anish leaning in. He's like, WTF is this? Oh, it's over.
man.
Knight G4
But
ends the
this
game.
is just part one. This is part one. Like, it's easy to get tempted with queen G3. I was tunneling on queen G3, but
Totally.
see if
And
Nihal-
bishop F3 holds on.
yeah, does he see that bishop takes G2 idea? I feel like
He pre-moved
he
it.
pre-moved it. There's your answer.
Exactly. That was a statement
Wow.
move, and the way he delivered it was a statement move. And White's kingside collapses.
That is sick.
I guess you can try knight F5 maybe just to muddy the waters, but Nihal has way too much time on his clock for any of that to work.
Right, just queen H3 there. He's gonna
Just
try to
pre-moving.
relieve pressure on that file, but I mean, another rook just shows up.
Knight F5, rook F5, and queen G3 is how the game might end.
Lights out. There's also queen
Unbelievable.
H3. I'm not sure which is cleaner. I mean, it's hard to argue with the one you suggested.
Yeah, because it just feels like there's so many mate threats there. Nihal is going to double check it. And without
Man.
further ado, he ends the game. Unbelievable. Bishop F2, queen H2 mate.
This really is a heavyweight match, and just like that, he ties it.
Incredible. The match is tied, 2 wins in a row, and not just any wins, 2 wins in amazing style by Nihal Sarin. And just like that, the lead has been erased. Just like that.
And I think Anish wants to make an adjustment. Like, no, he's not gonna allow Nihal to get his attack going, and immediately playing something very quiet. See some symmetrical structure here, just calm things down.
Well, the first couple games were worrisome for Nihal, but ever since he's been able to steer the game in the right kind of direction, he has displayed some incredible form. Both players are firing on all cylinders. Okay, so they're repeating a line, Jeffrey, that they had a couple of times in their CGC match. They had these types of positions pretty frequently. And Nihal's a big fan of these kind of symmetrical, grinded out knight F3 type positions. Let's see what he manages to make out of this.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, wasn't Nihal the one on the white side of those games?
Yeah, he was.
So certainly
was.
well versed. But I like this plan by Anish, and maybe Nihal's copying him as well with this rook c2 met by rook c7.
Or is, well, I guess maybe Anish is copying Nihal because I was the first one to play rook c2.
Oh, that
You're
is
just
true.
a
That is what
copycat.
I meant to say. Yeah, but okay, slight deviation here with queen b8 instead.
Yeah, queen b8. I think clearly he's trying to dial up some pressure on the c file. Okay, we have a trade. What's going on here? Rook takes c5. And maybe rook d1 hits that loose knight on d7.
Right, it would. Guessing Anish would just respond with like a knight df6.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole lot to say. Maybe I'm looking at a b4. I'm looking at a b4 and you expand on the queen side right now.
Yeah, and I second you that I don't really see where White's advantage is going to come from here. It feels like White is a small initiative. White's kind of calling the shots, but that might be a product of the fact that White's creating more one-move threats. That doesn't have anything to do with the objective evaluation.
Right, it is easy to get sort of misguided when you're making all the threats. Feels like you're dictating, but Black just responds and they're gonna hit back at some point. So I feel like he's got to generate something in order to really say that he can try with white.
You can try to dial up some positional pressure on the c6 square. You could play b4, kind of
Yes.
Catalan style, knight d4, and then b5 later. But that's really playing for the kind of long-term ideas. And look at the clock. Anish has only spent 19 seconds. He's up a whole 2 minutes. Nihal has to be careful.
Right. You also have to be careful of some like knight f2, not necessarily in the current position, but there could be like a knight f2 with a knight e4 if you're not careful and you just remove. I mean, you just play a careless move or two.
No, that's a great point. If you remove too many defenders and involve yourself too much on the queen side, that could strike at a very inopportune moment.
Right.
Okay,
So
he doubles.
Still keep it slow here. Maybe b4 is his idea because otherwise I don't really see it.
No, definitely. I think he's trying to play on the queen side. And for Anish, he's got to figure out where to put this rook. Rook d8 makes sense. But if you're anticipating b4, then so does rook f to c8. I think that's a big decision potentially.
Yes, rook f8, I think I would still meet it with b4.
Yep. And if you beat white to the punch, I think that creates too many weaknesses. You don't want to go b5.
Yes. Okay, he's going to play it. But after b4, where is this rook going? Oh,
Yes,
maybe he wants
c7.
I think he wants rook f5.
Uh-huh. And you called it pressuring the f2 pawn.
Yeah, because then you could never move the knight on f3. There might be some juicy tactics coming again. Like imagine a knight f2, bishop f3, knight e4, and rook f3 potentially.
Oh, you could uncork like a million of those sacrifices in a row. For sure. Or maybe knight f2, queen h2. I mean,
wow.
The pieces are just stuck on the queen side. That's the danger in any position. And I think Nihal senses the danger.
He sensed it, yes.
And drops it back. Good sense of, okay, maybe this will get a little bit annoying. And I don't have a lot of time on my clock, so let's just bail out, says Nihal.
Exactly. And as a niche, I think, you've lost the last two games. It makes sense to sort of play it safe here and just swap everything.
Totally. Yeah, I wouldn't get too enamored with your time advantage here. This is an easy position for white to handle. I mean, maybe Anish could make some token attempts in that resulting endgame, but I don't see Nihal losing a position this simple.
No, I don't see it either. It's just rock solid. Does he want to make a move to at least try and keep the tension? Yeah, I was about to say queen d6. So after rook c5, is he gonna try to keep a pair of rooks on the board or just fight for the c file here with rook c5?
We're about to find out. No, he's just gonna fight for the c file. And again, black is symbolically better here because of the better placement of his knight and the bishop. And white has to be a little bit careful, Jeffrey. I could see this getting a little bit out of hand if there's a knight that lands on c3 at the wrong moment.
Exactly.
So Nihal has to be on his toes here.
Yeah, I like that Anish is still keeping chances. And I assume that he's going to take with the knight. No, he takes with the bishop, which slightly surprises me.
Yeah, maybe he was worried about rook d1 and he wants to preserve the option of rook c2. Not entirely sure. But Nihal could take on c5 at this point, I would imagine.
Yeah, I feel like you
knight
take in...
d4.
Or even knight e5 with bishop c4. No, he goes for knight.
Third knight move. And bishop f3, I think, is his follow-up.
Just to totally liquidate the situation.
Yeah, if you're forcing a draw, then you might as well force a draw.
Yeah, take no chances. And as Anish, I feel like he's still trying. He's got this minute and change ahead on the clock. Can he really use it is the question.
Yeah, and I feel like super GMs are so good. Just no matter who you're talking about, Wesley, Anish, Hikaru, obviously Hikaru, at creating chances in these types of positions, but Nihal is way too solid. He's got too few weaknesses. He's got no weaknesses. I don't see this working out for Anish.
Yeah, Anish might be deciding whether to force a trade of queens with queen c2. No, he goes h5.
Ooh, spicy. Trying to force the imbalance.
Yeah, I do agree with him that knight e4 would most certainly be in black's advantage. You'd plant the knight on c3 in that case. So for white, how do you proceed this? You go bishop 3 anyway, or
the problem there is that black can maybe take and replace the bishop with the knight. And you think about those queenside pawns, they could get really weak, even in the event of a knight endgame. So Nihal clears out some space for himself with b4. Trying to carve out maybe a d4 square for the queen. Okay, trade.
Yep, they do get this endgame. Now, white wants to bring his king in, and then he'll be completely safe there.
Yep. You think about it, f3, or you don't even need f3. You can just go king f1, king e2 straight away. And Nihal accompanying his move with a draw for, what do you think?
I think Anish will accept it, because there's really not much you can do here as black.
Really, you're absolutely right, and he does. And that's a totally fair decision. No need to just play, for the sake of playing when you know you're not going to win.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you had whatever it was, like 30 seconds. Nihal was never going to lose that.
Okay, so the match is tied, 3.5 apiece. We've got 12 minutes and change left on the match clock. This might be the last game, but probably we'll have time for one more after this one. And a queen's gambit declined with kind of a Carlsbad setup here. I've seen this line so many times recently.
Yeah, it is slightly unusual that black played in early h6. Because I suppose they normally develop either their knight or bishop, but it is always a useful move.
Yeah, and they're playing it earlier and earlier. White's playing h4 on move 2. Soon they'll be playing on a move 1. Just get it out of the way.
Yeah. So, okay, we see a trade of bishops. Looks like things are calming down from all the tactical adventures that we saw.
They've had their share. I feel like we're going to get another explosion, Jeffrey, as they move into the 3-minute time control. If this is how crazy things got in the longest time control, imagine what we're going to see when we actually get down to the blitz and bullet.
Man, I can't wait. But here, white has this idea of f3-4. He can launch it immediately when black is yet to castle.
I guess maybe knight h5 is in the mix as well. Not that that's a deal breaker necessarily, but if you play e4 without the dark squared bishop, obviously the center can get a little bit loose.
True. Yeah, he has to evaluate the consequences of that. I mean, I'm considering
there we go.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't preclude f3, does it? You can still play f3. You're not too worried about the hole on g3.
Yeah, expecting to drop back with the bishop at some point, maybe now. And then, as you said, you could think about f3-4. Oh, but he says why not right away.
Why not, indeed? I like Anish's position. I mean, if he can squeeze this through, especially if you go e4, e5, we've both, I'm sure, seen our share of games where black just gets steamrolled so quickly on the king side.
And a common response to f3 is the move c5, a counter strike in the center. But you would be left with an isolated pawn. I don't know if you can get away with that.
Yeah, it's hard to evaluate. And with the rook sitting pretty on d1, that was a very prescient thing for Anish to do, to put his rook there in preparation for c5. You also sometimes see black playing b5, trying to engineer some pawn play on the queen side, but that does seem a little bit slow here. But maybe that's the way to go. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, I lost you at prescient. Sorry, Mr. Stanford here.
Apologies.
Yeah. It does play it, though.
And it was prescient to put the rook on d1. Now, he doesn't take automatically. Now he does. And I guess queen f5?
C5. And I suppose he's even willing to give up the d pawn, but in exchange, he could get counterplay by means of like this weakness on e3, maybe the weakness of b2. I'm expecting knight e6.
Yeah, that's a good move. And you're absolutely right. In these types of positions, you often see white keeping the pawn alive in order to keep the center relatively closed. And give yourself the d4 square for your minor pieces. So bishop e5 is not out of the question here at all. And he's played it.
Yeah, great call. If you go knight d7, I guess bishop g3, and then white would now be ready to just munch on d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you can take with a knight and that knight is uncontested, that's going to be a problem. No, black is worse here.
Yeah, I
Black
underestimated
is
that.
clearly worse.
If I go queen b6, you simply take on f6, take on d5, and probably got like rook b1 at the end.
That's a nice line. Okay, that's kind of out of the question as well. So are you left with kind of a passive defensive move like knight e6 to c7?
Yeah.
That actually might be what you end up
You might
doing.
have to. You might really have to.
But that was the right sound effect to make.
At least there is always this counterplay on e3 though. So you maybe threaten like a bishop c5 or bishop d6, and you try to say, all right, I have the e file for my rook.
Yeah. Yeah, I got some stuff going my way. And the silver lining is that even if you lose d5, that doesn't end the game. So Nihal's going to have his chances here, I think, provided he eventually makes a move.
Yeah, don't want to slip into too long of a think here. What else? I mean, he's probably evaluating all the like the queen b6, the endgame. Can he hold that?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. It really is hard to play a move like knight c7. So honestly.
Oh, definitely. It's like your last resort. It's what you play if you truly aren't finding anything more active than that. He's down to a minute 45. He goes to the other knight, knight d7. But what's his follow-up?
What to do? Yeah, what does he want here?
Go back to f6 and just say, hey, I'm going to give up that pawn, go queen b6 at the end?
Okay. Maybe. Yeah, that is it's not the easiest double attack to deal with for white.
No, it's not. And if you have to go queen back to b3 there at the end, I think black's got pretty solid defensive chances in that endgame with all these weak pawns.
I wonder if he'd play a preparatory move like bishop f2 as Anish.
Very Soviet schoolboy type of move. I like it. Yeah, just kind of nursing this weakness as much as possible. No, he can't resist. He takes it. Anish likes his pawns.
But now what?
I don't think he's answered that question either. He's like, I'll take first, think later. And I certainly don't like...
Yeah, this is the move that I was about to suggest too. Something fell off to me, though.
I don't know about rook a c8. That might have been a little bit slow. That gives the knight a chance to jump into d5. And perhaps follow up with e4. No question that white's playing for two results here for the time being.
Yeah, I think you jump on this chance to activate the knight.
Definitely. Although maybe bishop f6. Oh, bishop f6, knight e4. You've got a fork on d6.
Lovely little tactic there.
Misdirection. I'm going to d5. No, just kidding. I'm going to d6.
That's a magician's fine moment there. Well, why the hesitancy though? Yeah, I think knight c3 has to be the right move.
And it's played. And it hurts black that it's actually not easy to attack b3. If you go knight c5, well, white can even play b4 and drive the pawn up to b5. You might actually be asking for it there. Okay, bishop f6 played.
And here we go.
And he just goes back to e7.
Okay, but now don't I have like bishop d6? There is f5. I was trying to pave the way for my knight to land on d6.
I feel like Anish might opt for a slow move like rook to d2, but then black will play f5. And he might play it anyway.
Bishop e5 just to control that diagonal. No more bishop f6 for you. Knight c5
Fantastic
is a nice move.
Fantastic defensive move by Nihal, exploiting the undefended nature of the bishop on e5. He might be holding this, actually. He might be holding this.
Yeah, you absolutely can't trade. That would give black a tempo gain. Both bishop and e-pawn would hang. But meanwhile, b3 is hanging. You don't want to allow knight takes e4 doubling the pawn, so there aren't a lot of options here.
No, and I'll just show this quickly if we bring up an analysis board. If you take it and go bishop d4 and say, hey, I'm up a pawn, Again, it's all about piece activity. At the end, I think Black has Rook E3 drawing the game. Oh my God, it's on the board. Rook E3 has just been played.
They don't call you the prophet for nothing.
Oh man, that was a good moment. And Nihal, zero hesitation, zero. And we're going to get a draw here. We might get another game.
Well, hang on a second. How do you force, like, do you play Rook C1 or?
Yeah, how do you draw with white?
Yeah. I'm
how
thinking
do you hold this?
as Black, if I take on B3 and I block your D pawn, there's some pressure,
Yeah.
run my pawns up, B5, A5, A4.
And the last thing you want is to give up both of your B pawns and allow the protected connected passers.
Oh, no. Yeah, that would be dangerous.
So Nihal is thinking for a bit here, probably deciding whether to play Rook takes C1
Yeah,
or
he
Rook
can
C2,
take
which
in
I
Rook
don't think
C2
he's
and-
going to do.
That would basically force everything off. But I like Rook B3 is... Wait a sec. Is Anish going D5, D6, just ignoring everything?
He goes Rook D2
No.
first, but I think in general he does want to push his D pawn. And he does. And now you've got to be really careful with white. If you lose the D pawn, you basically lose the game, Jeffrey, given the time situation. So he just pushes it forward to D7. And he's threatening Rook E2.
After D7, yeah, that would be
No.
a nasty trap. Rook D1. So what if I go like King? Okay, King 8, you bring the Rook back.
I would start with H5 or maybe even G5 to fix white's pawns.
Yes, I
No,
like
he goes
G5.
King E8. So he allows the repetition. The question is, will Nihal try to milk the clock here and prevent another game from happening? I think that's what he wants in general. And he does A5.
Yeah, indeed. Totally agree with
Okay.
that general point.
And he's
He
going to go
wants to play-
A4.
Yeah, A4, Rook. Do you go Rook B3 and B5? You just focus on the queen side? No, he's gonna improve on all sides of the board here.
Yep. And this is just great endgame patience. Of course, Anish should not lose this game, but it's a time scramble. Anything can happen. And Nihal continues to make small improvements to his position. Rook B3 check.
Wait, what if I give a check?
Yeah, because King G4, Rook B4. I guess what is G3 there?
But
He
maybe Rook
holds.
G8?
You could get checkmated here, actually. Yeah, Rook G8's a
wait
great
second.
move.
What if I go Rook
King
G-
F3 and then Rook B3
Rook
check?
B3.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm asking questions.
Apparently,
Check.
the eval bar was asking some questions there. Okay,
Wait a
pushing the king
second.
back to F2.
Okay, I guess there's still nothing.
Oh, wait, D7 and Rook E2, Rook E8. Oh, he might have blundered that.
Hold on, is it? Oh my God!
It might
is
be
this
losing
just-
for black. Rook H3.
Oh, he finds the only way.
Now Rook D5 check and Rook E8. I think Rook D5 wins. He missed it.
Missed it. Rook H8. Okay. Wow. Nihal holding with the skin of his teeth here.
Oh, Rook D5 check for white ended the game there. And now it's anybody's game again. And black might be winning.
Whoa, Rook G8.
Oh, make a move.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. I think it's a
Let's go
draw.
after D7. No, but he's gonna win D7, isn't he?
Oh, he is going to win D7. Oh my God. Is white going to lose this after all? Holy smokes.
Insane turn of events. Yeah, this is no fun for Anish to hold.
Now, it should be a draw, though, and Nihal is playing with 0.2 seconds on his clock. This might actually be the last game of the match, which is of the segment.
Very likely. Very likely. Yeah.
Nihal's making progress.
Yeah. Where do
Oh my
you even go with the
gosh.
king here? It's got to guess.
And not to keep harping back on this, but this really reminds me of that rook end game in
Oh.
their CGC game. Whoa! Here he goes.
King venturing to the queen side, but now the
No, it's
F1
over.
is home free.
He's
The
just going
F1
to
is
win
just-
this. Rook H7. Oh, Nihal or Giri's still trying. He's going to move his rook all the way back, but he's
you're not in
that's
time.
it.
You're not in time.
That's it. And I think you should. Is there enough time to get in another
There
game?
is, I believe there is one more game coming up.
Wow.
5 seconds.
And I think Anish resigned deliberately. I think he was aware of the match clock. He's mad. He wants to come back. He doesn't want to go to the 3-minute portion with a deficit.
It really felt like, I mean, just a second ago, Anish was one showing tremendous form up 3-1. But look at that. Nihal takes his first lead in the match here. Gritty win. He might have been in trouble for a second there, but he just clutches it.
I think he was losing on the spot there for a second if he gave that check and went rook e8. But that's what Nihal does. That was ridiculously gutsy. The way he managed to finagle winning chances out of what looked like a position White had zero risk in for most of the game. Incredible.
And I am really worried for Anish and Bullet. Like that, we're
Yeah.
getting a sort of preview that might foreshadow further difficulties once the time control starts speeding up.
And it's less that he's losing on time. He actually is not flagging. I think Anish has very good awareness of his clock situation. It's more that he's just playing worse. And he's getting more nervous in the time scrambles. And we talked about it from the very beginning. That's where the experience level is so important. Okay, so Nihal goes for his pet line here, Jeffrey. But again, I'm just not finding his White openings all that impressive in the last couple tournaments he's played.
He does try to lull you to sleep almost. With
Yeah,
his just not
he
hoping
sits
for anything.
back. And then before you know it, he's all over you.
But here's the one problem that I see is that bishop on g7, although the moment that I mentioned it, maybe you put this bishop on h6, so it's not really a problem.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of games in this type of structure with Black against Nihal. You don't feel like you're worse at all. You know you're not worse. You're probably even slightly better objectively, but it's hard to find improving moves for Black.
Right. It's going to be a slow maneuvering game. Maybe a bishop d3, little tickle, because Black is never, ever playing f5.
No. No. And now Nihal is making progress. Queen b3, knight c2. Very symmetrical structure.
Step one was accomplished. You kicked that knight away from its post. And slowly, I think he'll start playing on the queen side.
Yeah, he loves the move a4, does Nihal, in these types of positions. Queen b3, massaging, poking, prodding. And he's enjoying himself right now. He's got that 1-point lead for the first time this match. This is a big game.
And I'm even wondering, okay, I think a4 is the most natural move instinctively. Just to threaten a5 and keep softening up squares to infiltrate. But you can always consider a move like c4 as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to give you the isolated pawn in exchange for opening the c file and targeting that weak point on c6.
No, that pawn, I think you're right on the money, is a massive long-term weakness. Nihal deciding to kind of play with his pieces here, using his queen to induce more weaknesses. Wait, the knight is hanging. I didn't even see that. The bishop on h2 kind of hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, that ninja bishop.
Well, I was going to propose a5.
Yeah. I mean, knight b5 is the tempting move. You attack the queen, but the knight really has no real purpose on that square, but he does go for it.
And now I think you could even play queen b4 to continue provoking weaknesses. Try to get Black to play a5 and soften up the b6 pawn. And a4, by the way, is a massive threat here. It traps the knight. Well, sort of.
Yeah, it is. I mean, sort of, right?
Sort of, right.
But as you said, after a5, queen b3, all of a sudden b6 is a target. You can't really play rook b8 because you'd line yourself up with the bishop.
No, it's crazy how much progress he's made on the queen side in the span of 5 moves. Just a second ago, Black was totally fine on that side of the board. Now he's got to move rook to b8.
I thought there was bishop b5. Yeah, bishop c7, knight d5. Do I just win a pawn?
And then the knight jumps into e7 is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Uh-huh. Or queen takes b5, which might be the safer way to
win.
Oh
my goodness. I
didn't see that pawn at first.
Yeah, I'm starting to miss things. I mean, knight d5, queen d7. Yeah, I agree with you. You'd rather take the b pawn here.
And yes, it's nice to have the bishop pair, but not in this version. I mean, these bishops are Sag, both of them.
Sag indeed. And one day, White's going to maneuver that knight on f3 around, which is doing nothing. Maybe go like via e1, d3.
Yep.
It's just a clean pawn.
No, this has been a fantastic early middle game for Nihal, and can he convert this extra pawn and a minute on the clock to boot? Okay, what now though? Where is the actual infiltration? Does he move the knight away from e1?
I still like
from e3.
Yeah, that is one idea. I don't like my knight f3. It's being dominated by the pawn f6. So I'm thinking about maneuvering all the way around to b5 even. Knight h4 also an idea, yeah.
But that's very gimmicky. I mean, knight h4, you're basically playing for these one-move tricks.
Banking on some crazy flash tactics, yeah.
Some Rebecca Harris tactics here. But knight h4, I think it's actually hard to stop knight f5. And he could play it, Jeffrey, even if black moves the bishop away from h6, knight f5 still needs to be seriously considered. And rook e7 streaming in. Ugh.
Yeah, and there's also a knight d5, rook e7 idea, might I add.
Oh, that is worth showing. Bishop g5. Let's bring up an analysis.
I keep my queen open.
e5.
Does it work? Wait, why doesn't it work? Because I just realized something. If you take on e7, you take on h4, I have queen e4 with the double attack.
Oh my god, and it's a double attack because the rook actually hangs because the bishop is pinned. This wins the game. So
but the engine is saying that it doesn't work for some
And
reason.
I think the reason might be a queen move here. Maybe it's some sort of queen d6
intermezzo.
That's
Subtle.
And the point is that if you play rook e7, you drop the other knight and you can't take on g6 anymore. So this is worth calculating. And even here, I think white is fine. But anyways.
Right, I mean, you still got 2 pawns. He goes rook h8 instead. But does this
no,
allow
that's
my
not
idea?
going to cut it. I think
Doesn't
it
this
does.
allow my idea? Like,
what a call by you. Knight takes c5 ends the game. And he'll find it.
He's going to find it. I mean, he's wondering what Anish is... what did he miss?
Well, Anish was under the impression that knight f5 is the only knight sally.
Okay,
but
fair enough. Yes.
Knight takes d5 is game over. Rook e7 and then queen takes g6. Using the knight on h4, not as a jumping off point, but as a standalone attacker.
Yeah, I'm not sure he sees it just yet, because it's a move that the moment you see, I feel like
and he finds
calculated.
it.
You slam it down, and yeah, I was gonna say, compared to the stuff he found thus far, this is child's play.
And this is getting really concerning for Anish. He is going to lose this game, and he's going to find himself down 2 points at the most inconvenient possible point. This break cannot come soon enough, and you can see it reflected in the body language. He is done with this game.
I mean, I would really feel distraught as Anish, because I feel like I've seen a lot of stuff, especially early on. He found the bishop f6. He found that insane combination with rook f3 in the end. But you're sitting here down 2 points against Nihal in perhaps your best segment. Not an easy feeling.
It's been a tale of 2 halves. First half of the first 45 minutes, Anish was in charge. The second half, Nihal just striking again and again. He's got a couple more moves to make here. I think 97.
97.
Nice. Double attack on f5 and on g6. He goes rook e7. Also good. Also good.
Yeah, queen d5, you just take on g6, f6.
Yeah, mop the floor, and rook f7 is a threat. Anish has had enough, and he throws in the towel. What a segment of chess, Jeffrey. That was amazing.
So many beautiful ideas from both sides. But in the end, I mean, Nihal just coming up big. That time scramble, I feel, took the wind out of Anish's sails last game. That's why I think he struggled in this game, never really found his footing. But yeah, I mean, this is... It's hard for Anish right now.
It is very hard for Anish. The scoreboard is updated. Nihal leads 5.5 to 3.5. He has opened up a 2-point lead for the first time this match. And just when it seemed like Anish is going to be in charge for this hour and a half, all of a sudden we are singing a very different tune. We are going to go on a break, but first, we wanted to remind you that Alexandra Guryachkina and Zhang Yitan have reached the women's candidates semifinals. Only one of them will advance out of Pool B and meet Lei Ting Jie in the women's candidates finals. The next match takes place Friday, December 9th. That's 2 days from now, and all of the action will be right here at twitch.tv/chess. Drop !women's candidates. That's !women's candidates in the chat for all the details. You will not want to miss this very high stakes day on Friday. Speaking of high stakes, we've got 60 minutes of high stakes 3+1 to play here at the Speed Chess Championship. We'll be back with more action after this short break.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
A lot of college-educated people, you know. I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean...
You know how to play?
Listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
A storm is brewing.
Dmitry Andreykin is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
6-0!
Oh! That was a sick tactic!
The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen!
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. GM Jeffrey Zhang and GM Daniel Naroditsky bringing you coverage of today's round of 16 matchup between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri. Jeffrey, we are, as I said, singing a completely different tune now than we did just 40 minutes ago, as Nihal has uncorked a 2-point lead on the heels of some incredible play.
Indeed. This match was 3-1 in favor of Anish, which, if I'm doing my math correctly, means that Nihal has now gone on a 4.5 run since. Big question, can Anish bounce back himself?
And the change in time control only favors one player. That's very clear. Nihal is happier the shorter the time control they get. Now, I can't say, Jeffrey, that Anish displayed some major weakness in his time management, but every time they got down to a time scramble situation, you could tell who the more comfortable player was.
Precisely. I feel like Anish knows this, which is why he might play like faster than he usually would leading up to the time scramble. But ultimately, that puts more pressure on his moves, and he might make mistakes because of that. So we'll see what other adjustments he's going to try to make. Maybe try and avoid Nihal's tactics a bit. We'll see as we do see the game starting.
If you figure out a way to do that, let me know. Well, right now he's going to have to make an adjustment in the opening, because the last time they had this Caro-Kann, Nihal played f6 and won a sparkling brilliancy with a double minor piece sack in the middle game. So what has Anish brought to the table here? Did he look at this during the break?
I feel like he has. He's not really spent any time yet.
At all.
And this is his... Okay, I understand. He's not going to take on f6 and let black bring his queen out. He's going to say that if black tries to get greedy here and take the pawn e5, maybe there's like a bishop g4 in the end, or bishop f4 just gaining a tempo.
I think that's a very impressive idea. And if Anish doesn't, or if Nihal doesn't take any action and plays a move like bishop e7, then Anish could force the issue by dropping his own bishop back to f1 and putting massive pressure on this weak e6 pawn.
Right, you would end up with a much better version than their previous game. So he does play it though. Now e6 and bishop d3, is that his follow-up?
And bishop d3 is a great move because it also eliminates this very important defensive piece on g6. I think that's better than bishop f1. And it's on the board. Uh-oh.
And black clearly cannot play e5 to rid his backward pawn. I mean, due to clear reasons here. The king on e8, you would just be be asking for all sorts of trouble. But on the other hand, how do you take care of this e6 weakness?
Yeah, in these types of positions, that weakness could turn into a major strength if black pushes e5. So white cannot rest on his laurels. Maybe queen e2. Maybe you play more positionally with bishop f4, try to control the square in front of the pawn. Now, black's going to castle kingside, I would imagine, Jeffrey. I don't think he's castling queenside here, although anything is possible.
Yeah, both queen e2 and bishop f4 look very attractive to me. He goes queen e2, which begs the question, can Nihal get away with e5?
Yeah.
I would almost surely not, but I don't know. How obvious are things there?
Well, I think white takes everything and goes f4 and then drops the queen back.
Right,
I think
so
it
really
does win.
isn't. Yeah, there really isn't much black can do there. No, not at all. So, in order not to drop the pawn, you have to play a move like knight d8.
Oh, and then you play bishop f4 and totally dominate these key dark squares in the center. That is nasty.
Yeah, it seems like Anish's work over the break, I'm assuming, is paying dividends.
And I think that should be encouraged. I love it when players, use the break diligently. They don't just go to bed for a couple minutes, which is nothing wrong with that. But he was popping open ChessBase. He was looking at his files. And that's what professionals do. And that really adds a nice wrinkle to these matches. Nihal's down to 40 seconds. I don't see a move. He might have to just give up the e6 pawn and castle and play an endgame a pawn down.
I think he has to. Like, I prefer that option over knight d8, but he
Yeah, and he plays it.
does do
Oh,
it. Now bishop f4. I feel like there are quite a few ways you can play this, but he's gonna go the most mild way, just bishop g3, maybe queen d3 next, and double rooks.
maybe get the other knight around to d3.
Oh,
with
that is a
f4,
juicy
as
idea.
if you need another piece guarding the e5 score, which actually I think you do, because after knight f7, black is finally ready to play e5.
I love that idea. And
Yeah,
I mean, you can always throw in a move like queen c2 or queen d3 just to tickle black. How exactly are they going to
Great
defend
call.
the g pawn?
great call. I guess queen f7, and now you can't put a knight
So
on
now,
f7.
yeah, exactly. Now you can't put the knight there.
And maybe doubling rooks on the e file is yet another way to defend e5. I mean, how many defenders on that square are you going to have?
You can really exhaust all the resources. If he's worried about g5, I was going to say you could play h4, but okay, he does allow it.
You could also play h3. But
Mhm.
then I think Nihal is going to try queen h5 and maybe get a g4 and you can't win the game just by controlling the e5 square. You're going to have to do something concrete eventually. I mean,
Yes.
you're going to have to attack something.
I mean, he always fights. We know that about him.
Oh, and these types of positions are actually the hardest, I think, to bring him down in. When you're better positionally, but he just kind of treads water and looks at you and is like, how are you going to win? So,
Right. So
and
once again,
h5.
knight h2 stops g4, but then you might allow a knight f7 and e5. So he's going to have to give him this idea.
Okay, so the king side is a little bit opened up now. Now he goes knight h2. But what's his follow-up? Does he want queen f3 and knight g4?
Just, I mean, you're
Whoa!
content with the endgame. Ah, bishop c7.
Dropping in the bishop, visiting the a5 pawn, which he might just snag.
Although
Yeah, but
knight
this-
a5 would run right into rook c8, and bishop a5 maybe b6, so it's not so clear there.
But this is what
Fix this
Nihal
one.
does. He starts creating activity on the king side. Great time management, though, for Anish. He's left himself with just enough time, I think, to parry all of the threats. Maybe with knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2 would be a primitive way. He does go for it.
Note that the bishop defends h2, so knight f2 and queen h2 doesn't work.
Yes.
Nihal's still
Or
trying.
c5.
I
This
mean,
feels a bit
every
desperate,
little pawn
though.
break.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh my
Oh,
goodness,
little
what a
dose
find.
of nasty.
Cutting off the queen's defense to the d5 pawn.
And if you have to go rook d, well, this is over. Queen d4 and everything's collapsing. Knight d7 is forced.
And then, yeah, you can go rook e7
Oh.
knight or knight g4.
He almost pre-moved that. Rook d1.
Well,
Then
there
maybe
is
knight
rook
e5.
h. Ah, rook h8, you go f3. Okay.
Knight e5. Wait a second. Wait a second. I mean, wait 2.5 seconds, actually. Knight takes f6, but then it gets a little spicy and dicey. King f6, f4. I don't know. Nihal's still in it.
Yeah, that last move perhaps stepped off the gas. Hang on, this is not easy.
I'm getting one of those feels when Nihal pulls off a ridiculous comeback. He's making progress with every move, and White's king is now permanently weak. Oh,
Yeah, d4.
Queen
That's a big move if you can make it work. Take.
he saw queen d3. He's just trying to create as much real estate as possible for his pieces. 10 seconds
Yes.
now for Giri.
Maybe go d5, d6.
Oh, he just gives up the pawn, and he does go d5.
Yeah, I think just keep pushing it.
But Nihal has all these checks on the a7 g1 diagonal.
I mean, he's been playing these last 20 moves with 1 second.
It's
on the
equal.
clock.
He just
Oh my
trades and wins the
goodness.
pawn back.
That
No.
is ridiculous.
And now f5, another accurate move. And wait a second. Now Anish has to be careful. I mean, wait a second.
He does. He does.
He has to be
Where do you
very
put the
careful.
king? He's got to move.
Make a move!
Okay, hold on. So, yeah, this is a draw. King e5, king b5, you are in time.
Oh, by a tempo.
But
No.
geez, how did he salvage that?
And this is just another entry in like the classic vintage crazy Nihal saves. Lost position, dead lost position, and 0.2 seconds on the clock. I said it was over, Jeffrey, this is my fault. I literally said the game is over. You never say that when Nihal Sarin is playing. I don't know why I haven't learned my lesson still.
Yeah, you might owe Anish especially an apology after that jinx. But okay, this one, Anish plays f5, which I mean, I highlighted this in the game before. Like, you almost never want to play that and give white access to this e5 square.
And clearly, this is the second thing that he looked up during the break, was this line. And I think what he's saying is, congrats, you have the e5 square, but I've got the corresponding e4 square and maybe even the f4 square after the trade of bishops.
It does feel very computer-esque to me, so I have no doubt that he checked it. But look at this idea by Nihal. He's transferring the knight on d3, and from there, not only do you control the f4 square, but you have both knights ready to hop in.
No, that's very, very classy positional chess. And I think, Jeffrey, you can relate to this experience of checking a line with Stockfish, and then you come to the board and you're so proud to play it, and then you exhaust your preparation and you're like, wait, why is this not losing? Like, because when Stockfish gives equality, you're so under the spell that when you don't have the eval in front of you, you know, sometimes you begin to realize that you just went for a very impractical line. And this might be the case here, I think. Anish's position is deteriorating.
It can be so dangerous. And yeah, the keyword being the practicality of the position. Some positions are equal when the engines play it, but it's absolutely might not be the case for mere humans.
And I think this is a case in point. I mean, you could trade and go g5. He goes queen g5, which is a good move. He's trying to generate maximum piece activity on the king side to compensate for his weak squares in the center.
Yeah, but just king h2. Now he's got knight g5 ideas, though.
Yeah, it's going to be checkmate in like a millisecond. Knight g5 and bishop takes h3 is already a big threat.
Perhaps I didn't give Anish enough credit. I didn't see all these attacking ideas.
Yeah, neither did I. And Nihal has, as you said, some serious problems to solve. Maybe it necessitates some bishop g4 move.
Right, you can always simplify like that. Worst case. Although, could there be like an f3?
F3. Oh.
Maybe too much, but you have to be aware of all these ideas.
There's all sorts of tactics there. Knight d2, knight g5. I mean, all it takes is one of these knight escapades. White's got a lot of things to keep track of here on the king side. Nihal with another one of his vintage, 1.5 minute things in a 3-minute game. He doesn't care.
Feels like it doesn't matter. Like when it gets down to seconds, like I would be panicking, but it's still enough to play reasonable moves for Nihal somehow.
I would already be panicking. I'm not even exaggerating. He might actually end up spending something on the order of 80 seconds here. Let's see when he makes the move. He's down to a minute. I think he's going to go bishop g4.
Oh, but bishop g4, I could take on e5, can't I? So I think this is a more precise order. Yeah, he's going to follow this up with bishop g4, I believe.
What you're saying is that the knight has to stand d3 to anchor itself to the f2 pawn.
Exactly. So this, now in this case, it's probably fine.
Okay, so do you trade everything and just go for the equal endgame, or does black try to squeeze more juice out of this with bishop f5 or something like that?
I think you squeeze the juice. Yeah, you squeeze it as much as you can. Down 2 points here. I'm looking at a move like h5 as well, because then you would rid all queen g4 ideas for good.
Yep, get off me. Forcing the bishop off of g4. I love h5. Definitely black wants to keep queens on the board here, given the king side situation. Yeah,
I
like
be
h5.
calculating. You might be calculating these f3 knight g5 ideas. I don't think they amount just yet, but he's making sure.
I think it's important for Giri to play fast here. Oh, I don't like that. H5 looked so good.
He lets Nihal off the hook, and I have to say, white has the better chance in this endgame because the knight on e5 is permanent, the knight on e4 is not.
That was a very poor decision for Anish to not play h5. I mean, h5, it's not like he's taking a big risk. The structure remains symmetrical. He's going for checkmate in the endgame.
Wait a second.
If you shush, commentator.
If you take on g6, it might be mate.
Rook h8 and rook h5 actually is mate with the knight covering f2. How does white defend?
So
does he go g4?
You bail out. Yeah, you might bail out with a move like g4.
Oh, but
Or
this is
F3.
creating
Aha.
for his king a pathway to F2.
Yes, yes, he escapes just in time.
Unbelievable. Nihal, as usual, just making lemonade out of lemons. You can see Anish kind of squinting at the position there. Like, really? I don't have mate?
Yeah, this is quite unfortunate, and even more unfortunate when this rook starts invading along the e-file.
Yeah.
There's just no checkmating ideas.
And
for
it
black.
so often happens that you're kind of left with all of your pieces clustered on an irrelevant side of the board while your opponent's pieces infiltrate down the abandoned open file. And now we've got a flat-out time scramble. I think Nihal's going to take this one.
Yeah, these have not fared well for Anish.
King F2?
King F2 simply.
It's zeros according to the eval bar, but after rook e5, I feel like practically speaking, it's no longer zeros.
Yeah, and
Clearly
he's
white
going to try
is
his hand
better.
on the queen side too. Knight c5, if b6. You just want to give like a little tickle here with knight d7.
I think what Anish is saying is that if one of White's rooks moves away from the first rank, Black will have, of course, the perpetual mating idea of rook h1, rook f1.
Aha, yeah, that is what he's banking on.
But Nihal is going for
rook
checkmate himself.
I don't think it's mate though. What about rook
h1?
Rook h1.
And then run to h5, which I think Nihal might have missed.
Yes, yes. So this should still end in a
Take
draw.
b7.
Or wait, knight b7.
94?
Oh, you're knight b7,
94
maybe.
He's gonna sack the
94?
exchange.
Still very unclear there.
It is. Black could be better here. I don't see a move though, other than 94. He plays it. Do you think Nihal missed it? Rook b1,
Probably,
rook h1.
but he's lucky. I mean, he's lucky that, or is he lucky? No, knight d6, knight c4 he has.
Rook h1. He goes knight e8. He tries to force perpetual, but now Anish declines it.
No, there's no perpetual here.
Oh, he's losing all his pawns.
Rook b2, rook g2.
No, now Black is completely winning. Rook e6, though.
That might have been an unnecessary capture there. Now, is there some mating net?
G4.
No,
lasting
there's no
through.
Here, no.
It's over. Well, I said that before. Now it's actually over. Unless you get mated.
After king g4. Yeah, it's rook h. No, there are just no ideas here. The king ventures forward.
Nihal's still trying king g4.
Oh, he's gonna move though.
He's gonna flag.
Move.
No, wait
Oh
a
my
second.
God. What?
Move.
What? Just start pre-moving. You've got okay. Whew. I saw 1 second on his clock.
That meant he played with literally 0.0 left.
How is that even possible? Goodness sakes.
Unbelievable. I don't know how that's possible. How do you have less than 1.1?
Wow, but what's important, he picks up a much needed win, pulls back within 1 here. But sheesh.
And if you showed me the score of the game, I would have bet a silver dollar that Nihal was on the winning side of that, because that's how he wins his games. Great stuff by Anish, not losing his composure and finding knight e4 in the critical moment.
Huge. Absolutely.
I am a pro jinxer. I almost jinxed him again. I mean, 2 ice in a row would have been next level.
Oh, man. But yeah, now we see a slight adjustment made by Nihal. I think he got into trouble last time we saw this when Anish got the f3-4 going. But he has knight h5 played earlier on, so he's going to eliminate White's bishop.
Yep. And it's already a very kind of gritty type of middle game position. G6. Wow. Really, Riley.
Is he going to take on e5 or just keep the tension, though?
Well, I would imagine...
Takes.
Yeah, takes queen d7.
Aha, but what do you make of the doubled e-pawns in this kind of position?
What do I make of the doubled e-pawns? Well, they can be both a strength and a weakness. Obviously, you can play f4 later, and you can use that as a pawn mass. But at the same time, when you play f4, you weaken the e3 pawn. Black might have f6 at some point. I think it's a very double-edged, but probably dynamically balanced endgame.
It is. I agree with everything which you said there. And I would like to play a move like king e6, but I think after f4, there would be knight d4 at tempo. So that's biting a little bit more than I could chew. Can I play king c7?
And first of all, just to establish, you're defending against the massive threat of e4.
Yes.
So knight, yeah. Oh, he played it.
Wait a second. And after f4?
Yeah, I'd be very concerned about the placement of that king there. And not only are you walking into knight d4 immediately, you're also walking into some ideas like e4, open up the d file first.
Yeah,
You
I guess
better
this
have
was his
calculated this
point.
accurately.
Yeah, I think at least he guards the d4 square.
g5?
But still, White's got king f3 and g4 on tap, just pushing all the pawns up.
And if you play knight g7, I guess you beat him to the punch with g4.
Yes. And long term, the idea is, oh, I was going to say something
Whoa.
else, but he goes knight a4.
Bishop b6, trading on his own terms. He wants that a file. Nihal says, no, we're trading on my terms.
Yeah, knight 5 is nice because you're going to get a grip of that d4 square.
But so is f6, finally eliminating this splinter on e5. It was just sitting on black.
Yeah, important move. Knight d4 just casually drops the king back.
Nihal not giving up the e5 pawn without a fight. The problem is if you allow fe, I feel like it becomes more of a weakness than a strength at that point. Even with the f file opening up. Maybe king e2.
Black. Right, king e2, I think it would just have been met with a simple rook he8. So he's going to look for counterplay connected with that b7 weakness.
So you can go for like a massive liquidation. You can take, and go knight e6, but that's a very committal decision. Open up the b file, open up the f file. You have to be sure that White's rooks don't get too active there.
Right. On the other hand, I don't see another way other than eliminating this knight on c5.
Yeah, and White just threatens to take on b7 here. You don't want to go rook b8, that's for sure. And you walk into a fork on d7.
I think you have the right idea. I think you have to take and go knight e6.
But without f takes c5.
Without fe5, exactly. Oh, but he plays fe5. I thought
so
now
he's
they're
going down the line. King e7.
But he's saying there's really nothing on the f file, like rook f6.
Rook f6 is very tempting. If you take on e6 first, I don't think you should do that. He goes rook f6 straight away. Okay. But what's the follow-up? Rook ag8 and Anish just smoking the rook out of g6.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I was going to get my knight on f5, but it doesn't necessarily lead anywhere.
Okay. Anish might be at a dead end here.
What about... I want rook d6 at least to keep rooks. Maybe I play g3. And one day, can I say... I don't know.
The problem is also that there were these forks ideas, knight e4, knight c3.
Yeah, probably those ideas weren't really coming into fruition.
It's still double-edged. I mean, +2, be that as it may. But Nihal has his work cut out for him if he wants to win this endgame. Maybe h5. Maybe just
I love h5.
pawn.
You would threaten rook f8, a monster threat.
Oh, because you're stopping g4. No, he goes king e6 straight away.
But why does he give up the pawn?
I don't know. I think he wants knight e4.
Oh! And
Rook
if
f1?
rook f1, I guess he cleans up the a pawn, and you would have 3 connected passers there.
Yeah, he's judged that the knight endgame is winning. I'm not totally sure about that. I think it's very double-edged. Okay, yeah, he goes knight a2. Okay, maybe too many passers.
Now, White needs to just get things going here. Maybe you go h4, just even ignore the e-pawn.
And would you bring the king up, let's say, to d2 to delay at least as much as possible the progress of black's pawns?
Such a tough call. I feel like intuitively I would just push h4, h5.
I hate being on either side of these types of endgames because I literally have no idea what to do. Like, do you push the pawns? Do you bring the king back? He goes knight g4, so he clings to all of his pawns, and he wants h4.
Yeah, this is an old-fashioned race.
Yep.
King to b4.
Well, there goes the pawn.
Yeah, he has to use the king.
I would throw an h4 while you still have time.
Right, he can still get away with it for one move. But maybe it's just concretely lost because that a-pawn comes in to join its friend.
Or the c-pawn.
Oh, and also the c-pawn.
No, there's just way too many passers. Oh, b3, knight c3, knight c1.
Oh, what a tactic that would be! But
But
I guess he doesn't really need it.
He can play it
Just
now.
play
He can play
c4.
c4. White is way too slow.
Maybe
Or
even
is
just king
he?
takes e5. You can keep it simple here. Just take on e5 and run the king back.
Love that move. That's such a classy move. And of course, Nihal plays it. Classy is up his alley. It's over.
So, yep.
That's all she wrote. C3, C2, C1. Goodbye.
Really nice endgame play.
Just a fantastic win with the black pieces for Nihal. That was a smooth game.
Absolutely was. And I was thinking, like, when king e6 appeared, that white would be the one with the initiative. But the moment he played f6, chipping away at that center, is where things started to turn around.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. That was the turning point. And I've always been impressed with Nihal's endgame play. He is just an endgame juggernaut. Doesn't matter, worse, better. He will find all of the chances to be found. Okay, the last game before the halftime break here. And interestingly, Anish allowing a perk, Jeffrey, and kind of meeting it with c5. Creative approach for black.
Yeah, I feel like he took a page there out of Nihal's book. I seem to recall Nihal himself essaying these perk positions in that global matchup. But a slightly different approach here by Anish. He goes c5. We get this sort of structure where black is trying to bring the knight into f4.
Very King's Indian-esque.
Yes.
Queen e3. Okay, so Nihal hits the pawn on c5, kind of necessitating b6.
Right, I'm expecting a simple response. b6, probably rook e1.
Maybe knight f4 you can throw in, but the bishop just has c2.
Right, but I was thinking you do include that because with the bishop on f1, you control the diagonal, while if I had relegated the bishop to c2, maybe I go like a bishop a6.
I've lost a lot of blitz games to Nihal in these types of structures, but the extenuating factor is that bishop h6.
Oh, that could have
nasty looking move. The queen has no
Wait a
squares.
second. Queen has really doesn't.
But you can play king h1 and somehow there's no easy way to defend the bishop.
Only move king h1.
But king g7, white moves the knight out of d2. God, Nihal's a magician. And
I don't know
somehow
if he
black
stumbled
is
into
stuck.
Yeah. I have no idea if he stumbled onto that idea or he just got he saw it coming from a mile away, but seems like he's getting away. And now for black, how do you deal with the pin?
That's the $1 million question. I actually feel like if you're Anish, you might have to move the bishop back while it's not too late. Otherwise, you might be the one getting stuck. It's crazy that black might be the one who gets pinned. The queen is pinning the bishop on h6, which is a rare thing to say. Usually it's the other way around. And he does.
Yeah, he doesn't see anything better.
Wise decision for Anish, I think.
At least you're not going to blunder a piece. And here, maybe he's still got ideas of attacking with e5 and f5, just playing King's Indian style.
Nihal's like, what was that? e5 who?
Well, at least here, black's got that open diagonal to work with.
I'm not sure about e5. That is a very... I wouldn't call it a bad move. It's a committal move.
Yes.
And Anish has very easy play here, right? Bishop b7, rook da, maybe rook d5. So it's up to Nihal to create some activity. He sacks the pawn.
Whoa.
What's his idea? Knight takes e5?
Does he want
knight
like
takes
knight
c5?
No, knight c5, knight f3. There's mate on h2. Watch out.
And the problem is if you play knight e5, there's queen takes e5. I think he might have blundered that. Yeah, he definitely blundered
the other
it.
line, the other line, knight c5, knight f3, queen f3. You could take on a8, but your queen would simply stuck there.
Great awareness by Anish there. Not trusting his opponent. And a big pawn blundered there by Nihal. Bishop b7 is coming. This could get real dicey.
Yeah, what kind of compensation exists? Like just bishop b7? It's going to play slow.
Love the confidence with which Anish is carrying out the last few moves. No compensation here. That much is obvious.
And is queen takes e4 a threat here? Because you would have rook d1 at the end pinning hitting down white completely.
And maybe before you know it, the bishop comes back to h6 for a different reason that time, as Nihal tries to seek his fortunes in the endgame.
Yeah, this is nice because you make use of a potential pin along the d8, g5. You no longer have like knight g5 and e6, which would have been ideal.
Oh, if you could have gotten that in, you would have been, borderline winning. Knight c7 super nice though, leaving the knight on g5 kind of in the dust.
Oh, so what if bishop? Yeah, what if bishop f4?
Wait, can you take e7?
Right,
What's the
that's
idea?
what I'm thinking. What is the idea?
Well, Nihal has the same question. Rook d5.
I guess
rook
he's
e7
gonna
hits the
say.
bishop.
Yeah, he still has the bishop pair here, so definitely black for choice. But I feel like he slipped just a touch.
And now he's low on time as well. So the knight has f3. Uh-oh. Knight e6 even. No, f6 is a frustration move.
Yeah, things have gone terribly wrong yet again for Anish.
And now, with the queenside pawns all on dark squares, I think Nihal's maybe the only one with winning chances here. a4, a5 comes to mind. He loves
Right, you
these
go
types of
a4.
positions.
Keep that rook on c6 also. You apply a lot of pressure on the pawn chain.
Exactly. Rook has c6 if necessary.
Yeah, I think we're going to see it.
Now a5 is even stronger. Uh-oh.
And that bishop on f4 is dominating its counterpart. Look at the poor bishop on g7.
Anish has to try to get this rook off of c6. Maybe go rook e8, rook e6 as quickly as possible. But then a5 might come at an inopportune moment.
Yeah, there's even, you can go like after rook
AB.
e6, you can go ab and rook c8.
And black will have to play ab. You're right. He's going to play a takes b6, I think. Or maybe
There's
he's going to
another-
move his rook.
There's another idea too. You can take everything, go rook a6, and then b4. Maybe just go after the pawn.
Oh, go after that b6 pawn. Another great idea. Nihal dropping down to 8 seconds there. I think he's opting for your idea. Good call.
Uh-huh.
Great
At least
call.
here he can never ever lose.
He goes on the other side.
G4. Okay, this makes sense.
And maybe now b4. No, still keeps the tension.
He's dominating the light squares positionally.
Yeah, he's trying to drag Anish into yet another time scramble, but now Nihal's the one down to 5 seconds.
Which
Doesn't
evidently
matter.
is an eternity for Nihal.
It's like an hour. Bishop d4. Bishop d4. Great defense. Still not
still,
over.
Though, still, this rook endgame is far from easy.
We've seen Nihal win these. I would put the pawn on b6 and start bringing the king over.
Yes.
King f3. Make a mad dash for it.
Hang on,
Oh.
Keith.
No, but this is a draw, isn't it? h4?
This should be a draw unless I'm missing a trick.
If you play h4, though, you might be weakening the g4 square. I don't see how Nihal's going to win this.
Yeah, h4 would always be met by g4, I think. Because as long as you don't... Yeah, you don't want to allow a passed f-pawn for white.
That's actually super important. Yeah, great call. And anytime the king hits c6, you start checking from the back. Uh-oh.
Still rook b1, still under control.
There's no rook trades. I mean, every pawn endgame is a draw.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, back to home base. Okay.
Yeah, now g4. Yeah, that's the key.
And you've got the king fully cut off. Fully cut off.
Nice
He's
technique there by Anish.
Right. But if you get the king to g5, there's rook b5 always.
Yeah, there's never any zugzwangs.
And Anish has enough mouse skill, I think, to hold this together. Rook b6. Oh. Still trying. He's also milking time off the clock, which is totally valid. Totally valid.
Wait! Oh my god! Why did the bar go up there?
Why is it still up?
Oh,
rook e8!
Rook e8, rook e7. Oh,
rook e8 is a winning pawn endgame. Holy smokes!
He still has it or no? No, now there's
now it's a draw. I gotta show that.
What? That's
Let's
crazy how it works.
check.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, don't start the next game, guys. It's it's halftime break. Okay, so let me fast forward all the way to wait, where was the win?
It was
Was
right
it
around here. I think with the king on d6.
king
And
on
black made a
d6?
move. Did he get it there?
There we go.
Right here,
So
yeah.
here, rook e8 is winning for white. Unbelievable. But this pawn endgame, because of the king placement, black's king gets shouldered. What the heck? Here, here. Here, here.
I mean,
Here. Goodbye, pawns.
that's the type of idea I think everyone in the room missed, except, I mean, maybe perhaps Magnus would have, sensed such a moment. But
Magnus
super easy
Magnus
to
would
miss
have
such-
seen that
yeah.
from the moment they went into the rook endgame. But you can't fault Nihal for missing that. It was a big chance, though. He would have been up by 3. Still, he's more than happy to keep the 2-point lead with which he started the 3-minute segment. Anish still with his work cut out for him. Jeffrey, it's going to be a tough ride. I think Anish at the very least has to try to erase this lead going into the bullet.
Totally agree. Yeah, you want to restore. You want to restore as much as you can. And
for sure. Yeah. And we're going to see if he's able to do that. He's got 26 minutes more of 3+1 action. Folks, you're watching the Speed Chess Championship, back with the rest of the 3+1 on the other side of this short break.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under promote to a bishop. Under promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4 e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on Chess.com.
the Speed Chess Championship. We are watching a fascinating match between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri as Nihal leads 7.5, 5.5. Let's take a quick look at his insight card, his matchup card, alongside Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey Zhang, his reputation precedes him. What more do we need to say about Nihal?
It's been truly a joy to watch so far. He's come up with electrifying ideas left and right. When he gets low on time, he's kept his composure. Just so impressive. And yeah, as we pointed out earlier, the two-time JSCC champion. I was a regular participant myself, so I know how hard that is to win, but to win it twice, nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, he is a very, very deserving participant. But of course, Anish Giri, he's displayed some pretty awesome ability to manage time scrambles. I don't think he's doing anything systematically wrong. And the quality of play in this SCC match has been incredibly high all around. We've gotten positional battles, we've gotten long endgame grinds, and of course, we've gotten some beautiful tactics from both sides. Okay, Anish has the white pieces. He's got a comeback to make. Let's see what he can do with the white pieces.
Yeah, Nihal keeps going with the h6 Queen's Gambit. This worked out very well for him in the last game when he jumped with knight h5. I think he's going to repeat it.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so maybe you go h3. Okay. I expected an h3 inclusion there just to avoid knight h5 because I thought Nihal was quite happy with this.
This kind of smacks of preparation as well. Knight to g3. Obviously, g5 doesn't trap the bishop. You have that e5 square, which the bishop has availed itself of in previous games.
Yeah, and they're running a similar line to this other game where Anish, I believe it was quite favorable. He achieved e4. Slightly different, though.
But I still don't really like this for black. I feel like white is actually spoiled for choice here. You could go knight f5, or you could take on c5 and get that IQP structure that they've had previously. And in both cases, I think white is better.
Totally agree. And in this scenario, I might have more of a liking towards knight f5, just because, I don't know, for whatever reason, I feel like I'm never worried about c4. I've always got e4 ideas myself. I've also got a g4, g5 idea that I could see. So,
totally.
Yeah, and he agrees with us.
And just to illustrate how quickly this could get unpleasant, if we could bring up the analysis board real fast, c4, queen d2, let's say black plays something nonchalant like a6. How quickly this attack unfolds. e4, and before you know it, white's already grabbing on h6 and delivering checkmate. I mean, you can see the eval bar shooting up. Whenever you've got a knight on f5 and you've got control of the center, you just cannot mess with these types of ideas. I think Nihal has to tread very carefully the next couple of moves to avoid getting into a position like this. And he goes for key
Fantastic illustration. And here again, there's a choice to simplify. You can take on e7, just play against the IQP, but I like keeping the tension.
And keep the tension he does. Now c4 looks a little bit more appealing due to the possibility of bishop f8 to guard the h6 pawn and preclude the immediate possibility of e4. He goes bishop f8 straight away, though, keeping his options open.
Yeah, I still don't think you have to rush. Maybe quiet move like queen b1, just keeping all the doors open. You might spring an e4 at some point, maybe dc. Because black can never really go g6 themselves, so that knight is there to stay on f5.
Speaking of open doors, he's trying to open some doors on the queen side, is Anish Giri. His intentions are violent. Knight c7, knight bd6. A lot of weak dark squares on that side of the board.
Oh, I didn't even notice this. Suddenly,
hello.
Suddenly there are all kinds of stuff. Like knight h5 was my initial thought, but you can now move the bishop, either bishop c7 or bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop c7, queen g5. Things get very spicy here. But it's not all one-sided. I mean, white's pieces are kind of loose as well. And maybe c4 should be thrown in at some point. I'm not sure.
I think you have to. But after the queen retreats, you don't really solve all your problems. There's still many knight jumps to account for. Not to mention, yeah, the d5 pawn is a long-term weakness.
So he manages to refrain from c4. Maybe he wants to keep c4 in reserve as an intermediate move, actually. Bishop takes f8, c4 is possible.
Whoa, okay, I'm trying to calculate now. I'm starting to get a bit confused. What if I... Yeah, actually, it's not clear what you even take with.
Wait,
right? 'Cause
97.
Doesn't this allow 97?
Oh, that's a big blunder there. That's a big pawn. You cannot afford to lose. Whoops. Whoops. And that's a byproduct of the pressure that Anish has been putting all game long.
Yeah, there are way too many ideas to worry about. Not surprisingly, he forgets about this, but it's still okay. He's still gonna try and wiggle around.
I mean, what haven't we seen from Nihal? Knight bc3, another nice move by Anish, solidifying and securing his knights. Now they defend each other.
At some point, I'm expecting him to take on d4. I don't think he can really leave that there for long.
And Nihal trying to, get the spark plugs going on the queen side. He wants b5, chipping away at the edges. That's basically all he can do here with that monster sitting on d5.
Right, yeah, not much. Maybe I have to take on d4, knight f6.
Yep, good call. It's only a pawn. So that's what he's telling himself. It's only a pawn.
But yeah, I mean, the whole structure so powerful coupled with that knight on d5. It was rook f2 trying to triple stack here on the d file.
Right, although knight c5 prevents it. Knight b3 is a fork. He carefully brings the queen back to e3, does Anish. Love the way f5.
Rook c2?
Oh, that was the dagger. Yeah, now you can't play it because of knight e7.
Wait, no, knight before rook d2.
Yeah, otherwise that ended the game on the spot. So maybe move the king away. But that walks you into some checks. He goes king h1. Okay. Fair enough.
I think Anish just wants to keep the pressure on. Nihal getting low on time.
Eventually, I would consider setting the f-pawn in motion. Now, obviously, that's very risky because you're weakening the e4 square. E4 pawn, and that anchors your knight. So maybe just keep the tension as long as possible. But no, there's f4.
G3 is a concession. Okay, but
yeah,
I think you go...
I think
you go f... Yeah, I think he does want to play f4, but he's making every possible useful move before that.
Wait, that doesn't work, though. f4. Oh, wait, no.
No. What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
Maybe
understand.
A case of... It was a very tough position, so...
I just implicitly trusted him.
Yeah.
No, wait, that made no sense. He's still in the game, though. b5, b4. God, Nihal loves playing with 0.2 seconds on the clock. Knight c5? Wait. He's somehow still creating some chances. Oh,
he is. Knight d3 all of a sudden.
Yeah, but here comes the g-pawn.
GH.
Okay, this has to be winning. Rook d2, queen g4.
Still not easy. Your king's open. White's king is open.
Knight c4 almost works.
Oh, almost. There's a queen g3 there.
That was literally the only move. It's still not over. Rook d7, though.
No, but there's rook d7.
And just queen d3. Just get the queens off the board.
Yeah. Go. Hold on, queen.
2 seconds.
It's not easy to break through this knight.
Oh, queen back to c6.
Holding it together. Gotta move. Move.
Oh my god.
Queen c3.
Okay, that forces the queen trade.
Nice. I think now he's probably got it.
There's still a possibility to get forked, though.
Gives up e4. He's gonna have one pawn left, but that's enough.
Careful. Yeah, this should be winning. It's not the easiest win in the world, though. And it's easy to mouse slip or something.
I mean, outside of that, you just bring your king through, I think. In g4.
Yeah. And you know what you can do in such positions? You can sack on d7 at the right moment. And okay, Nihal lets his clock run out. A great defensive effort, but credit to Anish. He kept his composure. It was never in doubt.
Whenever Anish gets down to 1 second, my heart races for him. It's just a contrast. Like when Anish gets low on time, I'm never worried. But
Yeah, you mean when Nihal?
Or sorry, when Nihal, excuse me. Yeah, but the other way around, it's just I never know when if your hand trembles, you just flag there.
No, totally. And it's no knock on Anish's bullet skills, which are impressive, but you just know Nihal has it under control and he's got no time on his clock. You're absolutely right. Okay, another Jabava London. Weird kind of setup. This time it's Anish taking the first long think. Oh, what a close game. What a close match. It's only
Big
a
win
1
there.
point match.
Big. You get it back to 1. I think as we were sort of alluding at the start, like even a tied match heading into bullet would significantly favor Nihal. So Anish is going to try whatever he can here to try and turn around this match entirely.
Definitely. A little 2-0 or 3-0 run here to end the 3-minute segment would go a very long way toward increasing his chances. Now, big decision here, JX, whether to take on G3 and allow that H file to open up. He wants none of it as he gets his bishop out to F5.
Yeah, I guess he sees no reason to rush there. Not really worried about bishop E5. You play F6. So, yeah, in this scenario, he takes with the C pawn, which is interesting.
Which you often see in these types of lines. I guess creating this weird kind of pawn mass in the center, which is hard to say whether it's a strength or a weakness. A3 to restrict the knight.
It is nice and solid. That's what I can say about it.
I like the look of C5 here for black. I feel like that's also very Anish style because he's a Grunfeld player.
Opening up the bishop. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then maybe snap off that bishop on G3. Actually, maybe do it first and then play C5.
I think either or is fine. Yeah, I agree with you. DC5, I would just take on G3.
Not enthralled with Nihal's position. Maybe throw in bishop E5 and try to induce F6 and just go back.
Yeah, it is an idea. I wasn't sure whether or not he goes for it. I didn't know if this actually weakened black's position.
Or strengthened it.
Yeah.
F5.
Goes F5.
Give me that diagonal. Give me that square, says Nihal.
This is a huge concession, isn't it? Like, take on D4. What if I go queen?
I'm trying to calculate knight
Yeah,
D7 here.
exactly. Me too.
No,
Knight
queen takes
D7,
B2,
queen
I
B2.
think.
Yeah, knight A4, you take on D4, and the A1 rook would hang at the end.
Yeah, everything drops there. And worst comes to worst, you could play down in exchange for 2 pawns. No, that's out of the question. Wait, what does white do?
Maybe knight E2 is not so bad.
Okay, he's played it.
Take on B2, though. Like, still, rook B1, queen A3, I don't know. Ooh, knight B8,
Knight B8,
okay.
very positional, restricting the knight on E5 and obviously preventing what was already a big threat of knight D7. Interesting position. Do you go B4 or do you waste the tempo to defend the pawn?
Yeah, it defends it another way, which is good. Annoyingly, for black, you can't go knight C6, which is the move you want to play. Don't want to take on E5 either. That would leave H6 hanging.
I suppose you could play rook D8. He goes rook C8. Same type of idea to prepare knight C6.
Now, I'm looking for a way for white to start some sort of attack here on the king side, like with G4.
Yeah, G4 looks interesting.
Is it too slow, though? Like, you can even react with F4, and I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Or even ignore with knight C6.
Ignore it completely, yeah.
Just say, you're too weak in the center to justify any serious kingside play. You know, Nihal might just have to castle kingside and accept a worse position. But no, he doesn't. He goes queen E3.
So still knight C6 met with knight D7.
Oh, that's a sick idea. And then E6 falls with check. Okay.
Right, so Anish takes the bait. Queen B2 castles.
Grab time. But he's not
He's
very
just
well
going to drop
developed.
back.
And here comes Anish's rooks. Or Nihal's rooks.
Right, I am
FC1.
ever so slightly concerned because, again, knight C6 always met with knight D7. In this case, knight C5 would hit the queen with tempo. E6 would be hanging. So
Yeah.
for black, it doesn't feel easy to make moves, like even after a quiet one, such as rook e1.
Yeah, just kind of emphasizing, as you're indicating, the fact that provided that black can never go knight c6, it's definitely concerning for Anish, and maybe a brute force move like rook e8 is what the doctor ordered here. You have to try to get knight c6 in. You can't play without your queen side. But he's down
Yeah,
to
just to
25
solve the
seconds.
problems.
Imperceptibly, he's dropped down on the clock, and I'm always worried when you've got this amount of time in a sharp middle game.
Incredibly tricky position. Rook e8, maybe there's like... Okay, he goes rook c7. This also stops the knight d7 response, so he does want to play either knight 6 or knight d7.
And if he makes that move, the position becomes a lot easier to play. And then he can rattle off a bunch of moves quickly, like rook e8. Obviously, a3 is going to be hanging.
Great point. But what if I play rook c1 here? Like rook ec1.
And then if knight c6...
Oh, I assumed that I would have an
I mean,
idea, but maybe not.
You almost have knight d7. It doesn't quite work out. Okay.
Now Nihal getting low on time. He's trying to figure out what sort of tricks he has.
We're going to get an old school time scramble here, but I don't see a clear way to muddy things up with white. Okay, repetition.
Probably a repetition of moves. I don't think Anish should take it, though.
Queen d6. Just make a stabilizing move.
It's the other way around. Yeah, now he should be in the clear. He should be able to develop the knight.
For sure.
G4,
Lock
beautiful,
things up on
lock
the king
everything
side.
in.
He has to deliver in this game. This is a very winnable position.
It's a must.
Rook
C6, just everything solid. Rook C. Wait a minute.
Oh,
rook C3, rook C8. He still holds
Barely.
the glue. Still holds.
Oh, Nihal
Oh my
trying
god.
to desperately muddying the waters, but knight takes d4 I think works out for black.
Yeah, there are no perpetual ideas. The king slithers
Just take back.
through.
Rook takes
Yeah,
c7.
you can
What's he
take.
thinking about? No, he blunders.
Whoa, what is this? What?
He forgot.
Did he
forgot
forget
the
his
rook was
hang?
defended.
Oh my.
Oh. And I was going to point this out. Don't take on e6.
Tragic.
Oh, that is a
Tragic
knife
turn of
right
events.
there. That is a dagger.
I
And
mean,
when
we
he's-
would have been talking. Yeah, we would have been talking about a tied match.
No, that's a 2-point swing right there. And Jeffrey, when he started thinking after rook takes c7, I got that knot in my stomach that he's about to make a blunder. Oh my goodness. Nihal pulls out another insane comeback win. And he still has that pesky 2-point lead.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough pill for Anish to swallow.
Unbelievable.
So, all theory now, QGA, they've showing yet another opening in this match. And I think there was a recent game here. Oh, 94. Not sure what I make of this.
Yeah, I guess rook takes c5 is something
Right,
to reckon with.
that
a4.
That was in the air, and now what if ba4 you go bishop a6? A lot of stuff hanging in that line.
I like this from an anti-tilt perspective. You got an endgame, relatively low risk. This is a very dangerous time for Anish.
Was that just like 4 moves in a flash?
Yeah, how did a3, rook a8, like pre-moved? Come on, what?
In a span of seconds, yeah, I couldn't understand what was going on. But in any case, this resulting position does look pretty drawish.
Fabi says he made the same blunder against you in Title Tuesday. I was actually watching your stream. It was like a long trading sequence, and at the end there was a defended piece.
Yeah, exactly. That was a very fortunate moment for me. But just an easy one to miss. Sometimes we forget how the knights move, I guess.
I forget it on a daily basis. Okay, so has the position more or less stabilized, and does white still have a slight advantage?
Probably ever so slight. The pawn a6, just a tad weaker than its counterpart on a3. You also have the nice knight on a5.
And the nuclear option is to play bishop b4 at some point. The problem there is black's just going to trade everything and go rook b8, and I don't see white winning.
Right.
That.
Yeah, black's bishop on d5, also a monster.
Okay, they've switched to some abstract kingside pawn play as Nihal grabs some space with g5 and basically asks Anish how he plans to improve his position. Okay, there's the answer.
Now, can Nihal play a move like bishop d6 here? I'm trying to see if I can give up the a pawn, get some counterplay.
Yeah,
Not sure
rook
if it's
back to
enough.
a8. Okay, bishop
He's
b4.
gonna go. Mm-hmm.
So he's basically trying to prevent white from doubling on the c file in a good version. You could play rook c3 here, not out of the question. And he plays it.
Yeah, keeping the rooks on the c file makes a lot of sense. Still
Black has to be
long-lasting
careful.
pressure. Yeah.
Black has to be very careful not to drop that pawn on a6, not to allow.
Rook takes c5 if the knight moves.
Great point. And then the knight drops back to b3 at the end, picking off the rook. Not easy to find a move here if you're Nihal. You got to step very lightly here.
Yeah, not at all. I'm trying to see if I can exit the pin. Because like doubling is a massive threat I have to deal with. What about rook cb8? Can I get away with such a move?
Okay, so he takes the concrete approach, allowing the check on b4. And of course, his idea is bishop takes a6, rook a8.
Yes.
White will probably not be able to get away with that. Although bishop b5 there. Can you actually take on? Okay, he doesn't do it. He goes positional.
Yeah, I was also trying to understand that line. But
Yeah,
here, okay, he's gonna get
knight d6.
He's gonna get knight d6. What about the
So
bishop
he goes
pair?
for the bishop pair.
Is that such a big deal though? Like I play rook c6.
Yeah, congrats. Would you like a medal? Like, where's the actual advantage? Okay, rook d1.
Right.
Very kind of grindy game.
Yeah, lots of subtleties. Again, knight e5, bishop c3. If knight b6, there's bishop takes c5. So the obvious moves have flaws.
Yep. Okay, we have a trade, and there's bishop d5. So knight d6, knight a5. A couple of items on the menu here for white, but knight d6, rook c6 just looks very watertight for black.
Yeah, not sure exactly how to increase pressure on a6.
I would go knight a5.
Knight a5, rook b8, call it a day.
Yeah, it might be about that time of the day. Maybe rook d4, pretend that you're still trying. But after rook b6,
Rook
I'm not even
b6.
sure white's playing for a win at that point.
Yeah.
But white might be playing for a loss there.
The knight does get stuck. Black solves its only issue. Yeah, just rook b6.
I don't know. Maybe it's time for b5. Just bail it out. I would bail out. 30 seconds. I'm starting to get a little bit, ever so slightly concerned for Anish.
I'm worried too, because like knight c4, I take it and play a5.
Yep. Okay, now... F3 is an interesting, cagey kind of move, preventing or taking the sting out of F4. In comes
Still
the knight.
probably balanced, but it's now easier for black to navigate this.
Oh, no question about it. Okay.
Maybe like h5, h4.
And Anish offering a draw. Interesting decision time for Nihal. I mean, it would make sense to take it, keep the 2-point lead, but he smells blood.
Oh, he says no. Yeah, he does
smells
smell blood.
Okay, Anish says, what exactly are you smelling? He's down to 15 seconds. Maybe it's time to make that draw after all. 10 seconds. He's addicted to that
Nihal
feeling.
feels... I think he feels so comfortable in these time scrambles. And g4, he launches.
He's making inroads. He's going to win the pawn back with interest. And that knight on a5, Jeffrey, is really out of the game.
Oh my, this is not easy to handle. Rook.
This is...
Looking at like rook d1, but then rook b4.
Yeah, you can't even move. Knight takes g4 is coming. 4 seconds.
And he can't find anything. Knight g4. Knight g4.
Whoa!
Whoa!
What a move. And he's going to have the passed a pawn at the end.
And that knight is still stuck.
Totally stuck. And now you've got holes on the dark squares.
Oh my.
Which he tries to cover with his king. Maybe bishop b5. And now king
He's got
f4.
knight c2, knight. No, also knight. Yeah, the knight's. Okay, he trades. Still promising with the a pawn.
I thought king f4 was winning, and it's
Right,
going to
he
be
might
winning
have
because
had
of
a-
h3.
There's still h3.
Yep. Goodbye. Wait. Yeah, he
E5
can just
or-
stop it
yeah,
handily
this
with his
is-
bishop.
Just another remarkable find and sequence by Nihal.
And this is, Jeffrey, to echo your point, even scarier than the 3-point lead he's opened up is how this bodes for Nihal's, for Anish's chances in the bullet. He just can't lose every one of these time scrambles because he's not going to make it out of the gates in the bullet segment.
I'm trying to recall a single game that Anish won where they're both like down to 15 seconds, and I can't. So this is, yeah. I mean, I saw Fabi there was saying Anish might be underestimated in bullet, but all these games don't leave a great impression.
Oh, I mean, as we said at the beginning, Anish grew up playing Blitz in the Park. He's a very experienced bullet player in general. But when we talk about Nihal, we talk about a different level of bullet mastering. And the guy just does not make mistakes in time scrambles, which is crazy.
And yet another Jabal London. I'm starting to get sick of this, but
Me too. And I've played it for years.
yeah, still the
Me
same
too.
G5, Bishop G3.
Whoa.
Oh, a twist here.
Little Tabasco sauce added to the position with 95. I don't know about G5 because H4 could come real fast here.
Yeah, striking and opening up all the avenues. Well, Black has this move knight f4, which I'm trying to evaluate. It's a typical idea in these lines.
Two can play at that game is what you're saying there. Weakening the d4 pawn.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's what you want to do, but it certainly is on the table.
Yeah, I like knight f4, but Anish is sunk into a monumental think.
And
Bishop
Nihal
a6 is
thinking?
possible.
That's what he's thinking about. I was
Technically.
wondering, like, what is the delay?
I don't
But
think
yeah,
he's
Bishop
going
h5
for it.
Right, I think Bishop h5 is just the modest way, and
But maybe, I mean, Bishop a6 and then go Queen h5.
yeah,
Wow.
Bishop a6. I'd probably go knight f6, but yeah, ultimately he goes
He was
plays the
seriously
normal
thinking
way.
about it.
He was.
Okay, Bishop f5 by Anish, completing his development. That knight on a6 rejoins society either via b4 or c7. But it's going to take it a while to really get back in the game. I like White's position.
I do too. That h pawn also feels like a long-term weakness.
Nihal obviously smells blood. A victory in this game would uncork a 4-point lead and it would be an absolute dagger.
Yeah, things would be getting out of hand.
Okay, there's f4. Cementing the knight. Okay, knight c7 looks pretty solid for Anish, and he could even go knight e8, knight f6, or knight e8, knight d6 and play against these light squares in the center.
Trying to construct an idea for White how to target the h pawn. I think he's doing the same. Maybe you. Okay, I was gonna suggest Bishop h3 and Queen h5, but this is similar. Like he's got the Queen h5 and even you might retreat knight f3 just to go after the h pawn.
I was going to say, Queen h5 looks like a big positional threat. I would even play it now. Rook f3, as you said. And to borrow your phrase, things could get out of hand very quickly on the king side here. And there it is. I wouldn't put any stock in the eval bar here. I like White's position.
Yeah, me too. And for Black, it's also difficult to suggest some counterplay. What exactly do you... I mean, can you do anything in the meantime?
You could try to prepare c5, which is, of course, the sort of traditional idea in such positions. But who's going to play a move like rook c8 here? That's not very human. Oh, Bishop g6. He blundered his queen. He blundered his queen.
Oh, my.
Well, technically, he blundered a piece because there's knight h6. Okay, Anish.
He has to find this.
Don't you
He has
dare
to.
miss Bishop g6. Okay, I'm getting
Not
really worried.
seen it yet. Yeah, he's not seen it yet.
No, but it's staring at him in the face.
Because otherwise,
No
there's
way he
Bishop f5
misses
and knight h6. You literally have to find this. The only
You have
other...
to find it.
The only other
What is
move
he
is maybe
doing?
queen d6, but
But now,
Oh, this
what
is
worries
insane.
me, Jeffrey, is that even after he plays bishop g6, he's going to have 20 seconds. What's he doing?
oh yeah, it's not over. He doesn't
He's
see it.
frozen. No.
He just doesn't see it. I mean, he's worried about bishop f5. Okay, finally. Wow.
Finally played it with 20 seconds left, but now the game is actually far from over, given Nihal's abilities in time scrambles.
Yeah, you take on h6 here. You play queen f3. Still force Anish to keep his nerves in. I see him shaking his head like, what took me so long?
Yep, but better late than never, and he's up a full piece. And he can attack on the king side now. King h7, rook g8 is very strong. Now this is winning. This is like busto.
Undoubtedly, but why do I smell another twist?
I can't blame you for that. Knight g4. I don't know about bishop d3. I don't love that move. Eval bar
The
starting to
knight-
creep up again.
I mean, it is still a full piece up at the end of the day, but there's one thing I know about Nihal, especially this match.
What I think he might have missed here, rook h3, knight takes e5, and very important move, rook g4. Because if you lose the h4 pawn, then the game becomes legitimately complicated. Now I think it's basically over. Queen h5. I mean, okay. Very
It's gonna take its time.
gingerly. Very gingerly. Guy a6. Stop the counterplay.
But it's
A6,
time.
A3.
It's time. Yeah, queen h5, rook g8. Let's bring everybody in.
Yep, all the toys to the nursery party. There he goes. How is he going to break through on the king side?
Yeah,
though? I think Nihal's trying to set up some sort of a fortress.
He is. He's setting up fortress here. I mean, the extra
Rook
piece.
h3.
Oh, it's an unstoppable threat with the e pawn hanging too.
I think queen
That's
f1
it.
was a possibility. No, rook h3 gh.
Oh, there's still no way through somehow.
Wait, how do you have to open the queen side? Go b6.
Yeah, then
and
I guess you go
c5, for
bishop.
goodness
Yeah, yeah.
sake.
You just play for a5 or some break there.
And use the possibility of rook takes h3 to anchor to tie white's queen down to the second rank.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you should have this in the bank. Oh, he's gonna.
He's dragging this out.
Oh, he's walking the king all the way around.
I mean, he has no. You got to go b6 or a5 or something. Open up the queen side. Wait, now white can go
But
a5.
he's. I mean, it's just a little bit unconvincing here. That's got me worrying.
And I don't know why he procrastinated on a5. I mean, there was no better version than that.
And all of a sudden,
Okay.
there aren't that many
Look.
avenues you can open here.
At this point, you have to go b6 at some point. We've been here before. Don't repeat 3 times. Okay, he's going to use his king to prepare it. Wow.
But that's
All the way to
risky. I
A7.
mean, I don't think you can play b6 here. I'm afraid.
Takes in rook a1.
Yeah, with queen a2 ideas coming.
Huh.
This is not
Whoa!
simple. Oh, he said, ah!
Oh, and rook h3.
He found the way. But king
Wait,
g1,
rook h3,
queen
king
g3,
g1, queen g3.
Yeah.
Okay, it's winning. You got to try it if you're Nihal, though. You got to take that bishop. Yep. He's going to get mated.
There's just no way to survive this. Yeah,
h5?
rook f3, even queen f3.
I'm trying to set up some sort
Queen
of a stalemate idea,
h5.
but I don't see it.
Yeah, queen
Queen
e3.
e3.
Almost stalemate, but you have the f1 square for the
You
king.
got to find queen e3. Missed it. Oh, no.
Wait
Queen
a
h8.
second.
Queen h8. Queen h8.
Oh, wait, still queen e1. Still queen e1.
No,
Hold on.
I'm in disbelief. It's a draw.
I
and-
thought he was. Yeah, I thought he was
Oh,
going to be
h3.
losing there, but hold on.
I
Still
think he
h3.
still
He
might be
collects all the
winning.
pawns with check. Yeah.
He might still be winning here. Queen f4. Queen f4. Oh. Oh, careful.
Yeah, don't repeat.
Which pawn is he going to take?
I would take on f4 and then take on d4. Why?
He's
really
trying to
taking his
force
sweet
it with
time.
check, but he's got to be so careful not to repeat moves.
Yeah, yeah. Queen f3
And
is
he
a
did!
threefold. It's a threefold.
No.
I mean, wasn't queen f4 there? What was he worried about? Like, you're never at risk.
Zero risk. You can repeat with perpetual at literally any time. That
Oh
is
my goodness.
mind-boggling. He was literally down a piece and getting checkmated.
And he
Are
still
you
drew.
kidding me? No, but that's just such a confidence buster. On top of the objective damage that you do when you miss a win like this, the lead remains 3. And the lead was 3 before the bullet segment of the Aronian on Draken match, Jeffrey, but this just feels different.
It feels different. It's a whole nother story with Nihal involved, especially just considering all of those games which we've seen. And yeah, it's a tough climb.
It's going to be a very tough climb indeed. He's going to have 30 minutes to climb this particular mountain, and he's going to have to start the comeback early. He can't afford to lose the first couple of games. It's going to be crazy. Don't go anywhere. Now, before we go on a break and get set up for the bullet, make sure to get ready for the December 2022 State of Chess.com. Yes, it's back. Coming to you live on December 21st. We have some huge news for the chess community, and the event will be followed by a community Q&A. Plus, some very special guests will be joining the show to talk about the exciting announcement and what it means for the future of chess and the chess community. Don't miss the show. Mark your calendars, December 21st at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on twitch.tv/chess. State of Chess coming your way soon, but the bullet segment is coming your way right on the other side of this break here at the Speed Chess Championship. Stay tuned.
Use GIFs, not GIFs, from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search Chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of GIFs from Chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Pokimane, Ludwig, Moist Critical, XQC, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. The match between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri has taken so many turns. Chopping it up for you, GM Daniel Naroditsky, alongside Grandmaster Jeffrey Jean, the winner of yesterday's Title Tuesday. It's been a pleasure covering the match with you so far. Jeffrey, let's remind everybody of what's at stake prize-wise. We've got a $20,000 purse for the finals, and you can see the layout there. Just some awesome prizes, Jeffrey, as if people needed any more motivation to watch the SCC.
Yeah, right now for everyone, it's all about survive in advance. Look at that lovely increase as you move on. The prizes just get so heavy. And right now, I just want to see, can Anish muster himself? Can he regain his composure? Because those last two games were heartbreaking for him. I mean, he could have had this match tied, I think, a few games ago easily. And now it's a 3-point gap heading into Bullet.
Yeah, it just seems like every Nihal Sarin match involves so many of these ridiculous Houdini acts. But as Robert Hess likes to point out, sometimes players who aren't necessarily known for their bullet skill, that they're able to muster up a surprising amount of speed in the bullet segment. We saw that once again with Levon Aronian, who I think Anish Giri has to look up to right now for some inspiration. Here we go. A Queen's Gambit accepted once more in game one. And so far, so good for Anish. He has more time than he started with, and he's got some pressure going in the center.
Yeah, quick bishop f3, intending to bring this knight into c6, carve out that square. Knight e5, d5 could lead to issues. So Nihal going to try and keep the tension here with queen c7.
Okay, so we might get a mass trade, d7, b7. Anish taking the first significant think of the game. And you only have one of these. He's suddenly down to 40 seconds.
In Bullet, yeah. I mean, he's trying to see how not to simplify the situation. Like, so often Queen's Gambit accepted. Once things get swapped off, it's just dead even. So I don't know, how is he planning to create chances?
I don't think he is. I think he's just trading everything. But the position maybe a smidge better for white. I like the placement of the bishop on b2. He's like, what bishop on b2? It's now been traded for the knight. The position almost resembles a Rubinstein French.
Yes. I was going to say you could even consider leaving your king in the middle there and try to play along the g file, but this is a very safe approach. Just going to double in. Even though you've got the doubled f pawns, they can't really be targeted.
And at this point, you're already basically starting to play the clock. If you're Nihal, you want to drag these games out. We've seen some bullet games take upwards of 4 minutes. And this looks like it could be one of those games that could feature a long, grinded out endgame. Exactly what Nihal wants as he sits on this 3-point lead.
Right. As Anish, how do you sort of, at the very least, maybe you just want to trade rooks here and invade along the light squares, the weak b5.
Yeah, I thought Nihal might have rushed that queen trade. I didn't think there was any need to get the queens off the board. He was a little over eager there. Now the knight's getting to d3, and white's starting to make some serious progress.
Do you trade rooks here? Yes, and he's going to go a4 and bring the king in.
He's going to try to bring the king in immediately, but that gives the option of b5, which Nihal might want to exploit. Yeah, this has to be winning for white at this point, or very close to winning.
Yes, once the king lands on b5, you get the knight on c4.
He has to capitalize.
Knight b2, he's just winning a pawn now.
And basically the game, because king b7, knight d6. Okay, he drops a pawn. And there goes the other one. Just f3, e4. All the pawns are on light squares. Wow.
Well.
Another twist. What haven't we seen? This is... yeah.
Woo. I mean, that was basically out of the blue. I thought Nihal had everything under wraps, but just ended up being a whitewash.
Yeah, the decision to trade queens, I think that was the ultimate culprit. And guess what? This is exactly how the Aronian and Draken bullet segment started. He wins one more game, and it's a 1-point match. So I actually think this one's really pivotal, as they have yet another, believe it or not, Jabava London.
But I really like this version because he can play ed4 or e4, but essentially follow it up with f5, opening the bishop. Suddenly f4 is a big idea.
And
Who's
with
cooking
these,
here?
and in a bullet game, it's all about not just the objective eval, but who has the easier game practically. And here, Black can just rattle off a lot of these moves: Bishop D7, Rook E8. You got a pretty easy pawn storm on the queen side. On the other hand, White's got G4.
Bishop G6. G4, an important idea to take into account. Goes knight D4 first.
Now he's going to go G4. Oh, and Anish might have overlooked that. Is there something else?
After G4, you go like Bishop G7. No, but just Queen H.
Even Queen
something.
H2.
I mean, it's
Queen H fill in the blank.
Both moves look promising. At least Queen H3, maybe there's FG. So Queen H2, slightly more precise.
Now,
can he get away with this?
I think he can. These pawns are actually very good defensive pieces. And the king has a beautiful parking spot on F7. Black is better. And Black is
you don't see
30 seconds up.
You don't see the triple G pawns like that every day.
Yeah, that's nuts. And F2 is hanging at the same time. Big promise here for
Nihal. Queen G3.
Maybe Queen D7. Just try to keep these pawns alive as long as possible. Uh-oh.
F3. I think you just ignore it, though. You don't touch it.
No.
Rook A8 or just A4 makes sense. Maybe A3.
And you don't want to rush C5, because then you weaken the D5 pawn. I like his decision to go B5 and definitely trading
No,
Rook
but now
F6.
C6. I'm not sure. C6 is a weakness.
He gets rid of the knight. Now, obviously, that is a concession, but Black definitely the one still in the driver's seat. Knight E6 is coming in. Rook F2, Knight C5. I mean, lots of improving moves here.
And look at the time disparity.
No, this has been phenomenal time management. Knight E4. He's playing like an inveterate bullet player. I mean, this has been crazy so far in the bullet segment. Can he capitalize,
Huge chance here for Anish. He's milking the position. Maybe Knight F6. No, he checks.
Don't repeat. Can't give up half a point. This is a golden opportunity. E4, though. Uh-oh.
I can't believe Nihal can get away with this. D4 and Rook D8, but there was nothing there.
Rook D5 mate. He walked into mate.
He walked right into mate.
Rook D5 is mate. In one. Rook D8 was also made in one.
And when you look at that,
kidding me? Oh my gosh. A win in this game ties the match. Here we go again.
I mean, Fabi called it. I got to give him credit where it's due.
He totally called it.
I thought this was going to be a runaway, but Anish showing, was up 20 to 30 seconds in that game.
Yeah, and that might be just as impressive as the results themselves. His time management has been unbelievable, and he's not playing too fast either. He's taking his time at the right moments. But the good news for Nihal is he's still a point up, and I don't think his confidence has been shaken. Nihal doesn't get too high with the highs, but he also doesn't get too low with the lows, and I think he's going to try to keep his foot on the gas pedal here and come back with a big victory in this game with the black pieces.
He most certainly will. But, all right, Anish taking his time here. I like the looks of D5. Just take space and put a knight on C4.
Uh-huh. Kind of Benoni style. Especially now it comes with tempo. Wait up. A6 hangs, but I guess E4 hangs in return.
Yeah. It's going to do it.
Looks pretty pleasant.
I guess Bishop has to... Yeah, there's no Bishop B5. You would be trapped. Whoa, he sacks the full piece.
I mean, Nihal doesn't want to draw here. He wants to recover with a victory in this game.
Looks like a brilliant practical decision. Maybe just a great decision in general.
What he has to be so careful about is not losing A6 at some point and allowing this A-pawn forward, but that's not a problem anymore. He can take A5 on demand.
Yeah, he's already got 3 pawns. He can collect another one.
Don't like Bishop F6.
Perhaps, yeah, running out of steam here. Knight E4 comes with a tempo now.
And suddenly White's kind of in charge. Bishop C4. Bishop C4 looks really imposing. Huh.
So what is the count here? 4 pawns for a piece. White has both bishops. Very funny material imbalance.
That bishop on H6 is kind of a bone in Black's throat. And Nihal is going to try to make something of that. But here comes the pawn. Oh, this is going to get super spicy.
Slowly crafting ideas on the king side.
Now Queen C3 is an option to provoke more weaknesses and maybe go G5 at the right moment.
Yeah, there's no A3.
D4.
E5.
D4.
E4.
Oh, what's his idea?
Queen F3.
And bishop has
Bishop
this
C4.
beautiful.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
got.
an E6, Queen F6.
That would be huge.
So
now, do you
Queen
go
C6,
for the end game here? Probably not.
Not in a bullet game. I think practically you have to try to keep the queens. And maybe even repeat moves. I wouldn't mind a repetition if I'm Anish.
I
don't know.
I feel like he's got to take his chances here. I mean, I know that he's
Nihal
already
taking
gotten
his.
within
Rook A3.
one.
Rook A3. And
Oh,
Queen
Rook
B8.
A3.
He doesn't see it though. Will he find Rook takes A3? It wins the game. Oh, he missed it.
Got to move. All right, G3. Once Bishop G2.
That's still a pretty nasty little move there. Now
Rook A3 is still in the
Queen
air.
E5.
Now Nihal, but Bishop Queen E5.
It's over.
Picking
Queen
up
F7.
C5.
And Queen E7.
Oh, even this. Even
he's just
this,
picking
he
everything
collects
up. Queen takes C5.
Wow.
Queen takes D4. It's totally winning.
Are you kidding me?
Oh!
Bishop
What a
C4.
move!
Oh, that is nasty.
This is insane. He's won 3 in a row.
A hat trick and the match is leveled. Unbelievable.
And just try that on for size. The first 3-game winning streak of this match for Anish comes in the bullet. And the match, ladies and gentlemen, is tied at 10 apiece. Whew.
And after knight B6,
And he's better again.
Knight C3, knight FD5.
Oh, and Nihal is totally reeling here. Knight C3, knight C5. The bishop hangs at the end of the line.
It
What
does
the
feel like this
heck?
can start going the other way. Nihal's slowly unraveling. I don't see a good way to deal with this.
And neither does Nihal. He has to give up the e-pawn. At least he gets Black's bishop in return. Good decision there. Great decision there.
Right. Some compensation here in the means of Black's backward e-pawn.
I would just go queen b6, knock the queen out of d4. This looks really bad for white all of a sudden with that e5 square belonging to Black's knight.
Yeah, rook c8. You can play this in a variety of ways. I think you just stick the knight on e5, though.
And rook d1 is a sad necessity because otherwise there were tactics with rook c3 and knight d5.
Oh, yeah. And queen b4. I love queen b4.
Anish is
Just
seeing
forcing queens off,
everything
infiltrating.
right now. Queen b4 is a great move.
Queen b4. I love this.
Taking some time. But he better see queen b4.
I think he's still okay. Like, even if g5 comes, what's the big deal? You go knight fd7.
I guess queen
So he's
b4
gonna
he was
prepare
worried
it.
about rook d4.
Oh, there is rook d4, which I forgot about. Yeah, but I love rook h8 as well, anticipating the h-file opening. And maybe Black's the one that's the more ready for such a
Ooh.
transition.
And if you have to play a move like knight e2, that is not a good sign. Maybe even a sack on e5, practically speaking, should be considered.
Perhaps
at
is what he
some
has in
point.
mind, but rook c2.
Wait.
Now, what exactly is this? Can I take on a2?
Anish says, thank you for the pawn. Where's your attack?
Rock solid. Everything defended.
Unbelievable. f6 is protected. I would just go, yeah, now he plays queen b4 to pin the bishop. Holy smokes.
White's piece is completely stuck.
Another great move. I mean, every move is better than the last one so far. But it can all change at the drop of a hat.
I mean, White just can't do anything. Like, rook c7 met with queen e1 exactly.
Total zugzwang. He's losing b3. No hesitation there. Queen e1 even now is possible. There it is.
Yeah, queen e1. He spots it.
I'm speechless.
My goodness.
Barring craziness in this game. That's a great move by Nihal, though.
Oh, I
Keeps
didn't
himself
see
alive.
that, but queen
Rook
b4.
h2.
Still 3 pawns at the end of the day. Yeah, rook h2 would be a crazy idea, taking advantage with knight g4.
Maybe a3, but he's gonna... Nihal has to get rid of that a-pawn somehow. Wait.
But he can't.
He can't?
And now I think even the endgame, knight c5, just knight c5 with the fork, or this.
Rook
it's
a8
all
is
over.
such a composed, mature move. Now just
Truly.
knight c4. Brr.
What are we witnessing?
Knight d2, knight b3, but wait, Nihal goes back to d4. It's still not over.
Maybe just collect another pawn then, while you're at it. Take on g5.
And notice how many practical decisions Anish is making. He's playing this like a habitual bullet player.
Yeah, he knows that he should be able to convert this without too many difficulties.
And milk a good amount of time off the match clock, which is now down to 16 minutes. and he should be able to convert. Although, knight e8,
Oh.
king f4, threatening mate in
That
one!
was almost. Oh my god, okay.
There was a mate in one threat for white. Only Nihal can do that. He's having a hard time.
But this isn't bad. I really think he will convert this, and taking time off the clock.
By the way,
Jeffrey,
there was a tactic with knight d3 and knight takes e4 using that bishop on a4.
With
as
the
fork bait.
Yeah.
Okay, he finally makes some progress. King g5 blunders e7.
Knight g7, another clinical move.
And f5 might be coming next. Whoa.
Oh, he takes, which I'm not sure about.
I don't know about that move.
Still all right, though. Nice blockade here.
Yeah, you don't even need to play knight c7. The knight's just perfectly placed on e8, and Nihal resigns, and you were
Great
absolutely right.
Oh, sheesh. He's got the lead. I think it's his first lead since that, like, the run earlier on when he was up 3-1. And can Nihal figure out how to bounce back from this?
Fabi's like sipping on his smoothie somewhere with an "I told you so" expression on his face. And Smarter Chess predicts at this point a higher probability of a Giri victory. And given the momentum, I don't disagree with it. He's better again.
Nihal trying to get some counterplay. Bishop g4, rook d8, d4. Bit soft. Can you take it? Play g6, knight e6 next.
Yeah, Nihal kind of accelerating his pace here, trying a different game strategy as he drags his knight over to f5. This could get dangerous for white. In a bullet game, it's very double-edged.
I mean, back to the Smart Chess, though. It was 14% for Anish going into the bullet, and I would have actually argued putting it lower based on what we saw. But it's an insane turn of events. I don't know, words can't even describe it.
I think the lesson, regardless of the result of this match, is that you just cannot make any conclusions about people's bullet strengths, especially given that it's 1+1. And as we've discussed, totally different game from 1+0.
Just Queen's 3 here. Knight e4 would be a massive idea. Knight can jump into f6 or d6.
I guess
Black, problematic again.
Probably Black will meet that with knight f5, but I agree. He stops knight e4. Good move by Nihal.
Wait a second. Rook
f7 has to be good for white, doesn't it?
I mean, I understand you win d4. Maybe these are the kind of complications Nihal's trying to
I don't know, though, because rook d4, you just trade and mop up the 7th rank pawns. Knight takes d4, you go rook d to f1, and Black can't move the rooks away from the back rank. Whoa, e6!
Oh, but how about e6? This is also very strong.
Maybe even stronger. I guess c5. C5, you have to solidify that knight on d4. If you're Nihal.
E7 would be a threat. If not, e7 and rook d4 with back rank ideas.
He just takes in. He says, "Come at me, brah." And where is the knockout? Maybe just rook takes b7.
Maybe nothing better than rook b7.
And you got to play it quickly if you're Anish. And move the rook away.
Does. King h1. Another brilliant prophylaxis. Wow.
Stopping knight e2 check, making sure that anytime the knight moves, you have the time to deliver mate on g7. Rook f1.
F4. Yeah, rook f1 is a nice tempo.
I'm getting worried about Anish's clock. This is the first time Nihal has managed to bring him down.
Rook e3, queen c. Yeah, rook through queen c4 check is important.
And now knight f1.
Rook h3 though.
No, rook e2. He blundered. Rook
queen
d4,
e2.
Queen f1.
No, queen e2. No, rook e2,
queen
e2.
Oh my god. So where's the move? Oh my god!
What is this? But I think it's a
queen e4 and knight f3.
But there's always d8 hanging at the end.
You're exactly right, and I missed that. Rook takes d8 as a back ranker. What a game!
Wow.
And the first game Nihal has not lost in 19 minutes of bullet.
Oh. And he might have been fortunate there. Like, he was in trouble. It could have been 5 in a row for Anish, potentially.
I would have just taken on e2 and lost on the spot. I don't know how Nihal managed to navigate those complications. Okay, still a 1-point lead.
Yeah, it's an insane gear that Anish has kicked in.
An insane what? Giri? Oh. Hey, you got to pull down the low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit, yes.
I mean, the low-hanging fruit you have to grab. Okay, so what do we have here? Jababa London, big surprise. First time in the match. But Nihal having a hard time castling.
Maybe you've got to go knight AB1 here. Ooh, F3, I'm not sure about that E3 pawn.
Okay, but the good thing for white is that bishop takes A6 is now a serious positional threat. And knight B4, there was bishop D6. So I like knight B8. Love knight B8.
Indeed, that was a key tactic there with bishop D6. Knight D7. Got it like Carl is bad, but can white go B5 here?
Well, he does. And maybe A6 was worth it. Bishop F8 was his defensive
bishop
idea.
F8.
Holy smokes, he's sharp. And C5 maybe?
Now I like C5.
Or just rook A8.
Yeah. Maybe C5 he would take a knight D4. So you don't have to rush with that.
And he does.
But he...
Hard to evaluate this position because white has this big weakness on E3. We've had these middle games before with colors reversed.
Yeah, I like rook C8 here and then followed by knight E5.
Oh, and you've got the C4 square.
For black, yeah, like rook C8.
God, Anish just seems so in control of every... Bishop D4! Bishop D4!
Was that working? Oh my god, it was!
Because the E2 was hanging in the end. A big miss there. That didn't win a piece, but it did win a big pawn.
Yes. But still, I mean, this position... So hard for white to really penetrate, and I think black is the one with the ideas.
And black's the one with the squares.
Got knight C4 coming in.
Okay. Here comes the pass pawn.
He has to give it up.
And if you play C3 too quickly, that pawn could turn into a weakness. So I actually like...
Probably go...
Rook C4.
Yeah, rook C4 is nice.
9.5 in the match, so... Still plenty of time for games left to be played.
You go bishop D5 here. You can always simplify if you want.
He bails out immediately, but I think Anish is still the one playing for a win here.
Yes, absolutely.
Because F4, bishop E4, king B3. I wouldn't do anything too crazy if you're Anish. Just trade rooks and make the draw.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, I thought he blundered a bishop. Holy crap.
And maybe he did. He has rook A2 check, winning black-white's bishop. Unbelievable. I don't like the decision for Anish to go for this, Jeffrey, because the king is now cut off. Rook F3.
Oh,
big
no.
blunder
Oh,
there.
no.
He's going to lose this one.
King is super active, too. Taking D5.
I think Nihal can take this one. He goes B6. Big decision there. He could end up losing that pawn.
Rook
and
B2?
he will. Rook F6.
Gonna give it up. Oh, rook F6 would uncut the king.
But maybe the pawn endgame was lost after takes and king D6. White was promoting with check there.
Oh.
Unbelievable tactics here. This
still D6.
should be winning for white. Oh, D7.
3.
No, don't go D7. You were losing your queen there.
Oh, with rook E3, rook D3.
I mean, this is just crazy. It's still not over.
I guess the A pawn is too far away, but it's going to keep checking him.
Yeah, but how do you actually make the winning progress here? Make a move!
Oh my god. I slide to E8. Yeah, slide to E8. Oh, or is this not the way?
I guess not. Maybe A2 should have been thrown in by Anish. Oh, he's going to give up
what is going on?
Rook? But no, this is lost.
King H3, G5. Yes.
It's over. Oh my god. It's a tie match again.
Oh, so topsy-turvy that one. Could not even process a single thing.
And Jeffrey, I think ultimately the culprit can be traced back to his decision to not trade rooks. With a 1-point lead on the black pieces, he had to play more conservatively there. Can't fault him for taking the gutsy call, though.
True. A bold decision there. That might be something we talk about after the match. But we're tied here, nearing 7 minutes. Sharp opening choice now from Nihal is playing his beloved perk.
Yeah, he's going for the win here. He might even take back with the pawn. He doesn't necessarily mind that end game. I don't know. The knight's coming to D5, though, pretty quickly there.
I like D5 still. Yeah, you go knight D5, I put my knight on D4, and I kick your knight out.
Objectively, black is definitely worse in these types of positions. Bishop E2, F4, and then quickly maybe H4, H5 can be considered. Oh, Anish playing for the mate here. H5.
Yes, I like H5.
Boom, boom, boom.
Why not?
This is a terrible position for black. He hasn't put his clothes on the queen side, and he's already getting mated.
That is a funny way of putting it. Yeah, I think... Oh, B5, desperation.
He just put his clothes on.
So F4, knight C4, and if knight B5, I guess he's just going rook B8. What a practical decision by Nihal.
Okay, so B4, bishop G7 is curtains. I would throw in knight takes B5 just to eliminate that headache.
I was calculating like a bishop f8 there. Bishop h6, bishop h8, bishop f8 with the idea to sack on h8, queen h6.
Oh, that's beautiful on rook h1 in the end. Anish playing it more simply with f4. He's just using that pin against the knight on f6. This has to be winning, no?
This is, after knight c4, I think you just take. You have a multitude of ways to take advantage of the pin.
I think here...
And now...
Knight
fe5, bc, and knight e4. Tricky, Nihal.
And knight d5, still knight e4. No, he goes back to d7 simply. He keeps the tension. Look at the clock,
I guess too much
though.
was hanging in the line.
Maybe just f3.
Oh, yeah. Watch the clock here. Bishop f3. Keep it simple. c6 is not a move, I guess? d6 is hanging?
It's been winning for like years, but Anish hasn't actually made the decisive progress as he tries to double on the H file.
That's a big idea.
Bishop e2.
Rook double? What's he got?
Oh yeah, rook h8, rook h7 is a mate threat. He got to move though.
King f8. I guess he wants to escape.
He's going to make a run for it, and he's still alive.
But f4 is coming.
f4 is coming, and it's coming at the least opportune moment. It's going to send the knight back to d7, and f7 should fall there.
Yeah, bishop c4, you have all sorts of ideas.
f4, now's the time. Bishop c4. 2 seconds.
c4 is huge.
Maybe just sack on f7 at some point.
There's no actual tactic, unfortunately, so he's got to...
Knight b6, but he's turning it around. He's going to trap the bishop.
He's panicking. Oh, God. Can he sack still?
f5, just throw everything into the fire.
No, there's back rank problems. Oh, or queen h2. Hang on.
King e6, queen h2 threatens me.
Queen h2 or queen g2? How do you get out of this?
Oh my God, how do you threaten? Yeah, queen g4 is a mate threat. There's no defense.
It's mate.
Just win the rook. And just trade queens.
Okay.
Whatever you do.
Yeah, okay. Rook h1 is nice.
Rook c1, trade it. Take it and go g6. It's over.
G6. Oh. Wow.
Holy smokes. Anish back on top by a point. 3 minutes, 50 seconds left.
And now it's suddenly Nihal on the brink. If he loses this game, that's the match. And he has to know that at this point.
Yeah, if he loses, I would say in over 2 minutes, that is basically the match. But he's got the white pieces. He's playing his pet Jabava. He knows these positions really well. I like this choice. And they're repeating the line from the Blitz game.
Yes, where Anish got his attack going with f4.
Okay, rook e1. We've had very similar position. In that game, somehow Anish's queen went out to h4.
Yeah, I thought he could do the same thing there. Now c4.
So this time, Nihal chipping away at the center, but he's in so much danger on the king side here.
Yeah, you take on d5, I think.
And maybe go queen
and
b3.
Now, yeah, there feels like, I mean, it feels loosey-goosey all around for black.
It most certainly does. Anish going for the kill with the bishop sack. Oh, that's a great move. His g8,
massive moment.
You collect all the pawns.
You do, and then your queen comes in.
But how do you navigate the complications here? Queen b3 is a great practical move, and he played it fast.
Yeah, those bullet instincts kicking in for Nihal. Knight c7, also a massive threat hitting everything.
And if knight takes f3, bishop f3, you don't have knight d2, because again, that very weak pawn on d5 just hangs. 25 seconds for Anish. I don't think he sees a move.
Well pointed out. Yeah, I'm trying to see how do I keep the attack going, but there's no clear way. And knight c7 here?
Oh, and look at the speed. Rook ac1, just stepping on the gas pedal here, banking on, trying to flag him, basically.
Knight e6 covering the square.
g5, g4, very dangerous idea, by the way. That could lead to mate.
What do you do? Bishop d3, or do you take?
Okay, rook f7. Is there...
Now, can I take a knight d6? Oh, it's so hard to calculate.
I think you can, and I think he's got to go for it quickly. Just hope that Anish doesn't have enough time for the complications. He had knight c5.
Oh, geez, no.
Knight c5 might have been winning for black. Now white's got to be winning.
7? Can I go like bishop g7, knight e5 with tempo?
I feel like there are too many infiltration spots, and now queen takes d5, picks up a
but
big
rook
pawn.
d8, but still rook d8.
Oh, yeah. Maybe knight e5 was hasty. Oh my God. He plays it anyway. This is a must win.
It is, yeah. Is there like a knight g6, I'm wondering?
Or a knight. Oh yeah, knight takes g6, picks up a pawn.
A draw is satisfactory for Nihal. That gives him another chance.
I think it's an even endgame. You take on d4.
But Jeffrey, he's got to pay attention to the clock, because if he gets down to a draw, then he has to end the game before the match is over.
He could, yeah.
But he loses a pawn.
Oh.
Okay, now he's got to win this endgame. That's it. This is going to be the last game.
Wait, rook d5?
Rook d1, rook d2.
Oh, there's rook d1, rook d2.
Oh my gosh. And with the increment, Anish has a chance to save this. F3. I guess there's king g3. He's winning. Oh my God.
Well, wait a second, though. g4, g3. This is so tricky.
It is tricky. Maybe get the king around to h5.
What a classy move.
And
no,
Jeffrey,
h3 is huge.
If black gets the king to h5, the pawn on g4 is going to be pinned. 20 seconds left on the match clock. Oh my God. Wait.
I don't think you can repeat, can you?
And g4 is a massive threat here. Oh my gosh. Rook a3 and g4.
Gotta go back. Yeah, he's got
and
g4.
Black gets counterplay.
G1, g3.
Rook a2, rook a2. Rook a2 played. He has f3, he has g3. He can just repeat moves.
Oh, okay, this also works. Yeah, this also works.
But Nihal's going to try a6 and rook a5. Oh my God, I think he's going to win. He's going to move.
Oh no.
Oh my God, it's winning now. King f4. Oh my God, king f5. He's going to go rook g6. He's winning.
Rook g6. Oh, that's it.
Now he's officially winning.
Oh my gosh.
Holy shit.
Oh, we're gonna get a tiebreak.
Wait, not quite yet, but he has too many pawns.
It's still tricky. Yeah, rook g2. That's
king g6. Cut off the king and push that f pawn. It's over. Oh my God!
He found a way.
I think the best thing in such a situation is not to say anything. Like that's the most effective way to just explain what just happened.
You found the very last trick.
Folks,
oh my God, the a6 rook a5.
We are going to another tiebreak. We've got more chess to play. Now, very quickly, very important. The format is simple. Best of 4 games. So first to 2.5 wins. If the score at the end of the 4 games is 2-2, then they go to an Armageddon. There will be a bidding process. We will explain that if they ultimately go for Armageddon. But right now, we've got 4 more games of 1+1, and we are not going on a break, so do not go anywhere. Oh my God. Can you believe what
so you're
we just
saying
saw?
No, I absolutely can't. But you're saying that the games are going to start immediately?
The games are going to start immediately. No break.
Wow. I mean, I wanted a second to catch my breath, but here we go, I guess.
Yeah, it was destiny. And when Anish was repeating with rook a1 and rook b1 and rook b2, Jeffrey, as soon as I saw the king's pathway to d3 and that idea of going a6, that's when I could sense that Anish was going to lose the thread.
Yeah, because it turned out those F and G pawns were just one tempo too slow in all those lines.
I mean, it just totally defies belief. But Anish, he has to push this behind him. He has to celebrate the fact that he managed to get this to a tied match. He was leading for most of the bullet. And if he plays the same way he's played with the same level of confidence, I think he's got a very good shot.
Yeah, he did not seem to be any worse in the bullet. In fact, he was the much better bullet player in that segment, hands down, just with the time spending and that intuition. This is following a very similar script to the Andreykin match, isn't it?
And in the Andreykin match, they went back and forth in the bullet up until the last game when Dmitry Andreykin swindled a lost position into a winning position, only to blunder at the end. So Levon Aronian got the better of him in the tiebreaker. It is all nerves, Jeffrey. Literally, the players are just all nerves right now.
Yeah, I think I've had 2 tiebreaks. One against I believe it was Wei Yi, and the final one against Gladura. And the moment the tiebreak starts, my heart was pumping.
No, I cannot imagine what the players are feeling right now, both of them. And here we go. Anish has the white pieces in the first tiebreaker game. Once again, 4 games of 1+1, first to 2.5 wins. And Nihal, he has opted for this beloved modern every time. He hasn't gotten good positions thus far, Jeffrey, but this time he doesn't rush e5.
Yeah, but still I think h4, h5 is going to be on tap immediately for Anish. I just don't know if he wants to even waste time developing the bishop first. No, he just goes right
Nope.
ahead.
And I would still take on e5. Now, maybe this time Nihal's going to take back with a pawn and offer the queen trade.
Which
And
has
so
to
he
be
does.
correct, yeah.
Maybe queen e1. Keep the queens on the board at all costs. Nope.
Perhaps, yeah. The endgame doesn't look too bad for black. Like maybe you take a knight d4.
He goes knight d4 immediately. Now h5 looks mighty dangerous.
h5 and okay, no, opts for f4 instead.
So if you go knight g4, f takes e5, and the knight loses its support. Again, this could get very bad for black.
Yeah, that's messy. Maybe you have like knight f3 there. Knight g4, fe. No, knight f3, queen e2 would be a nasty double attack.
That's messy. Are you sure that's not Ronaldo after queen takes e3, f4, and e5? Oh my gosh. This looks totally
No,
lost.
e5, knight f5. e5, there was knight f5.
Oh, still tricks, but Giri knows what to focus on. This modern has to go into the trash can for Nihal.
It does.
I mean, this is
a
just
disaster.
atrocious. Now
Rook
he goes
g1
e5.
or I mean e5 or queen h3, knight e4 also.
But he had a hard time checkmating
Goodness.
Nihal the last time he had this h-file attack. Can he deliver more smoothly this time? I think he can.
That is true. That is true. It came down to like just mere seconds.
No
Bishop
hesitation.
f7 is that
Knight d6 following up?
King e7, queen h.
It's not totally clean.
Yeah, this doesn't look clear cut to me.
Maybe c3, but that allows knight e2
Oh.
takes f4. I'm not totally sure about that.
Rook e6?
And somehow Nihal is holding on. And maybe even rook takes d6, he's better. Oh, my lands.
Oh
He's
my
doing
God,
it again.
Is there f5?
Nihal with Giri with a full send on the king side. Rook hg1, still not over. Rook
Queen
takes...
Queen f6, just c3. Yeah, that's just one threat.
Well, the threat is rook takes f5, as well as, of course, rook takes g6. I don't see a defense here. Not
Still
an obvious
c3
one.
should be fine.
Queen takes g6.
You have checks, but they don't amount to anything.
Maybe queen e3, queen h6.
Oh, getting the queens off the board. But queen g6 in that.
I think this is over. He's got a couple of checks, but not more than that. King a1, that's it. Queen g7.
Yeah, g17. G17, yep.
And it makes no sense for Nihal to resign. Well, now it does. But in general, there's no ticker. So, like, you can prolong these games as long as possible. There's no downside. And Anish Giri strikes again.
Wow. I mean, that one was on its hinge, but Anish came away with it, and pressure right back on Nihal to strike back.
And the most impressive thing about that might have been the way he recovered after blundering initially. Because we thought it was over. Nihal found a way to get two pieces for a rook, but Anish Giri did not let up, and he pushed f5 at the right moment. Okay, we have this close center King's Indian attack position. I always like these for black in a bullet game.
Me too. I've always thought the king side attack trumps the queen side attack in bullet.
Totally agreed. So that's
He's
why
gonna try. Maybe he's got. Okay, I was gonna say queen 7, queen b4, but c5, queen a6 still.
But this is a tremendously risky approach for white because his entire center is now under fire, and queen d6. There's bishop back to f8.
Yes.
And then the d4 pawn
Huge
falls
idea.
at the end. Uh-oh. This is very problematic for
Maybe
white.
knight b3. There's knight f4 potentially, or like an h3 thrown in.
Yeah, Nihal could lose control here at the drop of a hat. He might have already lost control after knight takes d4. And e3, ugh.
Could be e3. Okay, knight f1 I like a lot. Stopping any e3, you get. I mean, you try and simplify things here.
Maybe takes in bishop g4, but then rook takes
Rook
d6.
d6.
Unpins with tempo. Okay, Nihal. Giri with a practical move. I
What
like
if I
that
just
decision.
take and play? Yeah, if I again bishop g4, I need to worry about.
So I would play bishop d6, bishop g4, and then maybe just like rook e1. It's not glamorous, but if you can bring everything together, you'll have that passed c-pawn.
Oh, but I like this move. You stop bishop g4, you stop h3. If you can consolidate the position with knight e3 and regain the pawn, you could
What
be
about
turning things around slowly.
Bishop e6, knight e3, bishop h6. He goes d5. I thought about that, but I didn't see a follow-up after bishop c1.
Maybe once bishop b5 or bishop a4?
Nihal wants the same move on the other side. Bishop g5, go after the h-pawn.
So bishop g5, rook c2.
I feel like black's activity has to be enough, at the very least, for equality, but probably for more than that.
But I love this knight on e3.
Knight d5? No, don't do that. There was a fork on e7.
Oh.
Easy to miss. Okay, the
Knight
knight comes to
c5.
d3. Watch out.
But the d pawn, bishop e7 and d6. Can you go?
Knight d5. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is huge. Knight d5. Or can also bring the rook in.
Now white must have the upper hand.
Oh, but knight b5.
Knight b5.
Knight
Wait. Does white have a way
What's
to keep
the
the
move?
pawn? Knight e7, knight c6, and rook e7.
Oh my! And d7 if you take.
No, knight
d7
d8.
if you take.
Oh, he just keeps the tension, but he gives up the pawn. Okay, now Giri should
Oh, man.
stabilize. Oh, he blundered knight b8, and now he's going to give up the pawn?
Yes, he's gonna win a6. No, rook b8.
Oh, he escapes through h7. I think Giri's okay.
Giri should be fine here. Yeah.
And now move that damn knight away.
Still, it is a pawn up. We've seen Nihal win
We've
all
seen
these pawn endgames earlier.
We've seen him win a pawn down in this position. Knight e6, fork threat. Oh my god, how many of these has Giri had to defend against Nihal in this match?
Keep the knights, yeah. Just countless.
Keep the knights. Try to get your knight to e5. Try to find a fork. Torture him forever. If you're Nihal.
Oh, knight d6 is already scary.
Extremely. With 7 seconds left, I don't think he's holding this one. Rook f5.
I don't even see a defense.
Knight d6,
Knight
knight e8 is a
d6?
fork. He's down to 0 seconds. He's going to flag.
Doesn't see a move.
Yeah.
And I didn't see one either.
I didn't see one either. There might have been some crazy computer defense. Nihal ties it again, and he flies a modern again. Oh my god, Trevor, this is crazy.
Okay, at least he's not going to get mated this time. Anish Castle's Keenside, but yeah.
No, this I can absolutely get behind because Nihal likes the King's Indian setup with black, and with same side castling, I like his position. Okay, but that's a big move.
Takes on d4 is surprising.
Whoa, I don't like that. Knight c4 looks really nasty at some point.
Right, rook c1, a very useful move. Now, can Nihal really get away with this?
Doesn't seem that way, but in a bullet game, anything is possible. Giri hits him where it hurts on that d6 pawn. No, this
Might
is...
still play queen b6, e5, knight d5.
Black
But
might be
even
getting away
then-
with it. DE and knight d5 and bishop b7 somehow?
But you drop the bishop back and you go knight e4.
Yeah, the moment the knight lands on d6, white could end up just being completely winning. And look at the clock. Unbelievable. Giri's up 20 seconds. And
Just
he's getting his
banging
knight
out
to
all these
d6.
moves.
Uh-oh. c4. Nihal
Yeah,
expanding
I'm
on the
calculating.
queen side.
So bishop e1, knight e5. What's going on there?
Well, I think that's what Giri's trying to determine as well. Wait, knight e5 just might be good for black.
Yeah, I thought I had some tactic here, but can't make anything work.
Oh, I think
he
Nihal's
doesn't see it
winning.
either. So now, hang on. I could just take and c3, for example. Rook d8 is also attractive.
And maybe if you're white, you just bite the bullet, trade everything, and try to take on c4. Try to get away with it using some knight f6 related tactics. I don't see it, though. Still a game.
Queen f3.
Rook e to d1. Get that rook out of
Wait
the
a
pin.
minute. If I take twice?
f5.
Oh, there's f5.
Which is why I think white has to move the rook away. A sad necessity. Wait. King g7.
But again, what if I take?
I think
Same
still
question.
f5 and rook e1.
Same answer. Okay.
Wait, knight e3. Knight e3 ends it. Knight e3.
Oh, there's just a discovery on the queen.
Oh, Giri lost track of the main threat. Oh my god, he's going to have a must-win game with the black pieces. Oh, knight d1 and rook e1.
Wow,
It's
this
resign
match is
time.
just turning on a swivel.
Oh my god, he loses the bishop on b1. He's going to resign. And he will have to win the next game to force Armageddon. But with black, he's had a hard time generating winning chances on demand. Oh, don't go queen f6.
Queen g5.
Still not over.
Maybe I guess rook b5 is a move. You control d8 square critically.
After queen f2, black gets mated.
f4, still trying.
Wait a second. Oh,
Yeah, but rook
great
b5
move.
is big.
And king h8
King
officially
h8, no
ends it.
checks.
Rook h5. No mate on f8. And Giri resigns. And here we go. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, on demand, necessary for Anish, but geez, Nihal he always finds a way to clutch.
He's just
one.
relentless. It's crazy. And if you're Nihal, you don't try to force a draw. You play the way you normally would. And if you have an opportunity to liquidate to an equal endgame, you do it. Same goes for Anish. You don't want to do anything crazy. You just play the position and pounce on your opportunity. I like this opening choice by Anish. It's a good compromise.
I do as well. Yeah, this is bull at the end of the day. Even the driest positions can feature something at a moment's notice.
But the knight tries to come into c4. Anish says no such luck. And I like that trade from Black's perspective. The king on f1 is a little bit loosey-goosey.
What about planning a bishop on b4? Yes.
Totally. No, I like Black's position here from a bullet perspective. Okay, the knight comes to c5. He wants knight e6, knight d4, which is a classic King's Indian maneuver. And he does it.
Pleasant here, I want to say, for Anish, although how do you proceed now?
This decision to put the queen on c4 is huge because it stops bishop b4. And with every trade, it becomes harder and harder to... Oh, he mouse slipped!
Oh, he slipped!
Oh, he mouse slipped. Oh, and look at Anish. Oh, no, that's you. Sorry. And I think Nihal is actually trying to figure out a way to keep the extra piece, which is not easy to do.
Yeah,
which is not easy to do. He's going to win it back. It's still
I guess
over.
not the worst flip of all time, but after moving like knight c3 here...
The problem is that you need a win. It's going to be...
Exactly.
If he manages to win this, I am going to lose my ever-loving mind. I already have. Okay, Nihal has to move, though. You don't want this coming down to a time scramble.
Right, you don't want to take any chances with the clock running.
I don't like that move. Knight comes back to c5, and now e4 is a chance. Which he missed.
e7 feels a bit passive. You go like knight d6 now, yep. e6 just knight e4 simplify.
The first step for Anish is to make sure he doesn't lose any more pieces. And then try to go e4 at the right moment. Wait, he wins the pawn back on b2. Oh my god.
No, but it's
how is he going to
simplifying
win
too
this?
much. Yeah,
Knight
can you get away
G5,
with knight g5, rook c4, rook e8?
Oh,
So
wait
that's
a
why he
minute.
goes knight d4.
He's down to 6 seconds. Anything can happen. Oh, that's a great
rook
move.
b5 is...
That's a phenomenal move.
And c3 next.
If you're Anish, keep the rooks on the board, go h5, and just wait for a blunder.
Yeah, you have... I mean, the clock is your only hope.
Literally. And anything can happen. Nihal's hands are shaking. We know Anish's hands are shaking. He mouse slipped.
g4, that's a huge solution. Now he's got rid of this.
Wait a minute. Fork on f4 alert. Oh my god.
Rook
F5?
e4. Hold on. Rook e4. f5, rook h4 maybe?
Rook a2. Rook a2. Attacks the pawn on b2 and you can't go back to e2.
Yes, you would have to go rook b1 in that case. Oh, he throws in
He's trying to muddy the waters with a check on f4, but he's got to go back to
2 seconds.
h5. Rook g5. Knight g3.
Knight g3.
Oh my god. No, he missed it.
Oh.
Wait, there's a mate threat on h1.
Still. Knight h3. Knight h3.
Knight h3 and take f2. Oh, Anish is missing everything, but he's trying to get his rook to h8.
Rook h8, king f1.
Oh my god, it's still not mate.
He's exhausted all the ideas now. I don't see a way through.
See it. He's attacking. Rook c3 doesn't work. Maybe knight d5. Just go back. Take b4. Keep it going. Oh, but Nihal stabilized.
Now he's consolidated, yeah.
He's totally consolidated. And now he's better. Knight f5, knight d6. No, he goes back. Don't like that move.
There's still chances.
Oh, absolutely. Go rook c8, rook d8, something. Knight f4. Force the trade. Rook c3, though. He's going to win the pawn.
Rook g4. Hang on. Rook g4. No, he gives it to him.
No, take the pawn. He had king d3. And Nihal won a very similar endgame on demand against Anish in the CGC. Can he return the favor?
What a moment this is. 2v1. Really a draw, but under seconds.
Well, Jeffrey, correct me if I'm wrong. Black's only winning idea here, or winning attempt, is at some point to play like f4 and f3. Obviously, this is a draw objectively. Obviously.
But if Nihal keeps the rook on the g file, I think there's no real way to achieve that.
What about getting the king to f4 and playing rook b2 to threaten g3?
Well, still, I'm waiting. I go rook g8. Oh, he's gonna keep the rook on the f file. Another idea.
I don't know, but now f4 is coming, and this is how I've seen people lose this. Allowing f4.
F4, I give a bunch of checks.
Gotta try it. He's gonna flag! Oh my gosh.
I think Nihal's displaying the right technique.
He is, and Anish just has to build up a little time and play f4. He has to try f4.
Rook d5 I like, but king g3.
There's going to be a 3-time repetition if he's not careful. Go f4.
Now, what if I give checks?
Yeah, you zigzag your way.
Rook
to
g7.
f6. Rook b2. f3. Gotta try f3.
You got it. He does.
You Kamsky try f3. Wait, rook c1, rook f1, Jeffrey.
Whoa,
that's the
this
idea
is
that
getting
wins you
close.
games.
Maybe
Rook
you can
a2.
hold it. You can hold it on the second ring.
But the king goes around.
Oh, but also this. No, also this. Yeah.
This is a draw. Yeah, rook g5, rook h5. That's it. That's basically it. Oh my God, he's gonna hold it. Oh.
Every
Oh my
time it feels
God.
like. Every time he just finds a way to clutch.
I'm dying. This is crazy.
What a
And
match.
Nihal Sarin, those are the facial expressions. You can see the intensity on Anish's face. What a heartbreaker for Anish. I mean, what an absolute heartbreaker.
I feel like everybody's drained after that.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
like that moment
goodness.
when it all ends and you can't believe it's over. Where's the next game? Where's the next source of intrigue? A 111 move game on the heels of which, how did Anish generate chances once he mouse slipped, Jeffrey? Let's not forget, he was winning with a fork.
He did. He had 2 forks, knight g3, and I
Two.
think he had knight h3, winning the f pawn. But
And
at the end of the day,
maybe he
yeah.
even saw them and just decided that Nihal's passers would be too strong. At this point, it's all in the past. Nihal Sarin is the hero of today's match with a 15-14 victory. That might have been the craziest match of all. That definitely competes with an Aronian and Draken, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. And I might be biased, but I would say it was even more intense.
No, I agree. I agree. That was absolutely crazy. We have another overtime, and Nihal Sarin ends the match with a ridiculously clutch save. Folks, do not go anywhere because the cherry on top is an interview with Nihal Sarin. So make sure to spam the chat with your best questions, some of which we will ask Nihal on the other side of this break. Folks, interview with Nihal Sarin, the victor of this incredible SCC match, coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our dome.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep.
No.
No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov. Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm going to give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did. You get $50, dude. Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Folks, welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Unfortunately, Nihal did have some tech issues. We had a hard time getting him on the call, so we decided, guess what? It's 2 a.m. in India. He's just played one of the matches of his life. We will give him a little bit of time to rest, so we apologize for not bringing you the interview. But, Jeffrey, I think you'll second me on this. There has been enough entertainment today to last us probably many months.
That would, yeah, to put it mildly. I mean, this is probably one of the most exciting matches I've ever seen in any SCC or JSCC history. It literally had everything. We had runs on both sides. Just crazy. I mean, went down to the wire. Couldn't ask for more.
We literally couldn't, and it went down to the tiebreak. They went back and forth in the tiebreak. Ultimately, Nihal Saran winning that critical game with the black pieces. Anish mouse slipping a piece recapture, and then still managing to come back from a pawn down endgame to produce very serious winning chances. He had those chances until the very, very end, but ultimately an amazing save in that rook endgame by Nihal Saran, who demonstrates nerves of steel. Let's take one more look at our bracket, our updated bracket, as Nihal Saran will face Ding Liren. And Jeffrey, what's crazy is that this is yet another rematch from yet another CGC match in which Nihal Saran ran Ding Liren out of the gym, as you once said. How cool is that?
Yeah, feels like complete deja vu. I do remember this match where I think it was just before quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, it was like just, I mean,
it was crazy.
To put words, like just based on what you said, I mean, he ran him out of the gym, and I'm sure that Ding will be hungry for revenge.
I'm sure he will be as well. Now, I said this entertainment should last you for a couple of months. It won't need to last you a couple of months because it'll actually need to last you a couple of hours, because we have a double header tomorrow. We have 2 more SCC matches coming your way, starting with Wesley So against Norbek Abdusatorov. That's coming your way tomorrow, Thursday at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern time. And that will be immediately followed by one of the marquee matchups that everybody's looking forward to. Hikaru Nakamura will finally be making his SCC debut against David Paravian, the qualifier, who is not an easy opponent at all. That will follow the first match at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. New York time, and 7 p.m. Central European time. Mark your calendars, folks. You will be pegged by the computer all day long as we have an amazing doubleheader tomorrow. Oh my God, Jeffrey. It's going to be a feast tomorrow. And I don't know if you can wait. I certainly can't wait for tomorrow.
Man, aren't we spoiled nowadays? It just feels like chess, chess, chess every day. Doubleheader tomorrow. Insane action. Danya, as always, it's been a pleasure. You're amazing at your job and had just an incredible amount of fun.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I did as well. Before we go, one more shout out. Mark your calendars once again for the 2nd annual Chess Kid All-Star Finals, which is coming your way on December 17th. That's 10 days from now. The world's top juniors who won the Chess Kid Monthly Championships in 2022 will be competing for the title of Chess Kid of the Year. They can also win fun prizes like lessons with Grandmasters and merch from our store. Chess Kid's own fun master, Mike Klein, will hold down the 6 rounds of the match on Chess TV and the Chess Kid Twitch channel. Tune in December 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern time for the 2nd annual Chess Kid All-Star Finals. But Jeffrey, it is likewise a pleasure. You're a beast. Nobody I'd rather cover the match with. This was such a great time. I'd like to thank everybody in the chat for cheering on your favorite player. We had tens of thousands of you. The chat was super high energy. And of course, our wonderful team at Chess.com for another flawless broadcast. Folks, we will see you tomorrow bright and early for the round of 16 doubleheader. Wesley So against Norbek, Hikaru against David Paravian. So make sure to wake up, brew up your coffee, and enjoy these 2 matches. But for now, we wish you a great rest of your Wednesday from the Speed Chess Championship. We will see you tomorrow on Thursday for the doubleheader. Thank you, everybody, and goodbye.